जनषट्पदैर्हरः पेपीयमानं मुदा भूयाद्भारतपङ्कजं कलिमा प्रध्वंसि श्रेयसे। मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवम्। अथ महात्म्याम्। गीताशास्त्रम् इदं पुण्यं यः पठे प्रयतः पुमान् विष्णोपदमवाप्नोति भयशोकादिवर्जितः। गीताध्यायायनाशल्यस्य प्राणायामापरस्य च नैव सन्ति हि पापानि पूर्वजन्मकृतानि च। मालानिर्मोहनं पुष्णं जलस्नानं दिने दिने सुकृतगीताम्बासिस्नानं संसारमालनाशनं। गीता सुगीता कर्तव्या किमन्यै शास्त्रविस्तरैः या स्वयं पद्मनाभास्य मुखपद्माद्विनिसृता। भारतामृतसर्वस्वं विष्णुर्वक्त्राद्विनिसृतं। गीता गङ्गोदकं पीत्वा पुनर्जन्म विद्यते। सर्वोपनिषदो गावो दुग्धा गोपालनन्दन पार्थो वत्सः सुधीर्भोक्ता दुग्धं गीतामृतं महद्। एकं शास्त्रं देवकीपुत्रगीतम् एको देवदेवकीपुत्र एव। एको मन्त्रस्य तस्य नामानि यानि कर्मप्येकं तस्य देवस्य सेवः। ध्यानम्। शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गं लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिभिर्ध्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णुं भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथम्। यं ब्रह्मा वरुणेन्द्ररुद्रमरुत स्तुन्वन्ति दिव्यैस्तवै वेदैः साङ्गपदक्रमोपनिषदैर्गायन्ति यं सामगां। ध्यानावस्थितं तद्गतेन मनसा पश्यन्ति यं योगिनो यस्यान्तन्न विदुसुरासुरगणा देवाय तस्मै नमः। देवाय तस्मै नमः।
Chapter 1, entitled The Yoga of Dejection of Arjuna. Description of the principal warriors on both sides with their fighting qualities. Blowing of conches by the warriors on both sides. Arjuna observes the warriors drawn up for battle. Overwhelmed by infatuation, Arjuna gives expression to the faint-heartedness, tenderness, and grief.
धृतराष्ट्र उवाच धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समावेतायुयुत्सवः मामका पाण्डवाश्चैव किमकुर्वत सञ्जय।
Bhikhaben, you can begin.
I have started. Can you hear me?
Yes.
धृतराष्ट्र उवाच धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेतायुयुत्सवः मामका पाण्डवाश्चैव किमकुर्वत सञ्जय सञ्जय उवाच दृष्ट्वा तु पाण्डवानीकम् व्यूढं दुर्योधनस्तदा आचार्यमुपसङ्गम्य राजा वचनमब्रवीत् पश्यातां पाण्डुपुत्राणाम् आचार्यमहतीं च मूं व्यूढां द्रौपदपुत्रेण तव शिष्येण धीमता अत्र शूरा महेश्वासा भीमार्जुनसमायुधि युयुधानो विराटश्च द्रपदश्च महारथः दृष्टकेतुश्च कीथाना काशीराजश्च वीर्यवान् पुरुजित् कुन्तिभोजश्च शार्ङ्गश्च नरपुण्डगव
Yuddhamanyustavikranta Uttamajasthaviriyavan Sabhadro Drapadeyascha Sarva eva Maharataha Asmakam tu Vishishtaye Tandi Bodha Dvijottama Nayakamasanyasya Sanjnatam tam brahmye. Bhavishmascha karnascha kripascha samitinjaya Ashvatthama vikarnascha samadatis tattaivacha Anyecha Vashura Madartecha Jivita Nanashastra Praharana Sarve Utavashiradaha Aparyaptam tarasmakam balam bhishmabhirakshitam Aparyaptam tvitameteshan balam bhishmabhirakshitam.
Narayan, it's you.
Ayanesu tasawesu yapabagam awashtita Bhishmameva viraksantu bhavantasawa ivahi Tasya sanjam nayamasham guru vrida pitha Simhanadam vinajochai shankam dadmo pratapavan Tata shankascha beryascha Panava anakagomukha Samahai saiva bhyahanyanta Sashadastu lobhavat Atasvetai hai yayokte mahatisyam daneshtitau madavach panav Atasvetai hayokte mahatisyam daneshtitau madavach Navaschaiva Divyo Shanko Pradadmatu Panchajanyam Hirishkesho Devatatam Tananjaya Andram Tadmo Mahashankam Bhimakarma Vrikodara
Ananta Vijayam Raja Kunti Putro Yudhishthira Nakulah Sahadevascha Sukho Shramani Pushpakau Kashyascha Parameshwasah Shikhandi cha Maharatah Drishta Dyumna Viratascha Satya Kishcha Parajitah Drupado Draupadeyascha Sarva Shah Pritivipate Saubhadrascha Mahabahuh Shankan Tatmuh Prithak Prithak Sakoshodha Tarashtranam Hridayani Vyadarayat Nabhascha Pritivim Chaiva Tumulo Vyanunadayan Atha Vyavasthitan Drishtva Dharta Rashtran Kapidvajah Pravrite Shastra Sampate Dhanurudyam Yapandavah
ऋषिकेशं तदा वाक्यम् इदम् आह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयमेच्युत यावत् एतान्निरीक्ष्येऽहं योद्धुकामानवस्थितान् कैर्मया सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योत्सयामनवेक्षेऽहं य एतेऽत्र समागताः धातराष्ट्रस्य दुर्भेदेर्युद्धे प्रियचिकीर्षवः सञ्जय उवाच एवम् उक्तो हृषीकेशो गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम् भीष्मद्रोणप्रमुखतः सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्येतान् समवेतान् कुरूनिति
Tatra pasyat stitan partha putrena tapita maham acharyan matulan pratvin putran paltran sakhim stata swasuran suritaschaiva seneyorupayorapi dan samik shasakanteya sarvan bandhun avashtitan. Kripaya paraya visto vishidanidama pravit. Arjunan uvacha Drishve mam swajanam Krishna yuyutsun samupastitan Siddhanti mama gatrani mukham parishushyati Vepatushcha sarire me romahashascha jayate Gandivam shram sate hastat Jaiva paridahyate nachasaknom yavashtatung pramati vachame manaha.
Nimittani cha pashyami viparitani keshava nachastreyo nupashyami hatva swajana mahave nakangshe vijayam krishna nacha rajyam sukani cha kim no rajyena govinda kim bhogarji vitenava Yeshamarte kangshitam no rajyam bhoga sukani cha ta ime wastita yudhe pranam styaktva danani cha acharya pitara pautras tatai vacha pitamaha matula swasura pautra syala sambandhinas tata etana hantumichchami natopi madhusudana api trailokya rajyasya heto kim nu mahi krite. यथा राष्ट्रन्नका प्रीति स्यज्जनातना पापामेवाश्रये तस्मान् हत्वायतनाततायनः तस्मान् अर्हा वयं हन्तुं धार्ता राष्ट्रं सबन्धवान् स्वजनं हि खसं हत्वा सुखिनः श्याममाधवा यद्यप्यतेन पश्यन्ति लोभोपहतचेतसा कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं मित्रद्रोहे च पतकम् कथं न नयेमस्मभिः पापादस्मान् निवर्तितुम् कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिर्जनार्दन कुलक्षये प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मः सनातनः धर्मे नष्टे कुलं कृत्स्नम् अधर्मोऽभिभवात्युत
अधर्माभ्यभवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ते कुलस्त्रियः स्त्रीषु दुष्टासु वार्ष्णेय जायते वर्णशङ्करः अधर्माभ्य शङ्करो नरकायेव कुलज्ञानं कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो ह्येषां लुप्तपिण्डोदकक्रियाः दोषैरेतैकुलज्ञानां वर्णशङ्करकारकैः उत्साद्यन्ते जातिधर्माः कुलधर्माश्च शाश्वताः उत्सन्नकुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नियतं वासो भवतीत्यनुशुश्रुम अहो बत महत्पापं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयं यद्राज्यसुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यताः यदि मामप्रतीकारम् अशस्त्रं शस्त्रपाणयः तार्तराष्ट्राणि हन्युस्तन्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत् सञ्जय उवाच एवम् उक्त्वार्जुन शङ्ख्ये रथोपस्थ उपाविशत् विसृज्य ससरं चापं शोकसंविघ्नमानसः
सेना ओ पाण्डवोत्तरी तुम्हारा बुद्धिमान शिष्य એ પછી શ્વેત આશ્રમથી જોડાયેલા મહારથે બેઠેલા માધવે પાત્ર પગાડ્યા દિવ્ય શંખવે. પાંચજન્ય ઋષિકેશે દેવદત્ત ધનંજય વાયો પ્રાંડુમાશંખ ભીમ કર્મ વૃકોદરે. અનર્તજય રાજા કુંતી પુત્ર યુધિષ્ઠિરે નકુલે સહદેવે સૌરોષ મણિપુષ્પક. કાશી રાજા મહાધનવાને શંકરી મહારથી. દૃષ્ટદ્યુમ્ન વિરાટેય અપરાજિત સાત્યકી. દ્રૌપદી પુત્રો અભિમન્યુ મહાભુજ. સમૂહે સર્વ બાજુથી શંકો ફૂક્યા જુદા જુદા. એ ઘોષે કદવો કેરી છાતીના કટકા કર્યા. હે આકાશે ને પૃથ્વી ભર્યા ગરજી ભયંકર. ત્યાં શસ્ત્ર ચાલવા તાણે કૌરવોને કપી ત્વચે. વ્યવસ્થાથી ખડા પાણી ઉઠાવ્યું સ્વધનુષ્યને. ને આવો કહ્યું વેળ મહીપતે. અર્જુન બોલ્યા બંને આ સૈન્યને મધ્યે લો મારો રથ અચ્યુત. જ્યાં સુધી નિર્ભો કોણ આયુધ ઈચ્છતા ને કોણ મુજ સાથે ખેલશે. અહીં તોડે વળેલા આ યોદ્ધા ઓજો તો જરા. પ્રિય જે ઈચ્છતા યુદ્ધે દુર્યોધન કુબુદ્ધિનો. સંજય બોલ્યા કુદાકેશ તણા આવા વેળને માધવે સુણી. બે સૈન્ય વચમાં ઉભો કીધો ઉત્તમ એ રથ. ભીષ્મને દ્રોણની સામે ને સૌ રાજા ભણી ફરી. જો પાર્થ કૌરવોના સમૂહા ત્યાં દીધા અર્જુને ઉભા બંને એ સૈન્યને વિશે. ગુરુઓ બાપને દાદા મામા ઓ ભાઈઓ સખા. સસરા દીકરા પોતા સુહીરો સ્વજનો ગણા. આવા સર્વ પેલા જોઈ અર્જુન. અત્યંત રાગ ભાવેશું બોલ્યો ગળગળો થઈ. અર્જુન બોલ્યા દેખી ઉભેલા યુદ્ધ ઈચ્છતા. કાત્રો ઢીલા પડે મારા મોઢામાં શોષ ઉપજે. કંપાળી દેહમાં ઉઠે રૂવાડા થાય છે ખડા. ગાંડી હાથથી છૂટે વ્યાપે દાહે ગજાશે. રહેવાય નહીં ઉભા જાણે મારું ભણે મના. ચિહ્નોએ અડવા સર્વે મને દેખાય કેશવ. જાઉં નહીં કઈ શ્રેય હરીને સ્વજનો રણે. નથી હું ઈચ્છતો જીત નહીં રાજ્ય નહીં સુખો. રાજ કે ભોગ કે જીવ્યું કામનું કશું. જે મને કાજે રાજ્ય કે ભોગ કે સુખો. તે આ ઉપારણે આવી ત્યજીને પ્રાણ વૈભવો. ગુરુ દાદા પોતા વળી ગણ મામાઓ સસરા બંધી સ્વજનો બધા ન ઈચ્છું મરવા આસો ભલે જાતે હણાવું કાજે પૃથ્વી એમ તો હળીને કૌરવો સર્વે અમારું પ્રિય શું થશે અમને આતતાઈને હણાવ્યું ના પાટે માટે ન હળવા યોગ્ય કૌરવો અમ બંધુઓ સ્વજનોને હળી કેમ પામીએ સુખને અમે વડસી બુદ્ધિ તેથી એ પ્રેખતા નથી મિત્ર દ્રોહેય પાપ છે વડવા પાપથી આવા અમે કાન વિચારવું કુળશે થતા દોષ દેખતા સ્પષ્ટ જો અમે કુળશે થતો નાશ કુળ ધર્મો સનાતન ધર્મ નાશે કુળે આખે વર્તે અધર્મ વ્યાપતા લાજ લૂંટાયે કુળ નારની કુળ સ્ત્રીઓ થયે પિષ્ટ કરણી પચે નરકે જે પડે તેથી કુળને કુળ દાખલો પિતરોએ પડે હેઠા નામયે પંડિતર્પણ કુળઘાતકના દોષે શંકરકારક ઉખદે જાતિ ધર્મોને કુળ ધર્મો સનાતન ઉખદે જે મનુષ્યોના કુળના ધર્મ તે મનો સદાય નરકે વાસ એવું છે સાંભળ્યું અમે અહો કેવું મહાપાપ માંડ્યું આદરવા અમે કે રાજ્ય સુખના લોભે નીકળ્યા હળવા સગા ન કરતા પ્રતિકાર મને નિષ્ઠને હળે રણમાં કૌરવો શસ્ત્રે એમાં છે સંજય બોલ્યા આમ બોલી રણે પાર્થ ગયો બેસી રથાસને ધનુષ્ય બાણને છોડી શોક ઉદ્વેગથી ભર્યો
Chapter 1, The Despondency of Arjuna. Dhritarashtra said, Sanjaya, gathered on the sacred soil of Kurukshetra, eager to fight, what did my children and the children of Pandu do? Sanjaya said, at that time, seeing the army of the Pandavas drawn up for battle and approaching Dronacharya, King Duryodhana spoke these words. Duryodhana spoke, behold, Master, the mighty army of the sons of Pandu, arrayed for battle by your talented pupil Drishtadyumna, son of Drupada. Here are heroes, mighty archers, equal in battle to Bhima and Arjuna, Yuyudhana, Virata and Drupada, and Maharata Drupada. Drishtaketu, Chekitana, the valiant king of Kasi, Purujit, Kuntiboja, and that eminent man Saibya. The heroic Yudhamanyu and the Uttamojas, the son of Subhadra, and the sons of Draupadi, all of them Maharathas. O best of Brahmanas, know them also who are the principal warriors on our side, the generals of my army. For your information, I mention them below.
Yourself and Bhishma, and Karna and Kripa, ever ease were victorious in battle, and even so Aswatthama, Vikarna, and Buris Rava, the sons of Somadatta. And there are many other heroes equipped with various weapons and missiles who have staked their lives for me, all skilled in warfare. This army of ours, fully protected by Bhishma, is unconquerable, while that army of theirs, gathered in every way by Bhima, is easy to conquer. Therefore, stationed in your respective position on all fronts, do you all guard Bhishma, in particular on all sides. The grand old men of the Kaurava race, the glorious grand uncle Bhishma, cheering up Duryodhana, roared terribly like a lion and blew his conch. Then conches, kettle drums, tabors, drums, and trumpets suddenly blared forth, and the noise was tumultuous. Then, seated in a glorious chariot, drawn by wild horses, Sri Krishna as well as Arjuna blew their celestial conches. Sri Krishna blew his conch, named Panchajanya. Arjuna, his own called Devadatta, while Bhima, of terrible deeds, blew his mighty conch, Pondra. King Yudhishthira, son of Kunti, blew his conch, Ananta Vijaya, while Nakula and Sahadeva blew theirs, known as Sughosa and Manipushpaka, respectively. The king of Kasi, an excellent archer, the Maharatha Sikhandin, Rishtadumna and Virata, and the unconquered Satyaki. Draupada and the sons of Draupadi, O Lord of earth, and the son of Subhadra, of mighty arms, all together blew their respective conches from all sides. And the terrible sound, echoing through heaven and earth, rent the hearts of Dasharatha's sons.
Then, beholding the sons of Dhritarashtra drawn up on the battlefield, ready to begin to fight, Arjuna, whose flag bore the Hanuman, raising his bow, Arjuna thus spoke to the Lord Sri Krishna, O Achyuta, immortal, Lord of the earth, please draw up my chariot between the two armies, so that I may observe those who must fight on my side and those who must fight against me. I shall scan the well-wishers in this war of the evil-minded Duryodhana, whoever have assembled on this side and are ready to fight. Sanjaya said, O king, thus addressed by Arjuna, Sri Krishna placed the magnificent chariot between the two armies. Facing Bhishma and Drona and all the kings, Sri Krishna said, Arjuna, behold these Kauravas assembled here. Standing there, Arjuna then beheld in both armies paternal uncles, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, cousins, sons, grandsons, comrades.
Fathers-in-laws and benefactors arrayed on both sides. He, the son of Kunti, then gazed at all those kingsmen before him, and his heart melted with pity, and in sadness Arjuna thus spoke, O Krishna, when I see all these, my own people, thirsting for battle, my limbs fail me, and my throat is parched, my body trembles, and my hair stands on end. The bow Gandiva slips from my hand, and my skin burns. I cannot keep quiet, for my mind is in tumult. In Kesava, I see such omens of evil. What good can come from the killing of my kinsmen in battle? Krishna, I do not convert victory, nor kingdom, nor pleasures. Govinda, of what use will kingdom or luxuries or even life be to us, when those for whose sake I desire these things stand here about to sacrifice their property and their lives?
Teachers, fathers and grandfathers, sons and grandsons, uncles, father-in-laws, brother-in-law, and other relatives. Those slain by them, I would not, O Madhusuna, seek to slay them for the sake of domination over the three worlds. How then for the earth? Krishna, how can we hope to be happy slaying the sons of Dhritarashtra, killing these desperados' sin would surely take hold of us. Therefore, Krishna, it does not behove us to kill our relations, the sons of Dhritarashtra, for how can we be happy after killing our own kinsmen? Although these men, blinded by greed, see no guilt in destroying their kin or fighting against their friends, why should we not learn to recoil from such a sin? O Janardana, we who see evil in the destruction of a family. Age-long family traditions disappear with the destruction of a family, and virtue having been lost, vices taking hold of the entire race.
With the preponderance of vice, Krishna, the women of the family become corrupt. And with the corruption of women, O descendant of Vrisni, there ensues an intermixture of caste. Admixture of blood damns the destroyers of the race, as well as the race itself. Deprived of offerings, of rice and water, the mainers of their races also fall. Through the evils bringing about an intermixture of caste, the age-long caste traditions and family customs of the killers of kingsmen get extinct. Now, we hear that men who have lost their family traditions dwell in hell for an indefinite period of time. Oh, what a pity! Though possessed of intelligence, we have set our mind on the commission of a great sin, that due to lust for throne and enjoyment, we are intent on killing our own kinsmen. It would be better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, armed with weapons, kill me in battle while I am unarmed and unresisting. Sanjaya said, Arjuna, whose mind was agitated by the grief on the battlefield, having spoken thus, and having thrown aside his bow and arrows, sank into the hinder part of his chariot.
Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyaya Yoga Shastre Krishna Arjunas Vade Jurna Vishate Yoga Namaha Prathama Dhyaya. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of the yoga, the dialogue between Shri Krishna and Arjuna ends the first chapter entitled The Yoga of Dejection of Arjuna.
Chapter 2 entitled Sankhya Yoga, the Yoga of Knowledge. Arjuna and Sri Krishna discussing Arjuna's faint-heartedness. Sankhya Yoga, the Yoga of Knowledge described. A Kshatriya's duty to engage himself in fight. Karma Yoga, the Yoga of selfless action described. Marks of a man of stable mind and his glories described.
द्वितीय अध्याय संख्या योग ओम श्री परमात्मने नमः अथ द्वितीय अध्यायः संजय उवाच तं तथा कृपयाविष्टम् अश्रुपूर्णाकुलेक्षणं विषीदन्ति इदं वाक्यम् उवाच मधुसूदन.
संजय बोलिया आम एक राक भावे ने आंसू ए वग्र दृष्टि शोचता पार्थ ने आवा वचनो माधवे कह्या.
Sanjaya said, Shri Krishna then addressed the following words to Arjuna, who was, as mentioned before, overwhelmed with pity, whose eyes were filled with tears and agitated, and who was full of sorrow.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Kutastva Kashmalam idam Vishame samupasthitam Anarya justa swargyam akirtim karu arjunam.
श्री भगवान बोलिया क्यांथी मोह तने आवो उपज्यो वसमी परे नहीं जय आर्य ने शोभे स्वर्गनो यश जय हरे.
Shri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, how has this infatuation overtaken you at this odd hour? It is shunned by noble souls, neither will it bring heaven nor fame to you.
Kalebhyam ma samakamaha partha naintatva yupapadyate Shuddham hradaya dorbalyam Tvyaktyo parantapa.
मा तू कायरथा पार्थ तने आगत तू नथी हैयाना डूबरा भाव छोड़ी उठ परंतप.
Yield not to unmanliness, Arjuna, ill does it become you. Shaking off this paltry faint-heartedness, stand up, O scorcher of enemies.
Arjun Uvacha Katham Bhishmamaham Sankhye Dronam cha Madhusudana Ishibhihu Pratiyotsyami Pujahar Virasudana.
अर्जुन बोलिया मारे जे पूजवा योग्य भीष्म तो द्रोण ते प्रति कैमहु रण संग्रामे बानो थी युद्ध आदरू.
Arjuna said, How, Krishna, shall I fight Bhishma and Drona with arrows on the battlefield? They are worthy of deepest reverence, O destroyer of foes.
Guru Nahantvahi Mahanu Bhavan Shreyo Bhaktu Beshyam Api Haloke Hatvatha Kamanstu Guru Niheva Punjiyo Bhogan Rudira Pradikadan.
वीना हसीने गुरु ओ महात्मा भिक्षा वडे जीवमु एय सारू हनी अमे तो गुरु अर्थवारू वार्छु लोही भरिया वा मानसु भोगलोके.
It is better to live on alms in this world without slaying these noble elders, because even after killing them, we shall after all enjoy only blood-stained pleasures in the form of wealth and sense enjoyments.
Na chetat vitmahe katara no gariyo
यत्वा जयेमाय दीवनो जययो यन एवा हत्वा न जिजीविष्मामस् देवी वशिष्ठा प्रमुखे धार्तराष्ट्रः
थाये हमारो जय अमनोवा क्षमा हमारो हित ए न सूसे जेने हरि जीवयो ये कमेना क्षमा कथा ते दुष्ट राष्ट्र पुत्र.
We do not even know which is preferable to us, to fight or not to fight, nor do we know whether we shall win or whether they will conquer us. Those very sons of Dristara, killing whom we do not even wish to live, stand in the enemy ranks.
Karpanyo doshopahat aspava prachami tvam dharma samudachetah yakshreya swayam nishitam bruhi tanme shishyasteham sadi mam tvam prapannam.
स्वभावमोदयो मुजरा कभावे न धर्म जूझे तमने हूँ पूछो बधो मने निश्चित श्रेय चेमा शो शिष्य आव्यो शरणे तमारे.
With my very being tainted by the vice of faint-heartedness and my mind puzzled with regard to duty, I am asking you, tell me that which is decidedly good. I am your disciple. Pray instruct me, who have put myself into your hands.
Nahi prapasyami mama panduyat yakchokam uchchosanam indriyanam avapya bhumavap asaptam navritam rajyam suranam api jadipatyam.
समुद्र ने शत्रु विनानु राज्य मरे जगे के सुर लोक माये तो ये न देखू कई शोक तारे मारी बदी इंद्रियो तावनारो.
For even on obtaining undisputed sovereignty and an affluent kingdom on this earth and lordship over the gods, I do not see any means that can drive away the grief which is drying up my senses.
Samjay Uvacha Evam Uktva Rishikesham Kudakesha Paramatpaha Nayotsa iti Govindam Uktva Tusnim Bubuvava.
સંજય બોલ્યા પરમ તબ કુદા કેશ આમ ગોવિંદને કહે હું તો નહીં લડું એવું બોલી મૌન ધર્યું પછી.
Sanjaya said, O king, having thus spoken to Sri Krishna, Arjuna again said to him, I will not fight, and became silent.
Tvam uvacha rishikesha prahasan eva bharata senayo upayo madhye vishidantam idam vacha.
આમ બે સૈન્યની વચ્ચે ખેતે વ્યાપેલ પાર્થને હસ્તાશુ હશિકેશે આવા વચનો કર્યા.
Then, O Dhritarashtra, Sri Krishna, as if smiling, addressed the following words to sorrowing Arjuna in the midst of the two armies.
Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Achosyan namasho chastvam prajnavadam shapashase katasun sha nanu chinti panditaha. Shri Bhagavan bolya न गटे त्या करे शोक नेवा तो ज्ञानी न वदे प्राणो गया रह्या एनो ज्ञानी यो शोक ना करे.
Shri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, you grieve over those who should not be grieved for and yet speak like the learned. Wise men do not sorrow over the dead or the living.
न त्ववे वाहं जातु नासं न त्वं नेमे जनाधिपः न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे व्यमतपरम्. હું તું કે આ મહી પાડો પૂર્વે ક્યારે હતા નહીં ન હહીશું ભવિષ્યએ એમ તું જાણતો રખે.
In fact, there was never a time when I was not, or when you or these kings were not, nor is it a fact that hereafter we shall all cease to be.
Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram chovanam jara Tatha dehantara prapti Tirastatra namuhyati.
દેહીને દેહમાં આવે બાલ્ય જોબનને જરા તેમ આવે નવો દેહ એમાં મુજાય ગીરના.
Just as boyhood, youth, and old age are attributed to the soul through this body, even so it attains another body. The wise man does not get deluded about this.
Matra sparshasthu konteya Shitoshana sukha dukhada Agama payino nitya Stanstitishva bharata.
સપ્શાદી વિષયો જાણ શીતોષણ સુખ દુઃખદા અનિત્ય જાયને આવે તેને અર્જુન લે સહી.
O son of Kunti, the context between the senses and their objects, which give rise to the feelings of heat and cold, pleasure and pain, etc., are transitory and fleeting. Therefore, Arjuna, ignore them.
Yam hina vyathayante yete purusham purushashrabha sukha dukha sama dukha sukha dhiram samrutatva kalpate.
એ પીડી ન શકે જેને સમજે સુખ દુઃખમાં તે ધીર માનવી થાય પામવા યોગ્ય મોક્ષને.
Arjuna, the wise man to whom pain and pleasure are alike, and who is not tormented by these contexts, becomes eligible for immortality.
Na sato vidyate bhavo, na bhavo vidyate satah, ubhayor api tristontas, tvanas yostatvarat vadvarsibih.
અસત્યને ન અસ્તિત્વ નથી નાશેય સત્યનો નિહાર્યો તત્વદર્શીએ આવો સિદ્ધાંત બેઉનો.
The unreal has no existence, and the real never ceases to be. The reality of both has thus been perceived by the seers of truth.
Avinashitu tadviti yena sarvam idam tatham vinasham avyasyasya na kaschis kartum arhati.
જાનજે અવિનાશી તે જેથી વિસ્તુર્યું આ બધું એ અવ્યય તનો નાશ કોઈએ ના કરી શકે.
Know that alone to be imperishable, which pervades this universe, for no one has power to destroy this indestructible substance.
Antavanta ime deha nityasyo kritya sharinaha anasino pramesyasya tasmat yudhyasya bharata.
અવિનાશી પ્રમાતીત નિત્ય દેહી તના કહ્યા શરીરો અંતવારા એ તેથી તું જૂજ અર્જુના.
All these bodies pertaining to the imperishable, indefinable, and eternal soul are spoken of as perishable. Therefore, Arjuna, fight.
Ye na vitihantaram yaschena manyate hatam ubhavto na vijaninto na yam hanti nayan yate.
જે માને કે હને છે એ જે માને એ હનાય છે બંને તત્વ જાને ના હને ના એ હનાયના.
They are both ignorant, he who knows the soul to be capable to killing and he who takes it as killed. For verily the soul neither kills nor is killed.
Na jayate mrityate va kadachim nayam bhutva bhavitava na bhuyah ajo nitya shashvatayom purano na hanyate hanyamane sharire.
ન જન્મ પામે ન કદાપી મૃત્યુ નો તો ન એ કે ન હશે ન પાછો અજન્મ એ નિત્ય સદા પુરાણ હાન્યે શરીરે ન હનાય એ તો.
The soul is never born nor dies, nor does it become only after being born. For it is unborn, eternal, everlasting, and ancient. Even though the body is slain, the soul is not.
Vinasinam nityam yaenamajavavyayam katham sa purushaha partha kam dhatayati hantikam.
જે એને જાનતો નિત્ય અવિનાશી અજ અવ્યય નર તે કેમ ન કોને હનાય અથવા હને.
Arjuna, the man who knows the soul to be imperishable, eternal, and free from birth and decay, how and whom will be caused to be killed? How and whom will he kill?
Vashansi jirnani yatha vihaya navani guhyanti naroparani tatha sarirani vihaya jirna nyanyayani sanyati navani dehi.
ત્યજી દઈ જીર્ણ થયેલ વસ્ત્રો લે છે નવા જેમ મનુષ્ય બીજા ત્યજી દઈ જીર્ણ શરીર તેમ પામે નવા અન્ય શરીર દેહી.
As a man shedding worn-out garments takes other new ones, likewise the embodied soul, casting off worn-out bodies, enters into others which are new.
Nainam chindanti sastrani nainam dahati pavakaha na chainam kledayantyapo na sosayati marutaha.
ન એને છેદતા શસ્ત્રો ન એને અગ્નિ બારતો ન એને ભીંજવે પાણી ન એને વાયુ સૂકવે.
Weapons cannot cut it, nor can fire burn it. Water cannot wet it, nor can wind dry it.
Achedyoya madayhoya makledyo sosya evacha nityah sarvagatah sthanu rachaloyam sanatanaha.
છેદાય ના બરે ના એ ન ભીંજાય સુકાય ના સર્વવ્યાપક એ નિત્ય સ્થિર નિશ્ચર શાશ્વત.
For this soul is incapable of being cut. It is proof against fire, impervious to water, and undryable as well. This soul is eternal, omnipresent, immovable, constant, and everlasting.
Avyaktoyam achintyoya mavikaryoyam uchyate tasmadevam viditvenam nanu sochitu maharshi.
એને અચિંત્ય અવ્યક્ત નિર્વિકાર કહે વરી તેથી એવો પીછાની એ તને શોક ઘટે નહીં.
This soul is unmanifest. It is unthinkable, and it is spoken of as immutable. Therefore, knowing this as such, you should not grieve.
अथा चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुम् अर्हसि.
निजो माने तु आत्माना जन्म मृत्यु क्षणे क्षणे तोयि तारे महाबाहु आवो शोक घटे नहीं.
And, Arjuna, if you should suppose the soul to be subject to constant birth and death, even then you should not grieve like this.
जटायस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्यु ध्रुवं जन्मामृतस्य च तस्मद् अपरिहर्ये रथे न त्वं शोचितुम् अर्हसि.
जन्म्यनामृत निश्चये मृत्यु मुवानो जन्म निश्चये माटे जेन तड़े तेमा तने शोक घटे नहीं.
For in that case, death is certain for the born and rebirth inevitable for the dead. You should not, therefore, grieve over the inevitable.
अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत
अव्यक्तानि धन्याय एवा तत्र कपरिदेवना
અવ્યક્તાદિભૂતોનું મધ્યમાં વ્યક્ત ભાસતું વરિયા છે અંત એમાં ઉદ્વેગ જોગ શું.
Arjuna, before birth beings are not manifest to our human senses. At death, they return to the unmanifest again. They are manifest only in the interim between birth and death. What occasion then for lamentation?
आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कशिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् वदति तथा वचैन्य आश्चर्यवक् चैनम् अनन्यश्नोति श्रुत्वाप्येनं वेद न चैव कश्चित्.
આશ્ચર્ય શું કોઈ નિહાળતું એ, આશ્ચર્ય શું એમ બધે વળીકો, આશ્ચર્ય શું અન્ય સુણેય કોઈ, શૂન્ય છતાં કો સમજે ન તેને.
Hardly anyone perceives the soul as marvelous. Scarce another likewise speaks thereof as marvelous, and scarce another hears of it as marvelous, while there are some who know it not even on hearing of it.
देहि नित्यम् अद्वयो यं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मत् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुम् अर्हसि.
સદા અવધ્યયે દેહી સગળાના શરીરમાં કોઈ એ ભૂતનો તેથી તને શોક ઘટે નહીં.
Arjuna, this soul dwelling in the bodies of all can never be slain. Therefore, you should never mourn for anyone.
स्वधर्मपि चावेक्ष्य न कीर्तिमपि तु महर्षि धर्मयार्थे यदा श्रेयोन्यत् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते.
વળી સર્વધર્મ જોતાયે ન તારે ડરવું ઘટે ધર્મયુદ્ધ તકી બીજું શ્રેય યજ્ઞ ત્રિયને નથી.
Besides, considering your own duty to you should not waver, for there is nothing more welcome for a man of the warrior class than a righteous war.
युद्धच्छय्या चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारमपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रियः पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमीदृशम्.
અનાસાયે ઉગાડું જ સ્વર્ગનું ધાર સંપદયું યજ્ઞત્રિયો ભાગ્યશાળી જે તે પામે યુદ્ધ આસમું.
Arjuna, happy are the Kshatriyas who get such an unsolicited opportunity for war, which opens the door to heaven.
अथ चित्वममिं धर्म्यं संग्रामं न करिष्यसि ततः स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापमवाप्स्यसि.
માતે આ ધર્મ સંગ્રામ આવો જો ન કરીશ તું તો તું સ્વધર્મને કીર્તિ છાતી પામીશ શાંતિ પામીશ પાપને.
Now, if you refuse to fight this righteous war, then, shirking your duty and losing your reputation, you will incur sin.
अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कश्यन्ति देव्ययां संभाविस्ता चाकीर्तिं मरणादिति रच्यते.
અખંડ કરશે વાતો લોકો તારી કીર્તિની માની પુરુષને કાજે અકીર્તિ મૃત્યુથી બધું.
Nay, people will also pour undying infamy on you, and infamy brought on a man enjoying popular esteem is worse than death.
भयाद्रणादु परन्तं मत्स्यन्ते त्वां महारथः येषा च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यासिष्य लाघवम्.
ડરીને રણને ટાળ્યું માનસે સો મહારથી રહ્યો સામાન્ય જે હોમાં તુચ્છ તેને જ તુચ્છ.
And the warrior chiefs who thought highly of you will now despise you, thinking that it was fear which drove you from battle.
Avyavyadatamscha bahun vadishyanti tavahita nintadanstatava samarthyam tatho dukhartanam nukim.
ન બોલ્યા ના ઘણા બોલશે તુજ ક્ષત્રિયો નિંદશે તુજ અસમર્થ એથી દુઃખ કયું વધુ.
And your enemies, discharging your might, will speak many unbecoming words. What can be more distressing than this?
Hato va prapyasi sargam jitva va bhokshayasya mahim tasmat yudhishta kaunteya yudhyaya krita nischaya.
હણાએ પામશે સ્વર્ગ જીત્યે ભોગવશે મહી માટે પાર્થ ખડો થાતું યુદ્ધાર્થે દૃઢ નિશ્ચયે.
Die and you will win heaven. Conquer and you will enjoy sovereignty of the earth. Therefore stand up, Arjuna, determined to fight.
Sukha dukha same kritva labha labhayo jaya jayo tatho yudhyayo yujyashva neva vampamam apsyasi.
લાભ હાનિ સુખ દુઃખ હાર જીત કરી સમ પછી યુદ્ધાર્થના સજ્જ તો ના પાપ થશે તને.
Treating alike victory and defeat, gain and loss, pleasure and pain, get ready for the fight. Then fighting thus, you will not incur sin.
Eshat bhita samkhaye buddhir yoge tibam shrinu buddhya yukta yaya partha karma bandham prahasyasi.
કહી આ સાંખ્યની બુદ્ધિ હવે સાંભળ યોગિની જે બુદ્ધિથી થયે યુક્ત તોડાશે કર્મ બંધન.
Arjuna, this attitude of mine has been presented to you from the point of view of Jnana Yoga. Now hear the same as presented from the standpoint of Karma Yoga, the yoga of selfless action. Equipped with this attitude of mind, you will be able to throw off completely the shackles of karma.
Neha bhikarmana shosti praptyat yana vidyate salpa api yasya dharmasya traityate mahato bhayat.
આદર્યો વાણ સેનાને વિઘ્ન ના ઉપજે અહીં સ્વલ્પે આ ધર્મનો અંશ ઉગારે ભયથી વડા.
In this path of disinterested action, there is no loss of effort, nor is there fear of contrary result. Even a little practice of this discipline saves one from the terrible fear of birth and death.
व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धि रेकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखायनन्तश्च बुद्धयो व्यवसायिनाम्.
એમાં મનુષ્યની બુદ્ધિ એક નિશ્ચયમાં રહે અનંત બહુશાકારી બુદ્ધિ નિશ્ચયહીનની.
Arjuna, in this yoga of disinterested action, the intellect is determined and directed singly towards one ideal, whereas the intellect of the undecided, ignorant men, moved by desires, wanders in all directions after innumerable aims.
यामिमा पुष्पतां वाचं प्रवदन्त्य विपश्चिता वेदवादरता पार्थ नान्यदस्तीति वाहिना.
અલ્પબુદ્ધિજનો પાર્થ કામ સ્વર્ગ પરાયન વેદવાદ વિશે મગ્ન એવી જે કર્મ કાદની.
Only the ignorant speak in figurative language,
It is they who extol the letter of the scriptures, saying, there is nothing deeper than this.
कामात्मान स्वर्गपरा जन्म कर्म फलप्रदां क्रिया विशेष बहुला भोगैश्चर्य गतिं प्रति
जन्म कर्म फरोदेति भोग ऐश्वर्य साधति वाणी ने किल्वी बोले आति अन्य कशुनति.
Consulting only their desires, they construct their own haven, devising arduous and complex rites to secure their own pleasure and their own power, and the only result is rebirth.
भोगैश्चर्य प्रसक्तानां तायापहत चेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिः समाधौ विधीयते.
ऐश्वर्य मा चोट्या राये बुद्धि एवदे एमनी बुद्धिनी निष्ठा तरे नहीं समाधिमा.
While their minds are absorbed with ideas of power and personal enjoyment, they cannot concentrate their discrimination on one point.
Traigunya Vishaya Veda Nistraigunyo Bhavarjuna Nidvandvo Nitya Sattvasto Niryoga Kshema Atmavan.
त्रिगुणात्मका वेदर्थो था गुणातीत आत्मवान् निश्चितं योग नेशे में निद्वन्द्वे नित्य सत्तवान्.
Arjuna, the Vedas thus deal with the evolutes of the three gunas, meaning modes of Prakriti, worldly enjoyments and the means of attaining such enjoyments. Be thou indifferent to these enjoyments and their means, rising above pairs of opposites, like pleasure and pain, etc., established in the eternal existence of God, absolutely unconcerned about the supply of wants and the preservation of what has been already attained and self-controlled.
Yavan artha udapane sarvatha samplutodake tavan sarveshu vedeshu brahmanasya vijanataha.
ते परेल सर्वत्र तडावे काम चेतलो तेतलो सर्ववेदो मा विज्ञानी ब्रह्मनिष्ठने.
A Brahmana who has obtained enlightenment has the same use for all the Vedas as one who stands at the brink of a sheet of water overflowing on all sides has for a small reservoir of water.
Karmanye evadikaraste ma paleshu kadachanam ma karma phalahe turbu ma te sangostva karmanye.
कर्मे जे अधिकारी तू क्यारे फरनो नो नहीं माहो कर्म फरिष्टि माहो राग अकर्म मा.
Your right is to work only, but never to the fruit thereof. Be not instrumental in making your actions bear fruit, nor let your attachment be to inaction.
Yogastha kuru karmani sangam tvaktva dhananjaya Siddhya siddhyo samao bhutva samatvam yoga uchyate.
કરયોગે રહી કર્મ એમાં આસક્તિને ત્યજી યશાયશ સમામાની સમતા તેજ યોગ છે.
Arjuna, perform your duties established in yoga, renouncing attachment and even-minded in success and failure. Evenness of mind is called yoga.
Durena he avaram karmam buddhi yogat dhananjayam buddhau sharanaman vicha krupana phalahitavaha.
અત્યંતહીન તો કર્મ બુદ્ધિ યોગ થકી ખરે શરણો બુદ્ધિમાં શોધ રાંક જે ફરવા છતા.
Action with a selfish motive is far inferior to this yoga in the form of equanimity. Do you seek refuge in this equipoise of mind, Arjuna? For poor and wretched are those who are instrumental in making their actions bear fruit.
Buddhi yukta jahatiha ubhe shukrita dushkrite tasmad yogaya yujyasvya yoga karmashu kaushalam.
બુદ્ધિ યોગી અહીં છોડે પાપને પુણ્ય બેવયે માતે થા યોગમાં કર્મે કૌશલ યોગ છે.
Endowed with equanimity, one sheds in this life both good and evil. Therefore strive for the practice of this yoga of equanimity. Skill in action lies in the practice of this yoga.
कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणा जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्ता पदं गच्छन्तनामयम्.
બુદ્ધિયોગી વિવેકીએ ત્યાગીને કર્મમાં ફળો જન્મ બંધનથી છૂટી પહોંચે નિર્દોષ ધામને.
For wise men possessing an equipoised mind, renouncing the fruit of actions and freed from the shackles of birth, attain the blissful supreme state.
यदा ते मोहकलिलं बुद्धिर्व्यतितिरस्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेद्यं श्रोत्रवस्य श्रुतस्य च.
મોહના કરણો જ્યારે તારી બુદ્ધિ તરી જશે શુણ્યું ને શુણવું બાકી બેયે નિર્વેદ આવશે.
When your mind will have fully crossed the mire of delusion, you will then grow indifferent to the enjoyments of this world and the next that have been heard of, as well as to those that are yet to be heard of.
श्रुति विप्रप्रतिपन्ना यदा स्थास्यति निश्चला समाधावचला बुद्धिर्तथा योगमवाप्स्यसि.
સુણી બહુ ગુચાયેલી તારી બુદ્ધિ થશે સ્થિર અચંચળ સમાધિસ્થ ત્યારે તું યોગ પામશે.
When your intellect, confused by hearing conflicting statements, will rest, steady and undistracted in meditation on God, you will then attain yoga for lasting union with God.
अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य का भाषा समाधिस्थस्य केशव स्थितं धिं किं प्रभासेत किमासीत वज्रेत किम्.
અર્જુન બોલ્યા સમાધિમાં સ્થિત પ્રજ્ઞ જાણવો કેમ કેશવ બોલે રહે ફરે કેમ મુનિ જે સ્થિર બુદ્ધિનો.
Arjuna said, Krishna, what is the definition mark of a God-realized soul, stable of mind, established in samadhi, perfect tranquility of mind? How does the man of stable mind speak? How does he sit? How does he walk?
Sri Bhagwan Vacha Prajahati Yada Kaman Sarvan Partha Manogatan Atmanyevatmana Tushta Stita Pragnastadochate.
શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા, મનની કામના સર્વે છોડીને આત્મમાં જજે, રહે સંતુષ્ટ આત્માથી તે સ્થિત પ્રજ્ઞ જાણવો.
Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, when one thoroughly dismisses all cravings of the mind and is satisfied in the self through the joy of the self, he is called stable of mind.
Dukheshvanudvignamana sukheshu vigata spruha vitaraga bhaya krodha stitardhirmunirujyate.
દુઃખી ઉદ્રગ ના ચિંતી સુખો નિઝંક ના ગે કયા રાગ ભે ક્રોધ મુનિ તે સ્થિર બુદ્ધિનો.
The sage whose mind remains unperturbed amidst sorrows, whose thirst for pleasures has altogether disappeared, and who is free from passion, fear, and anger, is called stable of mind.
Yaha sarvatrana bhisne tattat prapya shubhashubham nambhinandati na dreshti tasya pragna pratisthita.
આશક નહીં જે ક્યાં મરે કઈ શુભ શુભ ન કરે હર્ષ કી દ્વેષ તેની પ્રજ્ઞા થઈ સ્થિર.
He who is unattached to everything and meeting with good and evil neither rejoices nor recoils, his mind is stable.
Yada samharate chayam kurmongani vasharvasha indriyani indriyarthabhya tasya pragna pratisthita.
કાચપો જેમ અંગોને તેમ જે વિષયોગ થકી સંખેલે ઇન્દ્રિય પૂર્ણ તેની પ્રજ્ઞા થઈ સ્થિર.
When, like a tortoise which draws in its limbs from all directions, he withdraws his senses from the sense objects, his mind is stable.
Vishaya vinirvartante niraharasya dehina rasavarjam rasopasya param drashtva nivartate.
નરહરિ શરીરનાથ રે છે વિષયોગ છતાં રહી રસજોત જેમ તે એમાં એથરે પેખતા પર.
Sense objects turn away from him who does not enjoy them with his senses, but the taste for them persists. This relish also disappears in the case of the man of stable mind when he sees the Supreme.
Yatato yapi konteya purushasya vipasrita indriyani pramathini haranti prasabham mana.
પ્રયત્નમાં રહે તો એ શાના એ નર ના હરે મનની ઇન્દ્રિયો મસ્ત વેગથી વિષયોગ બની.
Turbulent by nature, the senses, even of a wise man who is practicing self-control, forcibly carry away his mind, Arjuna.
तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आसीत मत्परः वसे हि यस्य इन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता.
યોગથી એ વશે રાખી રહેવું મતપરાયણ ઇન્દ્રિયો સંયમે જેની તેની પ્રજ્ઞા થઈ સ્થિર.
Therefore, having controlled all the senses and concentrating his mind, he should sit for meditation, devoting himself heart and soul to me. For he whose senses are mastered is known to have a stable mind.
ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसः सङ्गस्ते सुपजायते सङ्गातस्य जायते काम कामात् क्रोधपि जायते
વિષયોનું રહે ધ્યાન એમાં આસક્તિ ઉપજે જન્મે આસક્તિથી કામ કામથી ક્રોધ નીપજે.
The man dwelling on sense objects develops attachment for them, for attachment springs up desire, and from desire, unfulfilled, ensues anger.
क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रम स्मृतिभंसात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति.
ક્રોધથી મૂઢતા આવે મૂઢતા સ્મૃતિને હરે સ્મૃતિ લોભે બુદ્ધિનાશ બુદ્ધિનાશે વિનાશ છે.
From anger arises infatuation, from infatuation, confusion of memory, from confusion of memory, loss of reason, and from loss of reason, one goes to complete ruin.
रागद्वेषमिमेक्स्तेस्तु विषयानि इन्द्रियेश्चरन् आत्मवशे विर्धेयात्मा प्रसादमाधिगच्छति.
રાગને દ્વેષ છૂટેલી ઇન્દ્રએ વિષયો ગ્રહે વશે ઇન્દ્રિય સ્થિર આત્મા જે તે પામે છે પ્રસન્નતા.
But the self-controlled practicant, while enjoying the various sense objects through his senses, which are disciplined and free from likes and dislikes, attains placidity of mind.
प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो हाशु बुद्धिः पर्यवतिष्ठते.
પામે પ્રસન્નતા એના દુઃખો સૌ નાશ પામતા પામ્યો પ્રસન્નતા તેની બુદ્ધિ શીઘ્ર બને સ્થિર.
With the attainment of such placidity of mind, all his sorrows come to an end, and the intellect of such a person of tranquil mind, soon withdrawing itself from all sides, become firmly established in God.
नास्ति बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभावयतः शान्ति शान्तस्य कुतः सुखम्.
અયોગીને નથી બુદ્ધિ અયોગીને ન ભાવના ન ભાવહીનને શાંતિ ક્યાંથી સુખ અશાંતને.
He who has not controlled his mind and senses can have no reason, nor can such an undisciplined man think of God. The unthinking man can have no peace, and how can there be happiness for one lacking peace of mind?
इन्द्रियाणां हि चरन्तां यन्मनो विधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुनार्वमिवाम्बसि.
ઇન્દ્રિયો વિષયો ડળે તે પૂઠે જે વહે મન દેહીની હરે હરે બુદ્ધિ જેમ વાનાવને જડે.
As the wind carries away a boat upon the waters, even so of the senses moving among sense objects, the one to which the mind is joined takes away his discrimination.
तस्मात्तस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणि इन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्त अस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता.
તેથી જેણે બધી રીતે રક્ષેલી વિષયો થકી ઇન્દ્રિયો નિગ્રહે રાખી તેની પ્રજ્ઞા થઈ સ્થિર.
Therefore, Arjuna, he whose senses are completely restrained from their objects, is said to have a stable mind.
या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागर्ति संयमी यस्यां जागृति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुने.
નિશા જે સર્વભૂતોની તેમાં જાગ્રત સંયમી જેમાં જાગે બધા ભૂતો તે જ્ઞાની મુનિની નિશા.
That which is night to all beings in that state of divine knowledge and supreme bliss, the God-realized yogi keeps awake, and that the ever-changing transcend worldly happiness in which all beings keep awake is night to the seer.
आपुण्यमालम् अचलप्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमाप प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् त्वत्कामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे स शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी
सदा भराता अचल प्रतिष्ठ સમુદ્રમાની બધા પ્રવેશે જેમાં પ્રવેશે સહુ કામ તેમ તે શાંતિ પામે નહીં કામ કામી.
As the waters of different rivers enters the ocean, which though full on all sides remains undisturbed, likewise he in whom all enjoyments merge themselves attains peace, not he who hankers after such enjoyments.
विहाय कामान्यः सर्वान् पुमाश्चरित निःस्पृह निर्ममो निरङ्कारः स शान्तिमधिगच्छति.
છોડીને કામના સર્વે ફરે જે નર નિસ્પૃહ અહમતા મમતા મૂકી તે પામે શાંતિ ભારત.
He who has given up all desires and moves free from attachment, egoism, and thirst for enjoyment attains peace.
एषा ब्राह्मी स्थितिः पार्थ नैनां प्राम्य विमुह्यति स्थितवास्यामन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणमृच्छति.
આ છે બ્રહ્મ દશા એને પામ્યે ના મોહમાં પડે અંતકાળે એ રાખી બ્રહ્મ નિર્વાણ મેળવે.
Arjuna, such is the state of the God-realized soul. Having reached this state, he overcomes delusion, and established in this state, even at the last moment, he attains Brahmic bliss.
Om iti tat sat Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyaya Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Sankhya Yogo Nama Dvitiya Dhyaya. Thus, in the Upanishads sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Shri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the second chapter entitled Sankhya Yoga, the yoga of knowledge.
Chapter 3 entitled Karma Yoga, or the Yoga of Action. Importance of the performance of duty in a detached way, according to both Jnana Yoga and Karma Yoga. The necessity of performing sacrifices, etc. The necessity for action on the part of the wise, and even on the part of God Himself, for the good of the world. Marks of a wise and the unwise. Instruction about performance of action without attraction and repulsion. How to overcome desire.
अथ तृतीयो अध्याय. अर्जुन उवाच ध्यायसि चेत् कर्मणस्ते मता बुद्धिर्जनार्दन तत्विकं कर्मणि घोरे मा नियोजयसि केशव.
અર્જુન બોલ્યા, જો તમે માનતા એમ કર્મથી બુદ્ધિ તો વળી, તો પછી ઘોર કર્મોમાં જોડો કેમ તમે મને.
Arjuna said, Krishna, if you consider knowledge as superior to action, why then do you urge me to this dreadful action, Kesava?
व्यामिश्रेणेव वाक्येन बुद्धिं मोहयसीव मे तदेकं वद निश्चित्य येन श्रेयोऽहमाप्नुयाम्.
મિશ્રશા વાક્યથી જાણે મૂજવો મૂજ બુદ્ધિને તેજ એક કહો નિશ્ચય જે વડે શ્રેય પામું.
You are, as it were, puzzling my mind by these seemingly involved expressions. Therefore, tell me definitely the one discipline by which I may obtain the highest God.
Sri Bhagavan Uvac Lokesmin Dvividya Nishtha Pura Prokta Mayanad Gnana Yogena Sankhyanam Karma Yogena Yoginam.
શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા, બે જાતની કહી નિષ્ઠા આલોકે પૂર્વથી જમે સાંખ્યની જ્ઞાન યોગેને યોગીની કર્મયોગથી.
Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, in this world, two courses of sadhana, spiritual discipline, have been enunciated by me in the past. In the case of the Sankhya Yogi, the sadhana proceeds along the path of knowledge, whereas in the case of the Karma Yogi, it proceeds along the path of action.
Na karmana manarambha nishya karma purusrute na cha sanyasana deva siddhim samadhigacchati.
ન કર્મ આદરે તેથી નિષ્કર્મી થાય ના જન ન તો કેવળ સંન્યાસે મેળવે પૂર્ણ સિદ્ધિને.
Man does not attain freedom from action, culmination of the discipline of action, without entering upon action, nor does he reach perfection, culmination of the discipline of the knowledge, merely by ceasing to act.
Nahi kastakshanamapi jato tishtyata karmakrut karyate havasyah karma sarva prakriti jergune.
રહે ક્ષણેય ના કોઈ કેયે કર્મ કર્યા વિના પ્રકૃતિના ગુણે સર્વે અવશ્ય કર્મ આચરે.
Surely none can ever remain inactive even for a moment, for everyone is helplessly driven to action by nature-born qualities.
Karmendriyani sanyamya ya aste manasa smaran Indriyartha vimurdatma મિથ્યાચાર સ ઉચ્યતે.
રોકી કર્મેન્દ્રિયો રાખે ચિત્તમાં સ્મરતો રહે વિષયોને મહામૂઢ મિથ્યાચાર ગણાયતે.
He who outwardly restraining the organs of sense and action sits mentally dwelling on the objects of senses. That man of deluded intellect is called a hypocrite.
યસ્તિત્વા ઇન્દ્રિયાણિ મનસા નિયમ્યારભતેર્જુન કર્મેન્દ્રિયે કર્મયોગમાં સક્ત સવિશિષ્યતે.
મનથી ઇન્દ્રિયો નિમી આશક્તિ વીણ આચરે કર્મેન્દ્રિયે કર્મયોગ તે મનુષ્ય વિશેષ છે.
On the other hand, he who controlling the organs of sense and action by the power of his will and remaining unattached undertakes the yoga of action through those organs. Arjuna, he excels.
નિયતં કુરુ કર્મત્વં કર્મ જ્યાયો યકર્મણ શરીરયાત્રાપી ચ તેન પ્રસિદ્ધયેદ કર્મણ.
નિમેલા કર કર્મો તું ચડે કર્મ અકર્મથી ન તારી દેહ યાત્રાએ સિદ્ધ થાયે અકર્મથી.
Therefore, do you perform your allotted duty, for action is superior to inaction. Desisting from action, you cannot even maintain your body.
યજ્ઞાર્થાત કર્મણો યંત્ર લોકોયમ કર્મ બંધન તદર્થ કર્મ કૌંતેય મુક્ત સંગ સમાચર.
વિનાયજ્ઞાર્થ કર્મોથી આલોકે કર્મ બંધના માટે આસક્તિને છોડી યજ્ઞાર્થે કર્મ આચર.
Man is bound by his own action except when it is performed for the sake of sacrifice. Therefore, Arjuna, do you efficiently perform your duty, free from attachment, for the sake of sacrifice alone?
સહ યજ્ઞઃ પ્રજા સૃષ્ટ્વા પુરોવાચ પ્રજાપતિ अनेन प्रसीव्यस्यध्वमेश वोतस्तिष्ठकामधुक्
यज्ञसाथ प्रजा सर्जी ब्रह्मा पूर्वे वध्याहता वधजो आथ की था जो तमारी कान धेनु आ.
Having created mankind along with the spirit of sacrifice at the beginning of the creation of the Creator, Brahma said to them, "You shall prosper this by this, but may this yield the enjoyment you seek."
देवान् भावयतानेन ते देवा भावयन्तु वः परस्परं भावयन्तः श्रेयपरमव्याप्यसत्
देवो ने रीजवो आथी रीजवो तमनेयते अन्योन्य रीजवी एम परम श्रेय मेरवो.
Foster the gods through this sacrifice, and let the gods be gracious to you. Thus, each fostering the other selflessly, you will attain the highest good.
इष्टान् भोगान् हि वो देवा दास्यन्ते यज्ञभाविता ते दार्तन् प्रदायेभ्यो यो भुक्ते स्थेन एव श.
रीजे लायक नथी देवो आपशे इष्ट भोगने एव दे एमने ना दे एवो खानार चोर छे.
Fostered by sacrifice, the gods will surely bestow on you unasked all the desired enjoyments. He who enjoys the gifts bestowed by them without giving them in return is undoubtedly a thief.
यज्ञशिष्टासिना सन्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषे भुजते ते त्वगं पापा ये पचन्त्यात्मकारणात्.
यज्ञ शेष जमी संतो छूटे छे सर्व पापथी पोता माटे ज जे रांधे ते पापी पाप खाय छे.
The virtuous who partake of what is left over after sacrifice are absolved of all sins. Those sinful ones who cook for the sake of nourishing their body alone partake of sin only.
अन्नाद् भवन्ति भूतानि पर्जन्याद् सम्भव यद्दाद् भवति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्म समुद्भव.
अन्नथी उपजे जीवो वृष्टिथी अन्न निपजे यज्ञथी थाय छे वृष्टि कर्मथी यज्ञ उद्भवे.
All creatures are the product of food. Food is the product of rain. Rain comes by sacrifice, and sacrifice is the noblest form of action.
कर्मद् ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षर समुद्भवं तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम्.
ब्रह्मथी उपज्यु कर्म ब्रह्म अक्षरथी थयु सर्वव्यापक ए ब्रह्म आम यज्ञे सदा रह्यु.
All action originates in the Supreme Spirit, which is imperishable, and in sacrificial action, the all-pervading Spirit is consciously present.
एवं पवर्तितं चक्र नानो वर्तयति हय अधायुरिन्द्रियारामो मोगं पार्थ सजीवति.
लोको एवो प्रवर्तेलु चक्र जे चलवे नहीं इंद्रियाराम ते पापी व्यर्थ जीवन गारतो.
Arjuna, he who does not follow the wheel of creation, thus set going in this world, does not perform his duties, leads a sinful and sensual life, he lives in vain.
यस्वत्वामरतिरेव स्यादात्मतृप्तसमानव आत्मन्येव च सन्तुष्ट सत्यस्य कार्य न विद्यते.
आत्मा मा जे रमे जेओ आत्मा थी तृप्त जे रहे आत्मा मा हे ज संतुष्ट तेने को कार्य ना रह्यु.
He, however, who takes delight in the self alone and is gratified with the self and is contented in the self has no duty.
नेव तस्य कृतेनार्थो नाकृते नेह कश्चन न चास्य सर्वभूतेषु कश्चिदर्थव्यपाश्रय.
करे के न करे ते थी एने को हेतु ना जगे કોઈએ ભૂતમાં એને કશો સ્વાર્થ રહ્યો નહીં.
In this world, that great soul has no use whatsoever for things done, nor for things not done, nor has he selfish dependence of any kind on any creature.
तस्मादसक्त सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो याचरन् कर्म परमाप्नोति पुरुष.
તેથી થઈ અનાસક્ત કર્મે તું કાર્ય કર્મને અસંગે આચરી કર્મ શ્રેયને પામતો નર.
Therefore, go on efficiently, doing your duty without attachment, doing work without attachment. Man attains the supreme.
कर्मणेव हि संसिद्धिम् आस्थिता जनकादय लोकसङ्ग्रहमेवापि सम्पत्स्यन् कर्तुमर्हसि.
કરીને કર્મ સંસિદ્ધિ મેળવી જનકદીએ લોક સંગ્રહ પૈકીએ તેને એ કરવા ઘટે.
It is through action without attachment alone that Janaka and other wise men reach perfection, having an eye to maintenance of the world order to you. You should take to action.
यद्यदाचरति श्रेष्ठ स्तत्तदेवेतरो जन स यत्प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकस्तदनुवर्तते.
શ્રેષ્ઠ લોકો કરે જે તેજ અન્યજનો કરે એ જેને માન્યતા આપે તે રીતે લોક વર્તતા.
For whatever a great man does, that very thing other men also do. Whatever standard he sets up, the generality of men follow the same.
न मे पार्थास्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानवाप्तमवाप्तव्यं વર્ત એવ ચ કર્મણિ.
ત્રણે લોકે મને કાંઈ બાકી કાર્ય રહ્યું નથી. અપામ્યું પામવા જેવું તો એ હું વર્તુ કર્મમાં.
Arjuna, there is nothing in all the three worlds for me to do, nor is there anything worth attaining unattained by me, yet I continue to work.
यदीयहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्मण्यतन्द्रित मम वर्तमानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वश.
કદાચે જો પ્રવર્તુના કર્મે આળસને ત્યજી મનુષ્યોએ અનુસરે સર્વથા મુજ માર્ગને.
Should I not engage in action scrupulously at any time, great harm will come to the world. For Arjuna, men follow my way in all matters.
उत्सिदेयुरिमे लोका न कुर्यां कर्म चेदहं शङ्करस्य च कर्ता श्यामुपहन्यामि मा प्रजा.
પામે વિનાશ આ સૃષ્ટિ જો હું કર્મ ન આચરું થાઉં શંકરનો કરતા મેટનારો પ્રજાતણો.
If I cease to act, these worlds will perish. Now I should prove to be the cause of confusion and of the destruction of these people.
सक्ता कर्मण्य विद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद्विद्वास्तथा सक्त श्रीकीर्षुर्लोकसङ्ग्रहम्.
જેમ આસક્તિથી કર્મ અજ્ઞાની પુરુષો કરે તેમ જ્ઞાની અનાસક્ત લોક સંગ્રહ ઈચ્છતો.
Arjuna is the unwise act without attachment. So should the wise man, seeking maintenance of the world order, act without attachment.
न बुद्धिमेदं जनयेत् अज्ञानां कर्मसङ्गिनां जोषयेत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्तः समाचरन्.
કર્મે આસક્ત અજ્ઞોનો કરવો બુદ્ધિ ભેદના જ્ઞાનીએ આચરી યોગે શોધવા કર્મ કર સર્વ કર્મને.
A wise man established in the self should not unsettle the mind of the ignorant attached to action, but should get them to perform all their duties, duly performing his own duties.
प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणे कर्माणि सर्वशः अहंकार विमूढात्मा कर्ताहमिति मन्यते.
પ્રકૃતિના ગુણોથી જ સર્વ કર્મો સદા થતા અહંકારે બની મૂઢ માને છે નર હું કરું.
All actions are being performed by the modes of Prakriti, primordial matter. The fool whose mind is deluded by egoism thinks, I am the doer.
तत्त्ववेत्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयो गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते.
ગુણકર્મ વિભાગોના તત્વને જાણનાર તો ગુણો વર્તે ગુણોમાંહી જાણી આસક્ત થાયના.
He, however, who has true insight in the respective spheres of gunas, modes of Prakriti, and their actions, holding that it is the gunas, in the shape of senses, mind, etc., that move among the gunas, objects of perception, does not get attached to them, Arjuna.
प्रकृतेर्गुणसम्मूढा सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कृत्स्नविदो मन्दान् कृत्स्नविन्न विचालयेत्.
પ્રકૃતિના ગુણે મૂઢ ચોંટે છે ગુણ કર્મમાં એવા અલ્પજ્ઞ મંડોને જ્ઞાનીએ ન ચડાવવા.
Those who are completely deluded by the gunas, modes of Prakriti, remain attached to those gunas and actions. The man of perfect knowledge should not unsettle the mind of those ignorants whose knowledge is imperfect.
मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यस्याध्यात्मचेतसा निराशी निर्ममो भूत्वा युध्यस्व विगतज्वर.
મારામાં સર્વ કર્મોને અર્પી અધ્યાત્મબુદ્ધિથી આશાને મમતા છોડી નિર્વિકાર થઈ લડ.
Therefore, dedicating all actions to me with your mind fixed on me, the self of all, freed from hope and the feeling of mume and cured of mental fever, fight.
ये मे मतमिदं नित्यं अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवा श्रद्धावन्तो न सूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः.
મારા આ મતને માની વર્તે જે માનવો સદા શ્રદ્ધાળુ મન નિષ્પાપ છૂટે તેવો કર્મથી.
Even those men who, with an uncavailing and devout mind, always follow this teaching of mine, are released from the bondage of all actions.
ये त्वेतदभ्यसूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतं सर्वज्ञानविमूढास्तान् विद्धि नष्टान् चेतस.
મનમાં પાપ રાખી જે મતે મારા ન વર્તતો સકલ જ્ઞાનહીણા તે અભૂતો નાશ પામતા.
They, however, who finding fault with this teaching of mine, do not follow it, take those fools to be deluded in the matter of all knowledge as lost.
सदस्वं चेष्टते स्वस्या प्रकृतेर्ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रह किं करिष्यति.
જેવી પ્રકૃતિ પોતાની જ્ઞાની તેમ વર્તતો સ્વભાવે જાય છે પ્રાણી નિગ્રહે કેટલું વડે.
All living creatures follow their tendencies. Even the wise man acts according to the tendencies of his own nature. What use is any external restraint?
इन्द्रियस्येन्द्रियस्यार्थे रागद्वेषौ व्यवस्थितो तयोर्नवसमार्गच्छेत् तौ यस्य परिपन्थिनो.
ઇન્દ્રિયોને સ્વ અર્થોમાં રાગને દ્વેષ જે રહે તે મને વસ થાવું ના દેહીના વાટ શત્રુએ.
Attraction and repulsion are rooted in all sense objects. Man should never allow himself to be swayed by them, because they are the two principal enemies standing in the way of his redemption.
શ્રેયાન સ્વધર્મ વિગુણ પરધર્માत् સ્વનુષ્ઠિતાत् સ્વધર્મે નિધનમ શ્રેયમ પરધર્મો ભયાવહ.
રૂઢો સધર્મ ઊણોએ સુસેવ્યા પરધર્મથી સ્વધર્મે મૃત્યુએ શ્રેય પરધર્મ ભયે પર્યો.
One's own duty, through devoid of merit, is preferable to the duty of another well performed. Even death in the performance of one's own duty brings blessedness. Another's duty is fraught with fear.
અર્જુન ઉવાચ અથ કેન પ્રયુક્તોયમ પાપમ ચરતિ પુરુષઃ અનિચ્છન્નપી વાર્ષ્ણેય બલાદીવ નિયોજિત.
અર્જુન બોલ્યા તો પછી નર કોનાથી પ્રેરાઈ પાપ આચરે ન ઈચ્છતાએ જાણે કે હોય જોડાયેલો બળે.
Arjuna said, now impelled by what Krishna, does this man commit sin even involuntarily as through driven by a force?
श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजोगुणसमुद्भव महाशनो महापाप विध्यन्मिह वैरिणम् धूमेनाव्रियते वह्निर्यथादर्शो मलेन च यथोल्बेनावृतो गर्भस्तथा तेनेदमावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पुरेणानलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिरस्याधिष्ठानमुच्यते एतैर्विमोहयत्येष જ્ઞાનમ આવૃત્ય દેહિનમ.
શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા
તસ્માત્વમિન્દ્રિયાણાદ્યો નિયમ્ય ભરતર્ષભ પાપમાનાં પ્રજહિ જ્ઞેનમ જ્ઞાન વિજ્ઞાનનાશનમ ઇન્દ્રિયાણિ પરાણ્યાહુ ઇન્દ્રિયેભ્ય પરમ મનઃ मनस्तस्तु परा बुद्धयो बुद्धे परस्तस्तु तसः एवं बुद्धिं परं बुद्ध्वा सस्तभ्यात्मानात्मनां जहि शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं दुरासदम्.
શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા એ તો કામ તથા ક્રોધ જન્મ જેનો રજો ગુણે મહાભક્ષી મહાપાપી વેરી એ જાણજે જગે ધુમાડે અગ્નિ ઢંકાય રજે ઢંકાય દર્પણ ઓરથી ગર્ભ ઢંકાય તેમજ જ્ઞાન કામથી કામરૂપી મહાઅગ્નિ તૃપ્ત થાય નહીં કદી એનાથી જ્ઞાન ઢંકાયું જ્ઞાનીનો નિત્ય શત્રુએ ઇન્દ્રિયો મનને બુદ્ધિ કામના સ્થાન સૌ કહ્યા એ વડે જ્ઞાન ઢાંકી એ પમાડે મોહ જીવને
એ માટે નિયમે પેલા લાવીને ઇન્દ્રિયો બધી જ્ઞાન વિજ્ઞાન ઘાતીએ પાપીને કર દૂર તું ઇન્દ્રિયોને કહી સૂક્ષ્મ સૂક્ષ્મ ઇન્દ્રિયથી મન મનથી સૂક્ષ્મ છે બુદ્ધિ બુદ્ધિથી સૂક્ષ્મ એ રહ્યો એમ બુદ્ધિ પરો જાની આપથી આપની ગ્રહી દુર્જયી કામરૂપી આ વેરીનો કર નાશ તું.
Sri Bhagavan said, it is desire begotten of the element of rajas. which appears as wrath. Nay, it is insatiable and grossly wicked. Know this to be the enemy in this case. As a flame is covered by smoke, mirror by dirt, and embryo by the amnion, so is knowledge covered by it, desire. And Arjuna, knowledge stands covered by this eternal enemy of the wise, known as desire, which is insatiable like fire. The senses, the mind, and the intellect are declaration to be its seat, screening the light of truth. Through these, it, desire, deludes the embodied soul.
Senses, the mind, the intellect are declared to be its seat, covering the knowledge through these. It deludes the embodied soul. Therefore, Arjuna, you must first control your senses and then kill this evil thing which obstructs jnana, knowledge of the absolute or nirguna Brahma, and vijnana, knowledge of the sakara Brahma or manifest divinity. The senses are said to be greater than the body, but greater than the senses is the mind. Greater than the mind is the intellect, and what is greater than the intellect is he, the self. Thus Arjuna, knowing that which is higher than the intellect, subduing the mind by reason, kill this enemy in the form of desire that is hard to overcome.
Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Karma Yogo Namah Tritiyadhyaya. Thus in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the third chapter entitled Karma Yoga, or the Yoga of Action. Chapter 4, entitled The Yoga of Knowledge, as well as the disciplines of action and knowledge. The glory of God with attributes, Karma Yoga, or selfless action described. The conduct of yogis and sages, its glory described. Different forms of sacrifices described with their fruits. Different forms of sacrifices described with their fruits. The glory of knowledge described.
उवाच इमं विवस्वते योगं प्रोक्तवानहमव्ययं विवस्वान् मनवे प्राह मुनिरीक्ष्वाकवे ब्रवीत् एवं परम्परां प्राप्ति इमं राजश्रयो विदु सकाले नेह महता योगो नष्ट परन्तप स एवाय मया तेद्य योग प्रोक्त पुरातन भक्तोऽसि मे सखा चेति रहस्यं हेतदुत्तमम्। अर्जुन उवाच अपरं भवतो जन्म परं जन्म विवस्वत कथमेतद्विजानीयां त्वमादौ प्रोक्तवानिति। श्रीभगवानुवाच बहूनि मे व्यतीतानि जन्मानि तव चार्जुन तान्यहं वेद सर्वाणि न त्वं वेत्थ परन्तप।
श्री भगवान बोल्या पूर्वे अव्ययी योग
अजोऽपि सन्नव्यय आत्मा भूतानामीश्वरोऽपि सन् प्रकृतिं स्वामधिष्ठाय सम्भवाम्यात्ममायया यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानम् अधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सुजाम्यहं परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे जन्म कर्म च मे दिव्यम् एवं यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः त्यक्त्वा देहं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सोऽर्जुन वितरागभयक्रोधा मन्मया मामुपाश्रिताः बहवो ज्ञानतपसा पूता मद्भावमागताः ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तांस्तथैव भजाम्यहं मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशः काङ्क्षन्त कर्मणां सिद्धिं यजन्त इह देवता क्षिप्रं हि मानुषे लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा चातुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टं गुणकर्म विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमपि मां विद्य कर्तारमव्ययम्
मा कर्माणि लिम्पन्ति न मे कर्म फले सुपा इति मा योद्भिजानन्ति कर्म विना स वर्तयते एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्मं पूर्वरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मेव तस्मात् पूर्वे पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्म किमं कर्मति को पयत मोहितः तते कर्म पक्षामि यजा ज्ञात्वा मोक्षे सुभात कर्मणो यज्ञपि बुद्धव्ययं च विकर्मण अकर्मणस्व बुद्धव्ययं गहना कर्मणो गति कर्मणे कर्म यः पश्येद कर्मणि च कर्मय स बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु स युक्तः कुतस्तु कर्म कुत यस्य सर्वारम्भा काम संकल्पवर्जिता ज्ञानी अग्निनद कर्माण तामुह पंडित बुद्धा त्यक्त्वा कर्म फलास्ना नित्य तुप्तो निराशय कर्मणि पौत्रोऽपि नेमं किंचिन करोति स निराशयति चित्तात्मा यत् सर्वपरिग्रह शारीरं केवलं कर्मं कुर्वन् पोति किलीभिषं यज्ञशाला बसन्तुष्टो दण्डोतितो मिमस्वर समसिद्धावसिद्धयो सकुत्वापि न बिन्दिभेदरे गत संशय मुक्तस्य ज्ञानावशिष्ट चेतस यज्ञाय चरतः कर्म समग्र प्रविलीयते
Yeah. KZN 24. KZN 24, you need to start with Sanskrit 24.
Brahmanam Brahma Vir Brahma Agna Brahmana Hutam Brahme Vatena Gantoyam Brahma Karma Samadina Devane Yajnam Yogina Parupasate Brahmajna Yajnam Yajne Vopajuati Shrotindriyanye Samya Mayasnisu Juati Shabdadin Visayanaya Indriyagnisu Juati Sarvan Indriya Karmani Prana Karmani Chapare Atmasamya Amayogalanu Yuvati Nanadipite Ravayajna Stapatyajna Yoga Yajna Statapare Swadhyajna Nasa Yataya Samsita Rata.
Is there any, you need to continue with the Sanskrit till the end of the chapter. Till 42.
Ingrid.
Mrs. Pillay, you must carry on with the chapter till 42.
Please continue, Debbie. Yes. Okay, I'll do that. Apane Jufwati Pranam Prane Panam Tatapare Pranapana Gatirudva Pranayama Parayanaha Apareniyatahara Prana Praneshu Jufwati Sarve Pyete Jnana Vidho Jnana Kshapitakhamata Yajnasishtam Rithabhujo Yanti Brahma Sanatanam Nayam Lokosya Yajnasya Kudona Kurusatama Evam Bahu Vidhayagnya Vidata Brahmano Mukhe Dharmagyan Vidhitan Sarvan Evam Yatva Vimokshyase Reyandravyamaya Jnanayagya Parantapa Sarvam Karma Khilam Partha Jnane Parisama Mapyate Tadvidhi Pranipatena Pariprashnena Sevaya Upadekshyanti Jnanam Jnanina Sattvadarshina Yajñātvāna punarmoham evam yasyasi pandava yena bhutanyashesena drakshyasyatmanyato mahi apichedasi papebhyah sarvebhyah papakritamah Sarvam Jnana-Plavena Vrijinam Sandarishyasi Yatadhamsi Smasmitho Nir तस्मात् कुरुते अर्जुन ज्ञानाग्नि सर्वकर्माणि तस्मात् कुरुते तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रमिह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धः कालेनात्मनि विदधति श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानं तत्परसंयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिम् अचिरेणाधिगच्छति अज्ञाश्च श्रद्धाधानश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न परो न सुखं संशयात्मनः योगसंन्यासकर्माणं ज्ञानसञ्छिन्न संशयम् आत्मावन्तं न कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मात् ज्ञानसम्भूतं हृष्टं ज्ञानासीनात्मनः चित्वायनं संशयं योगमातिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ भारत।
શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા પૂર્વે આ અવ્યયી યોગ મેં વિવસ્વાનને કહ્યો એણે એ મનુને બાખ્યો એણે ઈશ્વાકુને કહ્યો એમ પરંપરાથી જાણ્યો રાજશ્રીએ ગણા લાંબે કાળે પછી કોકે લોકે લોપ એ યોગનો થયો એ જ મેં આતને આજે કહ્યો યોગ પુરાતન ભક્ત મારો છે ઉત્તમ રહસ્ય એ આ સખાએ તું અર્જુન બોલ્યા પૂર્વે જન્મ્યા વિવસ્વાન તમારો જન્મ હાલનો તો કેમ માનું કે એને આદિમાં જ તમે કહ્યો શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા વિત્યા જન્મો ગણા મારા તારાએ તમે અર્જુન હું જાણું છું બધા એને તું એને જાણતો નથી
અજન્મા અવ્યયાત્માને ભૂતોનો ઈશ્વરે છતામ ઉપજુમ આત્મમાયાથી મારી પ્રકૃતિ પ્રેમ ચડીમ જ્યારે જ્યારે જગે થાયે ધર્મની ગ્લાનિ ભારત અધર્મ ઉભરે ત્યારે પોતાને સરજાવું હું સંતોના રક્ષણાર્થેને પાપીના નાશ કારણે ધર્મની સ્થાપના કાજે સંભવું છું યુગે યુગે મારામ જન્મ તથા કર્મ જે આમ તત્વથી જાણે તે ન ફરી જન્મે મર્યે પામે મને જયે વીતરાગ ભય ક્રોધ મને આશ્રિત હમય જ્ઞાને તપે થઈ શુદ્ધ પામ્યા મદ્રાવને ધણા
જે મને આશરે જેમાં તેને તેમજ હું ભજું અનુસરે મનુષ્યો સૌ સર્વથા મુજ માર્ગને ઈચ્છતા કર્મની સિદ્ધિ દેવોને પૂજતા જનો જલ્દી કર્મની સિદ્ધિ થાય માનવલોકમાં. ગુણને કર્મના ભેદે સર્જ્યા મેં ચાર વર્ણને. હું અવ્યય અકર્તા એ જાણ કરતાય એમનો. ન મને લેપતા કર્મો ન મને ફળમાં સ્પૃહા. જે મને ઓળખે એમ તે ન બંધાય કર્મથી. આવા જ્ઞાને કર્યું કર્મ પૂર્વના એ મુમુક્ષુએ. કર કર્મ જ તેથી તું પૂર્વજો જે કરી ગયા.
પંડિતોએ મૂંઝાતા કે કર્મ શું એ અકર્મ શું. તેથી કહું કર્મ જેને જાણે છૂટીશ પાપથી. કર્મનો જાણવો મર્મ જાણવો એ વિકર્મનો. જાણવો જે અકર્મ એ કૂટ છે કર્મની કટી. અકર્મ કર્મના દેખે કર્મ દેખે અકર્મમાં. બુદ્ધિમાન તે મનુષ્યોમાં યોગી તે પૂર્વ કર્મવાન. જેના સર્વો સમારંભો કામ સંકલ્પહીન છે. એ જ્ઞાનીના બળ્યા કર્મો જ્ઞાનાગ્નિથી બુટો કહે. છોડી કર્મ ફલાશક્તિ સદા તૃપ્ત નિરાશ્રયી. પ્રવર્તે કર્મમાં તોય કશું એ કરતો નથી.
મન બુદ્ધિ વસે રાખી તૃષ્ણાહીન અસંગ્રહી. માત્ર દેહ થકી કર્મ કરીએ પાપ ન પામતો. સંતુષ્ટ જે મળે તેથી ના દ્વંદ નહીં મત્સર. સિદ્ધિ અસિદ્ધિમાં તુલ્ય તે ન બંધાય કર્મથી. છૂટ્યો સંગ થયો મુક્ત જ્ઞાનમાં સ્થિર ચિત્તનો. યજ્ઞાર્થે જે કરે કર્મ તે સર્વે લય પામતું. બ્રહ્મા અર્પ્યું બ્રહ્મનિષ્ઠે જે બ્રહ્માયજ્ય બ્રહ્મયજ્ઞિમાં. બ્રહ્મ કર્મથી નિષ્ઠાથી બ્રહ્મરૂપ જ થાય તે. કોઈ યોગી કરે માત્ર દેવયજ્ઞ ઉપાસના. કોઈ બ્રહ્માગ્નિમાં યજ્ઞ યજ્ઞથી ત્યમ હોમતા. શ્રોત્રાદિ ઇન્દ્રિયો કોઈ હોમતા સંયમા યજ્ઞિમાં. શબ્દાદિ વિષયો કોઈ હોમતા ઇન્દ્રિયો યજ્ઞિમાં.
કોઈ સૌ ઇન્દ્રિયોના ને પ્રાણોના કર્મ હોમતા. જ્ઞાનથી અગ્નિ ચેતાવી આત્મસંયમયો ગણો. દ્રવ્ય તપે તથા યોગે સ્વાધ્યાય જ્ઞાન સાધને. જુદા જુદા કરે યજ્ઞો વ્રત સજ્જ પ્રયત્નમાં. અપાને પ્રાણે ને હોમે તથા પ્રાણે અપાનને. અપાન પ્રાણને રોકી પ્રાણયા ઉપાસકો. આહાર નિયમે આની કોહો મે પ્રાણ પ્રાણમાં. યજ્ઞથી પાપ ટારેલા યજ્ઞ વીતા બધાયા.
યજ્ઞ શેષ સુધા ભોગી પામે બ્રહ્મ સનાતન. આલોકે ના વિના યજ્ઞ તો પછી પરલોક ક્યાં. બહુ પ્રકારના આવા વેદમાં યજ્ઞ વર્ણવ્યા. સૌ એ કર્મે થતા જાણ એ જાણીએ મોક્ષ પામશે. દ્રવ્ય યજ્ઞો થકી રૂડો જાણવો જ્ઞાન યજ્ઞને. જ્ઞાનમાં સઘળા કર્મ પૂરેપૂરા સમાય છે. નમીને પ્રશ્ન પૂછીને સેવીને જ્ઞાન પામતું. જ્ઞાનીઓ તત્વના દ્રષ્ટ તને તે ઉપદેશશે. જે જાણ્યેથી ફરી આવો તને મોહ થશે નહીં. જેથી પેખીશ આત્મામાં મુજમાં ભૂત માત્ર તું. હશેતુ સર્વ પાપીમાં મહાપાપીય જો કદી તો એ તરીશ સૌ પાપ જ્ઞાન નૌકાવડે જતું.
જેમ પ્રજ્વલતો અગ્નિ કરે છે ભસ્મ કાષ્ટ સૌ, તેમ ચેતેલ જ્ઞાનાગ્નિ કરે છે ભસ્મ કર્મ સૌ. નથી જ જ્ઞાનના જેવું પવિત્ર જગમાં કંઈ, સિદ્ધ યોગી યથા કાળે જાણે એ આત્મમાં સ્વયં. મેળવે જ્ઞાન શ્રદ્ધાળુ જે ચિત્તેન્દ્રિય તત્પર, મેળવી જ્ઞાનને પામે શીઘ્ર પરમ શાંતિને. અજ્ઞાનીને અશ્રદ્ધાળુ અસંશયીનો વિનાશ છે, આ લોકે પરલોકેના સુખેના સંશયી લહે. યોગથી કર્મને છોડ્યા જ્ઞાનથી સંશયો હણ્યા, એવા આત્મવશીને તો કર્મો બાંધી શકે નહીં. માટે અજ્ઞાનથી ઉઠ્યો આજે હૃદય સંશય, જ્ઞાન ખડકે હણી તેને યોગે થા સ્થિર ઉઠતું.
Shri Bhagavan said, I taught this immortal yoga to Vivasan, sun god. Vivasan conveyed it to Manu, his son, and Manu imparted it to his son, Ikshvaku. Thus transmitted in succession from father to son, Arjuna, thus yoga remained known to the Rajasis, royal sages. It has, however, long since disappeared from this earth. The same ancient yoga has thus day been imparted to you by me, because you are my devotee and friend, and also because this is a supreme secret. Arjuna said, you are of recent origin, while the birth of Vivasan date back to remote antiquity. How then am I to believe that you taught this yoga at the beginning of creation?
Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, you and I have passed through many births. I remember them all. You do not remember, O chastiser of foes. Though birthless and immortal, and the Lord of all beings, I manifest myself through my own yogamaya, divine potency, keeping my nature, prakti, under control. Arjuna, whenever righteousness is on the decline, unrighteousness is in the ascendant, then I embody myself forth. For the protection of the virtuous, for the extirpation of evildoers, and for the establishing dharma, righteousness, on a firm footholding, I manifest myself from age to age.
He who thus knows in true light my divine birth and action, after having abandoned the body, is not born again. He comes to me, O Arjuna. Freedom from attachment, fear, and anger, absorbed in me, taking refuge in me, purified by the fire of knowledge, many have attained my being. In whatever way man approach me, even so do I reward them. My path do men tread in all ways, O Arjuna. Those who long for success in action in this world sacrifice to the gods, because success is quickly attained by man through action.
The four orders of society, namely the Brahman, the Kshatriya, the Vaishya, and the Sudra, were created by me, classifying them according to the mode of Prakriti predominant in each and apportioning corresponding duties to them. Though the author of the creation know me, the immortal Lord, to be a non-doer. Since I have no craving for the fruit of actions, actions do not contaminate me. Even he who thus knows me, in reality, is not bound by actions. Having known thus, action was performed even by the ancient seekers for liberation. Therefore, do you also perform such actions as have been performed by the ancients from the beginning of time? What is action and what is inaction? Even men of intelligence are puzzled over this question. Therefore, I shall expound you to the truth about action, knowing you will be freed from its evil effect, binding nature. The truth about action must be known, and the truth about inaction also must be known. Even so, the truth about prohibited action must be known, for the mysterious are the ways of action. He who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is wise among men. He is a yogi who has performed all actions. Even the wise call him a sage, whose undertakings are all free from desire and thoughts of the world, and whose actions are burnt up by the fire of wisdom. He who, having totally given up attachment to actions and their fruit, no longer depends on the world and is ever satisfied, does nothing at all, though fully engaged in action.
Having subdued his mind and body and given up all objects of enjoyment and free from craving, he who performs sheer bodily actions does not incur sin. The karma yogi, who is contented with whatever is got unsought, is free from jealousy and has transcended all pairs of opposites, like joy and grief, and is balanced in success and failure, is not bound by his action. All his actions melts away, who is free from attachment, who has no identification with the body and does not claim it as his own, whose mind is established in the knowledge of self and who works merely from the sake of sacrifice.
In the practice of seeing Brahma everywhere as a form of sacrifice, Brahma is the ladle with which the oblation is poured into the fire. Brahma again is the oblation. Brahma is the fire. Brahma itself is the sacrificer, and so Brahma itself constitutes the act of pouring the oblation into the fire. And finally, Brahma is the goal to be reached by him who is absorbed in Brahma as the act of such sacrifice. Other yogis duly offer sacrifice only in the shape of worship to gods. Others pour into the fire of Brahma the very sacrifice in the shape of the self through the sacrifice known as the perception of identity. Others offer as sacrifice a sense of hearing into the fires of discipline. Other yogis again offer sound and other objects of perception into the fires of the senses. Others sacrifice all the functions of their senses and the functions of the vital ears into the fire of yoga in the shape of self-control kindled by wisdom. Some perform sacrifice with material possession. Some offer sacrifice in the shape of austerity. Others sacrifice through the practice of yoga, while some striving souls, observing austere vows, perform sacrifice in the shape of wisdom through the study of sacred texts. Others offer prana in apana, and apana in prana, restraining in the passages of prana and apana, absorbed in pranayama. Others with regulated food offer life breath in life breath. All these are knowers of sacrifice, whose sins are destroyed by sacrifice.
Arjuna, yogis who enjoy the nectar that has been left over after the performance, a sacrifice attains the eternal Brahma. To the man who does not offer sacrifice, even this world is not happy. How then can the other world be happy? Such forms of sacrifice has been set forth in detail through the mouth of the Vedas. Know them all as involving the action of mind, senses, and body. Thus, knowing the truth about them, you shall be freed from the bondage of action through their performance. Arjuna, Sacrifice through the knowledge is superior to sacrifice performance with material things. From all actions, without exception, accumulated knowledge, O son of Kunti. Understand the truth nature of the knowledge by approaching illumined soul. If the prostrate of the feet render them service and question them with an open, guileless heart, those wiser seers of truth will instruct you in the knowledge. Arjuna, when you have reached the entitlement, ignorance with doubt will delude you no more. In the light of the knowledge, you will see the entire creation first, within your own self, and then within me, the oversoul. Even though you are the foulest of all sinners, this knowledge alone will carry you like a raft across all your sin.
For as the blazing fire turns the fuel to ashes, Arjuna, even so the first of knowledge turns all actions to ashes. On earth there is no purifier as great as knowledge. He who has attained purity of heart through a prolonged practice of karma yoga automatically sees the light of truth in the self in course of time. He who has mastered his senses is exclusively devoted to his practice and is full of faith, attains knowledge. Having had the revelation of truth, he immediately attains supreme peace in the form of God realization. He who lacks discrimination is devoid of faith and is at the same time possessed by doubt, is lost to the spiritual path. For the doubting soul, there is neither this world nor the world beyond, nor even happiness. Arjuna, actions do not bind him who has dedicated all his actions to God, according to the spirit of karma yoga, whose doubts have been torn to shreds by wisdom and who is self-possessed. Therefore, Arjuna, slashing to pieces with the sword of wisdom, this doubt in your heart, born of ignorance, establish yourself in karma yoga in the shape of even-mindedness and stand up for the fight.
Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yogo Nama Chaturtu Dhyaya. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 4th chapter entitled The Yoga of Knowledge, as well as the disciplines of action and knowledge. Chapter 5, entitled The Yoga of Action and Knowledge. Sankhya Yoga and the Yoga of Disinterested Action described. Marks of the Sankhya Yogi and Nishkama Karma Yogi. Their glories described. Jnana Yoga, or the Yoga of Knowledge. Dhyana Yoga, or meditation, together with devotion described. KZN, you online now.
Arjun Uvacha Sannyasam Karmana Krishna Punaryogam Jashansasi Yachreya Etayorekam Tanme Bruhi Sunishchitam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Sannyasah Karma Yogascha Nishreyaskara Tayostu Karma Sannyasaat कर्मयोगो विशिष्यते स्नेहः स नित्यः सन्न्यासी यो न द्वेष्टि न काङ्क्षति निर्द्वन्द्वो हि महाबाहो सुखं बन्धः प्रमुच्यते साङ्ख्ययोगा पृथक्काला प्रवदन्ति न पण्डिता एकमप्यास्थितः सम्यक् उभयोर्विन्दते फलम्.
Sashni, are you here? Okay. Yat sankhyayi prapyate stanam tatayugai rapi gamyate ekam sankhyayan chayogam chaya prashyati sa pashyati sangyasyastu mahabhahu dukhamap yamayogata yoga yasto manish brahma nachirena dirachati yogas yukto vishuddhatma vijatatma jitar drisha sarvabhutatma bhutatma karvana napi na lipyate naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyate tatva vitat pashyang cha shrilu vansri shangjitran nashchana gachan swapang shavasat
Pralapan Bushrijan Grihenanunishanapi Indriyani Indriyateshu Vartanta iti dharayan Brahmanyadaya karmani Sangam tyaktva karoti yaha Lipyatena sa papena Padma patrami vambasa Kayena manasa buddhya kevalalindriyaipi yoginah karma kurvanti sangam tyaktva shuddhaye yuktaha karma phalam tyaktva shantimapnoti nishtitim ayuktaha kamakarena Phale sakto nipadyate
Sarvakarmani manasa sangyasyaste sukham vishi navad vare pure dehi naiva karvan na karya na kartritvam na karmani lokasya srijati prabha na karma phala sangyogam swabhavastu pravartate nadat te kasyachit papam nachaiva sukritam vibhu ajale na vritam janam te na madhyanti janava jane na tu tada janam yosham nashi tamatmana tashe maditya varjatam Jnanam Prabha Prakashayati Tattvaram.
Tadbhutayastadamana tanishtastatparayanaha gacchantya punararitim jnanadirgutu tatkalmeshaha vidya vinaya sampanne brahmane gavihastini shunichai vashvapakecha panditaha samdarshinaha ihai vatar jataha sargo yesham samye stitam manaha nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmat brahmani te stitaha na prahishyeta priyam pravya no dvijeta praprajapryam stira buddhi rasamudho brahmavid brahmanistitaha.
Bahyaspārshe swaktatma vindadyatmani yatsukam sabrahma yoga yuktatma sukamakshayamashnute yei samsparsha bhoga dukkha yonaya evate adyantavantha kaunteya nateshu ramate buddha Shaknoti raiva yasodham prakshariva vimoshanat kama krodho bhavam vegam sayukthasa shukti narah yonta sukhom dararamas tathantar jyotireva yah sayogi brahmanirvanam Brahma bhuto digacchati labante brahma nirvanam rishayakshina kalmashah chinnadvaidha yutatmanah sarva bhuta hite ratah
Kama krodha viyuktanam yatinam yatachetasam apito brahmanirvanam vartate vidit atmanam sparshan. Am I there? Am I being heard? Sparshan kritva bahirhayam chakshusthaivatare rupo pranakhanau samau kritva nasabhyantaracharinau yatendriyamanobudhir munir mokshaparayana Vigate chabaya krodo yah sada mukta evasa Bhoktaram yajnatapasam sarvalokamaheshwaram suhridam sarvabhutanam jnatva mam shantivrichati.
कर्मोनो योगनो ये कहो तमे बेमाथी एक जे रूडो तेज निश्चय थी कहो। श्री भगवान बोलिया कर्म संन्यास ने योग बनने ये श्रेय कारक बेमाथी कर्मनो योग कर्म संन्यास थी चढ़े जेणो ते नित्य संन्यासी રાગ દ્વેષ ન જે વિશે દ્વંદ્વ મુક્ત થયેલો એ છૂટે બંધનથી સુખે સાખ્ય ને યોગ છે ભિન્ન બાળ કહે પંડિતો નહીં બેમાં એકેયને પૂરો પામતા ફળ મેળવે જે સ્થાન મેળવે સાખ્યો યોગીએ તેજ પામતા તેનો તે સાખ્યને યોગ દેખે જે તે જ દેખતા પણ દુઃખે જ સંન્યાસ પામવો યોગ ના વિના મુનિ જે યોગમાં યુક્ત શીઘ્ર તે બ્રહ્મ મેળવે
યોગયુક્ત વિશુદ્ધાત્મા જીતેલો મન ઇન્દ્રિયો સર્વભૂત તણો આત્મા તેન લેપાય કર્મથી જુએ સુણે અડે સૂંઘે જમે ઊંઘે વડે ફરે શ્વાસ લે પકડે છોડે ખોલે મીચે આંખને ઇન્દ્રિયો નિજ કર્મોમાં વર્તે છે એમ જાણતો માને તત્વજ્ઞ યોગી કે હું કશું કરતો નથી બ્રહ્માર્પણ કરી કર્મ છોડી આસક્તિને કરે પાપથી તે ન લેપાય પાણીથી પદ્મપાન શો શરીરે મન બુદ્ધિએ માત્ર વા ઇન્દ્રિય કરે આત્માની શુદ્ધિને કાજે યોગીની સંગ કર્મને યોગી કર્મ ફળો છોડી નિષ્ઠાની શાંતિ મેળવે અયોગી ફળનો લોભી બંધાતો વાસના વડે સૌ કર્મો મનથી છોડી સુખે આત્મવશી રહે નવ દ્વાર પૂરે દેહી ના કરે કરવે કંઈ ન કરતા પણ ના કર્મો સર્જતો લોકના પ્રભુ ન કર્મ ફળ યોગેય સ્વભાવ જ પ્રવર્તતો લે નહીં કોઈનું પાપ ન તો પુણ્યેય એ વિભુ અજ્ઞાને જ્ઞાન ટંકાયું તેથી સૌ મોહમાં પડે જેમનું આત્મા જ્ઞાનથી નાશ પામ્યું તેમનું સૂર્ય શું જ્ઞાન પ્રકાશે પરમાત્મને જેની આત્મા વિશે બુદ્ધિ નિષ્ઠા તત્પરતા મન ધોવાયા જ્ઞાનથી પાપો તેને જન્મ નહીં ફરે વિદ્વાન વિનયી વિપ્રે તેમ ચાંડાળને વિશે ગાયે ગજેય શ્વાને જ્ઞાનીને સમદ્રષ્ટિ છે અહીં જ ભવતે જીત્યા સ્થિર જે સમબુદ્ધિમાં નિર્દોષ સમ છે બ્રહ્મ તેથી એ બ્રહ્મમાં ઠર્યા ન રાચે એ પ્રિય મળીએ નહીં મૂંઝાય અપ્રિય અમૂઢ સ્થિર બુદ્ધિએ બ્રહ્મજ્ઞ બ્રહ્મમાં ઠર્યો વિષયોમાં અનાસક્ત જાણે જે આત્મમાં સુખ તે બ્રહ્મયોગમાં યુક્ત અક્ષયી સુખ ભોગવે કાજે ઇન્દ્રિયના ભોગો દુઃખ કારણ માત્ર તે ઉપજેને વળી નાશે જ્ઞાની રાચે ન એ વિશે કામને ક્રોધના વેગો છૂટ્યા પેલા જ દેહથી અહીં જ જે સહી જાણે તે યોગી તે સુખી નર પ્રકાશ સુખ ને શાંતિ જેને અંતરમાં મળ્યા થયેલો બ્રહ્મ તે યોગી બ્રહ્મ નિર્વાણ પામતો પામતા બ્રહ્મ નિર્વાણ ઋષિઓ ક્ષીણ પાપજે અસંશયી જીતાત્માને સર્વભૂત હિતે મચ્યા. ઓમ.
Arjuna said,
काम क्रोध वियुक्तानं यतीनाम यथा च तेषाम् अभितो ब्रह्मा निर्वाणं वर्तते विदात्मनाम् स्पर्शान् कृत्वा बहिर्भयं चक्षुश्चैवन्तरे भ्रुवोः प्राणापनाहो समहो कृतवान् भयन्तरचरिणौ यतेन्द्रियमनोबुद्धिर्मुनिर्मोक्षा परनाय विगतेच्च भयक्रोधो या सदा मुक्ता एव सः भोक्तारं यज्ञातपसां सर्वलोकामहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिं ऋच्छति.
Arjuna said, Krishna, you extol Sankhya Yoga, the yoga of knowledge, and then the yoga of action. Pray tell me, which of the two is decidedly conducive to my good? Sri Bhagavan said, the yoga of knowledge and the yoga of action both lead to supreme bliss. Of the two, however, the yoga of action, being easier of practice, is superior to the yoga of knowledge. The karma yogi, who neither hates nor desires, should be ever considered a renouncer. For, Arjuna, he who is free from the pairs of opposites is easily freed from bondage. It is the ignorant, not the wise, who say that Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga lead to divergent results. For one who is firmly established in either gets the fruit of both, which is the same, namely God realization. The supreme state, which is reached by the Sankhya Yogi, is attained also by the Karma Yogi. Therefore, he alone who sees Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga as one, so far as their result goes, really sees. Without Karma Yoga, however, Sankhya Yoga, or renunciation of doership in relation to all activities of the mind, senses, and body, is difficult to accomplish, whereas the Karma Yogi, who keeps his mind fixed on God, reaches Brahma in no time, Arjuna.
The karma yogi who has fully conquered his mind and mastered his senses, whose heart is pure and has identified himself with the self of all beings, God, remains untainted even though performing action. However, the Sankhya Yoga who knows the reality of things must believe that he does nothing, even though seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, or drinking, walking, sleeping, breathing, speaking, answering the calls of nature, grasping and opening or closing the eyes, holding that it is alone that are moving among these objects. He who acts offering all actions to God and shaking off attachment remains untouched by sin as the lotus leaf of water. The karma yogis perform action only with their senses, mind, intellect, and body as well, without the feeling of mind, of respect of them, and shaking off attachment simply for the sake of self-purification. Offering the fruit of actions to God, the karma yogi attains everlasting peace in the form of God realization, whereas he who works with self-motivation, being attached to the fruit of action through desire, gets tied down. Self-controlled Sankhya yogi, doing nothing himself and getting nothing done by others, rests happily in God, the embodiment of truth, knowledge, and bliss, mentally regating all actions to the mansions of 9 gates, the body of 9 openings. God determines neither the doership nor the doings of man, nor even their contact with the fruit of actions, but it is nature alone that does all of this. The omnipresent God does not partake the virtue of sin of anyone. Knowledge is enveloped by ignorance, hence it is that beings are constantly failing, a prey of delusion. In the case, however, of those who said ignorance has been destroyed by true knowledge of God, that wisdom, shining like the sun, reveals the supreme. Those whose mind and intellect are wholly merged in Him, who remain constantly established in identity with Him, and have finally become one with Him, their sins begin wiped out by wisdom, reach the supreme goal, whence there is no return. The wise look with equanimity on whether it be a Brahmin endower with learning and humility, a cow, an elephant, a dog, or a pariah too. Hence here, in the mortal plane, conquered by those whose mind is established and in equanimity, since the Absolute is untouched by evil and is the same to all, hence they are established in Paramatma.
He who, with reason, firm and free from doubt, rejoices not on obtaining what is pleasant, and does not feel perturbed on meeting with the unpleasant, that knower of Brahma lives eternally in identity with Brahma. He whose mind remains unattached to sense objects derives through meditation the sattvika joy which dwells in the mind. Then, that yogi, having completely identified himself through meditation with Brahma, enjoys eternal bliss.
Which are born of sense contacts are verily a source of suffering, only though appearing as enjoyable to worldly minded people. They have a beginning and an end. They come and go. Arjuna, it is for this reason that a wise man does not indulge in them. He alone who is able to withstand in this very life before casting off this body the urges of lust and anger is a yogi, and he alone is a happy man.
Happy within himself, enjoys within himself the delight of the soul, and even so is illumined by the inner light of the soul. Such a yogi, Sankhya yogi, identified with Brahma, attains Brahma, who is all peace. The seers whose sins have been wiped out, whose doubts have been dispelled by knowledge, who is disciplined mind, is firmly established in God, and who are actively engaged in service of all beings, attain Brahma, who is all peace.
To those wise men who are free from lust and anger, who have subdued their mind and have realized God, Brahma, the abode of eternal peace, is present all round. Shutting out all thoughts of external enjoyments, with the gaze fixed on the space between the eyebrows, having regulated the prana, outgoing, and the apana, incoming breaths, following within the nostrils. He who has brought his senses, mind and intellect under control, such a contemplative soul intent on liberation and free from desire, fear and anger, he is ever liberated. Having known me in reality as the enjoyer of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme Lord of all the worlds and the selfless friend of all beings, my devotee attains peace. Tat Sat iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Karma Sannyasa Yogo Nama Panchamodhyaya. Thus in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 5th chapter entitled The Yoga of Action and Knowledge. Synopsis of chapter 6 entitled The Yoga of Self-Control. Karma Yoga, or the yoga of disinterested action, described. Marks of one who has attained yoga. Urging one to uplift the self. Marks of the God-realized soul. A detailed description of dhyana yoga. The question of mind control discussed. The fate of one who falls from yoga. The glory of dhyana yoga described. KZN, you up for chapter 6.
Sri Bhagavanuvacha Anashvitaha karma phalam karyam karma karoti yaha sasanyasi cha yogi cha naniratnina chakriyaha yam sanyasam iti prahur yogam tam vitti pandava Dahyasanyasa sankalpo yogi bhavati kaschana aruruksho yogam karma karanam uchate yoga rudasya taseva shamaha karanam uchate yadha hinendriyarteshu nakarma savanushchatate sarva sankalpa sannyasi yoga rudhastatuchate udharat atmanatmanam natmanamavastadayet atmaiva atyahatmano bandhur atmaiva dipur atmanaha.
Patrick, you are muted.
Bandhur atma kasmasya yena metva jita anatmanastu satruve vat atme vasatruvat. Jit atmana prasatasya paramatma samahita Sitoshna shuka deshuke tata manavanayo Jnana vijnana pratama kutasho vijindriya Yokta ityokyakte yogi samalokshat makana kana Shurin mitra yudhasina yodhase vesha bandhushu sadhavashapi chapapesu samabudhir vishishyati Yogi unijasanat atmanam rahasistita ekakiya chita manirasira parigraha.
Deshe pratistapya stiram asanam atmana nadyukshritam nadinicham chelajina kushotaram tatra ekagram manah kritva yatachitendriya kriya upaveshyastane yunjyat yogamatma vishuddhaye samam kaya sirogrivam varanaya chalam stira samvechanasikagram swam ishashchanavalokayam prashantatma vikatabhir brahmachari vrate stitha manah samyamyamachito yukta asita matpara yurjannivam sadatmanam yogi niyatamanasa santim nirvana paramam matsamsthamadhigacchati.
Johan Erlang. Natyashnatastu yogosti nachaikantamanashnata nachati swapanashilasya jagrato naivacharjuna yuktahara viharasya yuktachestasya karmasu yuktasvapnavabodhasya yogo bhavati dukhaha yada viniyatam chitta matmanyevavatishtate yattadipo nivatasto nenkate sopamasmrita yogino yattachittasya yunjato yogamatmana yatra paramate chittam nirudam yoga sevaya yatra chevatmanatmanam pashanatmanani tushyati sukhamat yanti kanyata buddhigraya matindriyam veti yatra nachayvayam stitaschalati tatvata yam labdva chaparam labam manyate narikam tata yasmin stito na dukhena gurunapi vichalyate tam vidyattukha samyoga viyogam yoga samshnitam Sanishchayena yoktavyo yogo nirvina chetasa Sankalpa prabhavam kamam styaktva sarvana sheshata Manasaivendri gramam viniyam yasamantata Shanai Shanai Ruparamet Buddhyadriti Grihitaya Atmasanstam Manah Kritva Kinchitapi Chintayet Yato Nishcharati Manashchan Chala Mastiram Tatastato niyayam yaitat manyeva vasham nayet. Prashantamanasam yenam yoginam sukhamutamam. Upaiti shantarajasam brahma buddha makalmasam. Yunshnanevam sadatmanam yogi vigata kalmasah. Sukhena brahmasam spasham atyantam sukhamashnute. Sarvabhutastamatmanam sarvabhutani chatmani. Ikshate yoga yuktatma sarvatra sarmadarshana. Yomam pashyati sarvatra sarvam chamayi pashyati. Tasyaham na pranashami sachamena pranashyati.
Sarvabhutastitam yomam bhajate kakrimastita. Sarvatavatumanopi sayogi mayi vartate. Atmapam yena sarvara samam pashyati Arjuna. Sukham vayadi vadukham sayogi paramota matam. Arjuna uvacha yoyam yogastvaya prokta samyena madhusudana etasyaham napashyami chamchalatva sthitindriham. Chanchalam hi mana Krishna Brahmati Balvadridriyam Tasyaham hi kriyaham manye Vaiduriva suduskaram. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Asamsayam mahabhavo Manodinigraham chalam Abhyasena tu kaunteya Vairagyena chakriyate.
Asayatat manayogo dushprapaiti me mate vashyat manataya tata shakyo vaptumupayatat. Arjunuvacha ayatishad hayapyopeto yoga chaleta manasa aprapya yoga samsedhem kam gatem Krishna gachyate. Kachino bhaya vibrashtash tyena brahmeva mashyate apratishto mahabaho vyemudho brahmana pate. Etam mesam shayam Krishna chetur marhasya sheshata vagdanya hasan shayasyasya chetanayupapadyate.
Is Ati here? Okay. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Bharatane Vahanan Smutra Vinashastasya Vidyate Nahi Kalyana Krit Kashchit Durgatam Tata Gachati Prabhyapanyakritam loka nashitva shashwati sama shuchina shrimatam gehe Bhagabrashto bhajayate atava yoginameva kule bhavati dhirmatam etat vidur labhat loke janma yadidrisham tatratam buddhir samyogam labhate paurvadekam yatate chatato bhuya samsiddhau kuranandana purvavyasena tenaiva liyate yavashopisa jihasurapi yogasya shabdabra mati vartate prayatnayattamanastu yogi samshuddha kilbisha aneka janma sansiddha stato yoti param gatim tapasvi vyodiko yogi yanavyo pi matodika karma vyashadiko yogi tasmad yogi bhavarjuna yogi namapi sarvesham madgate nantaramana shraddhavan hajate yovam sase yukta tamo mata.
Der höchste Herr sagte, wer an den Früchten seiner Arbeit nicht haftet und seine vorgeschriebenen Pflichten erfüllt, befindet sich auf der Lebensstufe der Entsagung. Er ist der wahre Mystiker und nicht der, der kein Feuer entzündet und keine Arbeit verrichtet. Was Entsagung genannt wird, ist das Gleiche wie Yoga, sich mit dem Höchsten verbinden. Denn niemand kann ein Yogi werden, solange er nicht dem Verlangen nach Sinnesbefriedigung entsagt. Ein Neuling im achtfachen Yogasystem wird Arbeit als Weg empfohlen. Und für einen, der Yoga bereits erreicht hat, ist, wie man sagt, die Beendigung aller materiellen Aktivitäten der Pfad zur Befreiung. Man sagt, ein Mensch habe Yoga erreicht, wenn er alle materiellen Verlangen aufgegeben hat und weder zur Sinnesbefriedigung handelt, noch fruchtbringende Aktivitäten ausführt. Steven?
Der Mensch muss sich durch seinen Geist erheben und nicht erniedrigen. Der Geist ist der Feind der bedingten Seele, aber auch ihr Freund. Für den, der den Geist bezwungen hat, ist der Geist der beste Freund. Doch für den, der dies wer den Geist zwingen kann, hat die Überseele erreicht, denn er hat Ausgeglichenheit erlangt. Für einen solchen Menschen sind Glück und Leid, Hitze und Kälte, Ehre und Schmach das Gleiche. Ein Mensch gilt als selbstbefriedigt und wird ein Yogi oder Mystiker genannt, wenn er durch sein Wissen und seine Verwirklichung völlig zufrieden ist.
So ein Mensch ist in der Transzendenz verankert und selbst kontrolliert. Für ihn sind Kiesel, Steine oder Gold das Gleiche.
Man sagt, ein Mensch sei noch weiter fortgeschritten, wenn er sowohl Freunde wie auch Feinde, neidische wie auch Wohlgesinnte, die Frommen und die Sünder und die gleichgültig und unparteiisch sind, mit gleichen Augen sieht. Ein Transzendentalist sollte immer versuchen, seinen Geist auf das höchste Selbst zu konzentrieren. Er sollte allein an einem einsamen Ort leben, seinen Geist stets sorgfältig beherrschen. Er sollte von Wünschen und Gefühlen der Besitzgier frei sein. Um Yoga zu praktizieren, sollte man an einen einsamen Ort gehen, Kusha-Gras auf den Boden legen und es mit einem Rehfell und einem weichen Tuch bedecken. Der Sitz sollte weder zu hoch noch zu niedrig sein und an einem heiligen Ort liegen. Der Yogi sollte in aufrechter Haltung darauf sitzen und Yoga praktizieren, indem er den Geist und die Sinne beherrscht, das Herz reinigt und den Geist auf einen Punkt fixiert.
Man sollte Körper, Hals und Kopf aufrecht in einer geraden Linie halten und vorwährend auf der Nasenspitze starren. Auf diese Weise sollte man ungestört beherrschten Geist, ohne Furcht und völlig frei von Sexualität über mich im Herzen meditieren und mich zum endgültigen Ziel des Lebens machen. Man sollte Körper, Hals und Kopf aufrecht in einer geraden Linie halten und vorwährend auf die Nasenspitze starren. Auf diese Weise sollte man mit ungestörten, beherrschtem Geist, ohne Furcht und völlig frei von Sexualität über mich im Herzen meditieren und mich zum endgültigen Ziel des Lebens machen. Während sich der mystische Transzendentalist so darin übt, Körper, Geist und Tätigkeit zu beherrschen, erreicht er das Königreich Gottes, das Reich Krishnas, indem er das materielle Dasein beendet. O Arjuna, es ist nicht möglich, ein Yogi zu werden, wenn man zu viel isst oder zu wenig isst, wenn man zu viel schläft oder nicht genug schläft. Wer in seinen Gewohnheiten des Essens, Schlafens, Arbeitens und sich Erholens maßvoll ist, kann alle materiellen Leiden lindern, indem er das ganze Yoga-System praktiziert.
Quand, par la pratique, le yogi parvient à régler les activités de son mental, quand affranchi de tout désir matériel, il atteint l'absolu, on le dit établi dans le yoga. Maître du mental, le yogi demeure ferme dans son méditation sur être suprême, telle une flamme qui, à l'abri du vent, point ne vaciller. Lorsque le mental, discipliné par la pratique de la méditation, éteint le quiétude, en quoi l'on devient satisfait avec l'éternel être, Brahman, en le contemplant dans un intellect purifié. En quoi l'on éprouve une infinie félicité qui est seulement perçue par l'intellect et est par de là atteinte des sens, après avoir réalisé l'éternel être, Brahman. L'on n'est jamais séparé de la réalité absolue. C'est qui, ayant obtenu la réalisation du soi, on ne regarde aucun gain supérieur à atteindre. L'établissement dans la réalisation du soi n'est pas ébranlé même par la plus grande calamité. L'état de dissolution de l'association avec la souffrance est appelé yoga. Ce yoga devrait être pratiqué avec une ferme détermination et sous aucune réserve mentale. Une foi et une détermination inébranlables doivent accompagner cette pratique du yoga. Le yogi doit se défaire sans réserver de tous les désirs matériels engendrés par le faux ego et ainsi par le mental maîtriser la totalité de son. Animé d'une ferme conviction, il doit s'élever progressivement par l'intelligence jusqu'à la parfaite concentration et ainsi fixer son mental de l'être suprême sans plus penser à rien d'autre.
જ્યાં જ્યાંથી વિચળી જાય મન ચંચળ અસ્થિર ત્યાં ત્યાંથી ત્યાં લાવી આત્મમાં કરવું હું વશ પ્રશાંત મના નિષ્પાપ બ્રહ્મરૂપ થયેલા શાંત વિકાર યોગીને મળે છે સુખ ઉત્તમ આમ નિષ્પાપ એ યોગી આત્માને યોજતો સદા સુખેથી બ્રહ્મ સંબંધી અત્યંત સુખ ભોગવે યોગે થયેલ યુક્તાત્મા સર્વ સમદષ્ટિનો દેખે સૌ ભૂતમાં આત્મમાં ને સૌ ભૂતોય આત્મમાં જે સર્વત્ર મને દેખે સર્વને મુજમાં વળી તેને વિયોગ ના મારો મને તેનો યના થતો.
एकत भाव में स्थित हुआ जो समझते प्राणियों में स्थित मुझते भजता है वह योगी सब प्राकर से भरता हुआ भी मुझ में ही भरता है. हे अर्जुना, जो अपने ही सदृश सर्वत्र अर्थात सब प्राणियों में सुख और दुख को सम देखता है वहाँ योगी परम श्रेष्ठ मना गया है. अर्जुना बोला, हे मधुसूदन, तुमने यहाँ जो सामवारूप योगा कहा है मन की चंचला के कारण मुझे इसकी स्थित नहीं दिखाता है. क्योंकि है कृष्णा, यहाँ मन बड़ी है चंचल प्रमाथानशील अर्थात देही और संद्रियों को शब्दा करने वाला बलवान और दृष्ट है. उसके वाश में करना में वायु को रोकने ही भुंक्ति यत आत्यंति कठिन मातांता हुआ. श्री भगवान बोले, हे महाबाहो, यहाँ निसंदेह है कि
मन चंचला है और कतिश तन्हीर से वाशीभूत होने वाला है, परंतु हे कौन्तेया, अभ्यास और वैराग्य के द्वारा यहाँ वाशीभूत होता है। जिसका मन वाश में किया हुआ नहीं है, ऐसा में व्यक्ति द्वारा योगा प्राप्त किया जाना कठिन है। कुंती, जिसका मन वाश में किया हुआ है और जो प्रयत्नशील है, ऐसा व्यक्ति द्वारा योगा अपनी ओर से यहाँ योगा प्राप्त किया जा कहता है, ऐसा मेरा मत है।
ના બોલ્યા ના કણા બોલો, બોલશે તુજ સસરુઓ, નીંદશે તુજ સામઠર્ય, એથી દુઃખ કયું વધુ. હરાએ પામશે સ્વર્ગ, જીત્ય ભોગવશે મહી, માટે પાર્થ ખડો થાતું, યુદ્ધાથી દ્રસ્ત નિશ્ચય. લાભાની સુખો દુઃખો, હાર જીત કરી સમ, પછી યુદ્ધ થતા સજ્જ, તો ના પાપ થશે તને. કહી આ સાંખ્યાની બુદ્ધિ, હવે સાંભર યોગની, જે બુદ્ધિ થયે યુક્ત, તો દાશે કર્મ બંધન. આદર્યો વર્ષે નાન ને વિધન, ના ઉપજે અહીં, સ્વલપે આ ધર્મનો અંશ, ઉગારે ભયથી વડા. એમ મનુષ્યની બુદ્ધિ એક નિશ્વયમાં રહે, અનંત બહુ શાખારી બુદ્ધિ નિશ્વયહીનની. અલ્પ બુદ્ધિજનો પાઠ પારત કામ, સ્વર્ગ પરાયણ, વેદવાદ વિશે મગ્ન, આવી જે કર્મકાંડની.
ત્યાં જ એ જ બુદ્ધિનો યોગા, મેળવે પૂર્વજન્મનો, ને ફરી સિદ્ધિને માટે કરે આગળ યત્નએ. પૂર્વના એ જ અભ્યાસે ખેંચાય આવશેય એ. યોગ જિજ્ઞાસુએ તેથી શબ્દની પાર જાય એ. ખંતથી કરતો યત્ન, દોષોથી મુક્ત થઈ સિદ્ધા, યોગી પામે પરંગતિ. તપસ્વીથી ચડે યોગી, જ્ઞાનીઓથી એ ચઢે. કર્મીઓથી તેથી યોગી તું પાર્થ થા. યોગીઓ માય સર્વેમાં, જે શ્રદ્ધાળુ મને ભજે. મારામાં ચિત્તને પ્રોઈ, તે યોગી શ્રેષ્ઠ મે ગણ.
Western Cape, you on now?
Sri Bhagavan said, "He who does his duty without expecting the fruit of actions is a sannyasi, Sankhya yogi, and a yogi, karma yogi, both. He is no sannyasi, renouncer, who has merely renounced the sacred fire. Even so, he is no yogi who has merely given up all activity. Arjuna, you must know that what they call sannyasa is no other than yoga. For none becomes a yogi who has not given up thoughts of the world. To the contemplative soul who desires to climb to the heights of karma yoga, disinterested action is spoken of as the stepping stone. For the same man, when he is established in yoga, absence of all thoughts of the world is said to be the way to blessedness. When a man ceases to have any attachment, either for the objects of senses or for actions, and has renounced all thoughts of the world, he is said to have climbed to the heights of yoga. One should lift oneself by one's own efforts, and should not degrade oneself, for one's own self is one's friend, and one's own self is one's enemy.
One's own self is the friend of the soul, by whom the lower self, consisting of the mind, senses, and body, has been conquered. Even so, the very self of him who has not conquered his lower self behaves antagonistically, like an enemy. The Supreme Spirit is rooted in the knowledge of the self-controlled man, whose mind is perfectly serene in the midst of pairs of opposites, such as cold and heat, joy and sorrow, and honor and ignominy. The yogi whose mind is seated with jnana, knowledge of nirguna Brahma, and vijnana, knowledge of manifest divinity, who is unmoved under all circumstances, whose senses are completely mastered, and to whom earth, stone, and gold are all alike, is spoken of as a God-realized soul. He who looks upon well-wishers and neutrals, as well as mediators, friends, and foes, relatives and objects of hatred, the virtuous and the sinful, with the same eye, stands supreme. Living in seclusion all by himself, the yogi who has controlled his mind and body, and is free from desires and void of possessions, should constantly engage his mind in meditation.
Having firmly placed his seat in a spot which is free from dirt and other impurities, with a sacred kusha grass, a deerskin and a cloth spread thereon, one below another, kusa below, deerskin in the middle, and cloth uppermost, neither very high nor very low. And occupying that seat, concentrating the mind, and controlling the function of the mind and senses, you should practice yoga for self-purification. Holding the trunk, head, and neck straight and steady, remaining firm, and fixing the gaze on the tip of his nose without looking in other direction. Firm in the vow of complete chastity, and fearless, keeping himself perfectly calm, and with the mind held in restraint and fixed on me, the vigilant yogi should sit absorbed in me.
Thus, constantly applying his mind to me, the yogi of disciplined mind attains the everlasting peace, consisting of supreme bliss, which abides in me. Arjuna, this yoga is neither for him who overeats, nor for him who observes a complete fast. It is neither for him who is given to too much sleep, nor even for him who is ceaselessly awake. Yoga, which rids one of woe, is accomplished only by him who is regulated in diet and recreation, regulated in performing actions, and regulated in sleep and wakefulness. When the mind which is thoroughly disciplined gets riveted on God alone, then the person who is free from yearning for all enjoyments is said to be established in yoga.
As a light does not flicker in a windless place, such is stated to be the picture of the disciplined mind of the yogi practicing meditation on God. The state in which, curbed through the practice of yoga, the mind becomes still, and in which, realizing God through subtle breathing, purified by meditation on God, the soul rejoices only in God. Nay, in which the soul experiences the eternal and supersensuous joy which can be apprehended only through the subtle, purified intellect, and wherein established, the said yogi moves not from truth on any account.
And having obtained which he does not reckon, only other gains are greater than that, and establish in which he is not shaken even by the heaviest sorrow. That state, called yoga, which is free from the contract of sorrow, in the form of transmigration, should be known. Yea, this yoga should be resolutely practiced, which is an unwearying mind, completely renouncing all desires arising through all things of the world, and fully restraining the whole pack of senses from all sides by that time. He should through gradual practice attain tranquility and fix the mind on God through reason controlled by steadfastness. He should not think of anything else.
Drawing back the restless and fidgety mind from all those objects after which it runs, he should repeatedly fix it on God. For to the yogi whose mind is perfectly serene, whose passion is subdued, and who is identified with Brahma, the embodiment of truth, knowledge and bliss, supreme happiness comes as a matter of course. The sinless yogi, thus uniting himself constantly with God, easily enjoys the eternal bliss of oneness with Brahma. The yogi who is united in identity with the all-pervading infinite consciousness and sees unity everywhere. Behold, the present in all beings and all beings as assumed in the self.
He who sees me, the universal self, presents all beings, and all beings existing within me, never loses sight of me and never lose sight of him. The yogi who is established in union with me and worships me as residing in all beings, as their very self, abides in me no matter what he does. Arjuna, he who looks on all as one, on the analogy of his own self, and looks upon the joy and sorrow of all with a similar eye, such a yogi is deemed the highest of all. Arjuna said, Krishna, owing to restlessness of mind, I do not perceive the stability of this yoga in the form of equanimity, which you have just spoken of. For Krishna, the mind is very unsteady, turbulent, tenacious, and powerful. Therefore, I considered it as difficult to control as the wind. Sri Bhagavan said, the mind is restless, no doubt, and difficult to curb. Arjuna, what can be brought under control by repeated practice of meditation and by the exercise of this passion, O son of Kunti? Yoga is difficult of achievement for one whose mind is not subdued by him. However, who who has the mind under control and ceaselessly striving it can be easily attained through practice. Such is my conviction.
Arjuna said, Krishna, what becomes of the soul who, though endowed with faith, has not been able to subdue his passions, whose mind is therefore diverted from yoga at the time of death, and who thus fails to reach perfection in yoga, God realization? Krishna, straight from the path leading to God realization and without anything to stand upon, he is not lost like a torn cloud, deprived of both God realization and heavenly enjoyment. Krishna, only you are capable to remove this doubt of mine completely, for none other than you can dispel this doubt. Shri Bhagavan said, Dear Arjuna, there is no fall for him either here or hereafter, for none who strives for self-redemption, i.e. God realization, ever meets with evil destiny. He who has fallen from yoga obtains the highest worlds, heaven, etc., to which men of meritorious deeds alone are entitled, and having resided there for countless years, takes birth in the house of pious and wealthy men. Or, if he, possessed of this passion, is born in the family of enlightened yogis, but such birth in this world is very difficult to obtain.
Arjuna, he automatically regains in that birth the spiritual insight of his previous births, and through that he strives harder than ever for perfection in the form of God realization. The other one who takes birth in a rich family, though under the sway of his senses, feels drawn towards God by the force of the habit acquired in his previous birth. Nay, even the seeker of enlightenment on yoga in the form of even-mindedness transcends the fruit of action performed with some interested motive, as laid down in the Vedas. The yogi, however, who diligently takes up the practice, attains perfection in this very life. With the help of latencies of many births, and being thoroughly purged of sin, forthwith reaches the supreme state. The yogi is superior to the ascetics. He is regarded as superior even to those versed in sacred law. The yogi is also superior to those who perform action with some interested motive. Therefore, Arjuna, do become a yogi. Of all yogis, again, he who devotedly worships me, with his mind focused on me, is considered by me to be the best yogi.
Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Dhyana Yoga Nama Sheshtodhyayaha. Thus in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 6th chapter entitled The Yoga of Self-Control.
Chapter 7, entitled The Yoga of Jnana, Knowledge of Nirguna Brahma, and Vijnana, Knowledge of Manifest Divinity. 1 to 7, Wisdom with real knowledge of manifest divinity. 8 to 12, Inherence of God in all objects as their cause. 13 to 19, Condemnation of man of demonical nature and praise of devotees. 20 to 23, the question of worship of other gods. 24 to 30, condemnation of man who are ignorant of the glory and the true nature of God, and the approbation of those who know them.
Om Shri Bhagavan Uvacha
Maya saktamana partha yogang yujnyan madashraya asaංshayang samagramma yathajñasyasi tachtrinu.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Ashaktama Mara Ashray Yoga Yojata Jeva Samagra Nishanga Mane Janisha Esuna.
Bhagavan said, Arjuna, now listen how, with the mind attached to me through exclusive love and practicing yoga with absolute dependence on me, you will know me, the repository of all power, strength, and glory, and other attributes, the universal soul in entirety and without any shadow of doubt.
Jnanante hansa vijnanam idam vikshyamya sheshatah yajjatva neha bhuyo nyajjatau yamavashishyate.
Vignan Satha Agna Sampurna Kahun Chu Tane Je Janya Thi Pachi Biju Jage Na Janavu Rahe.
I shall unfold to you in its entirety this wisdom, knowledge of God in his absolute formless aspect, along with the knowledge of the qualified aspect of God, both with form and without form, having known which nothing else remains yet to be known in this world.
Manushyanan sahastreshu kashchid yatati siddhaye yatatamaspi siddhanam kaschin mauveti tatvatah.
Hajaro Manave Koka Siddhi No Yagna Sadare Na Siddha Yati Montye Koja Tatve Lahe Mane.
Hardly one among thousands of men strives to realize me. Of those striving yogis, again, some rare one, devoting himself exclusively to me, knows me in reality.
Virapo nalo vayu kammano buddhirevacha ahankara iti amme bhinna prakritirashtadha.
Bhupani Agni Vayubhyo Mana Buddhi Ahankruti Aat Rupana Bhede Mari Prakruti Che Rahi.
Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, reason, and also ego. These constitute my nature divided into 8 parts. This indeed is my lower material nature, the other than this by which the whole universe is sustained. Know it to be my higher or spiritual nature in the form of Jiva, the life principle, O Arjuna.
Apareyam tatswanyam prakritim vidhi me param jiva bhuta mahabaho yayedandharyate jagat.
Ato Aparache Anya Para Prakriti Ethaki Jiva Rupa Thai Jane Jana Ajagane Daryo.
Arjuna, know that all beings have evolved from this twofold Prakriti, and that I am the source of the entire creation, and into me again it dissolves.
Etad yonini bhutani sarvani tyupadharaya aham kritsnasya jagatah prabhavav प्रलयस्तथा
આ બેથી સગડા ભૂતો ઉપજે એમ જાણજે આખા જગતનો પાર્થ હું જ ઉત્પત્તિને લઈ.
There is nothing else besides me, Arjuna. Like clusters of yarn beads formed by knots on a thread, all this is threaded on me.
Mattah paratarannanyan kinchidasti dhananjaya mayi sarvam idam protam sutre manigana iva.
બીજું કોઈ નથી તત્વ મારાથી પર જે ગણો હું માં આસૌ પરો વાયુ દોરામાં મણકા સમો.
There is nothing else besides me, Arjuna. Like clusters of yarn beads formed by knots on a thread, all this is threaded on me.
Rasoham apsu kaunteya prabhasmi shashi suryayo pranavah sarva vedeshu shabdah ke paurushan rishu punyo.
Arjuna.
રસ હું જળમાહી છું પ્રભા છો સૂર્ય ચંદ્રમા ઓમ વેદે નભે શબ્દ નરોમા પુરુષાતન.
Arjuna, I am the sapidity in water and the radiance in the moon and the sun. I am the sacred syllable Om in all the Vedas, the sound in ether and the virility in men.
Punyo gandha prithiviyam cha tejas chasmi vibhavasau jivanang sarva bhuteshu tapaschasmi tapasvishu.
પવિત્ર ગંધ પૃથ્વીમાં અગ્નિમાં હું પ્રકાશ છું જીવવું સર્વભૂતોમાં તપસ્વીઓ વિશે તપ.
I am the sweet fragrance in earth and the brilliance in fire. I am the life in all beings and the austerity in ascetics.
Bijamman sarvabhutanam vidhi partha sanatanam buddhir buddhi matam asmi tejasvinamaham.
તું જાણે સર્વભૂતોનો મને બીજ સનાતન છું બુદ્ધિમાનની બુદ્ધિ તેજસ્વીઓનું તેજ છું.
Know me, O Partha, as the eternal seed of all beings. I am the intelligence of the intelligent, the splendor of the splendid.
Balam balavatam asmi kamaraga virvarjitam dharma virudho bhuteshu kamosmi paratar shabha.
કામને રાગથી મુક્ત બળ હું બળવાનનો ધર્મથી ન વિરોધી જે તેવો છો કામભૂતમાં.
I am the strength of the strong devoid of desire and passion. In beings, I am desire, not contrary to dharma, O chief of the Bharatas.
Yechaiva satvika bhava rajasastamasaschaye matta evaiti tadvidhi natvaham teshu te mai.
વળી સાત્વિક જે ભાવો રજને તન નાયજે મારા થકી જે તેને જાણ એમાં હું નહીં એ હુમા.
And whatever beings are of sattva, of rajas, or of tamas, know them to proceed from me. Still, I am not in them, they are in me.
Tripir guna mayai parvair, epi sarvamidam jagat, mohitam nabhijanati, mamebhya paramavyayam.
આવા ત્રિગુણના ભાવે મોહેલું સર્વ આ જગત ઓળખો નામને જે છું તે સૌથી પર અવ્યય.
Deluded by these threefold dispositions of Prakriti, the gunas, this world does not know me, who am above them and immutable.
Daivihesha guna mayi mama maya duratyaya mameva ye prapadyante maya me tang tarantite.
દેવી ગુણમયી મારી માયા અતિ દુસ્તર મારે જે શરણે આવે તે આ માયા તરી જતા.
For this most wonderful Maya of mine, consisting of the three gunas, is extremely difficult to break through. Those, however, who constantly adore me alone are able to cross it.
Namam dushkrityato murdach prapadyante naradhamach mayaya pahrita jnana asurang bhavamashita.
મારે ન શરણે આવે પાપી મૂળ નરાધમો માયાએ જ્ઞાન લૂટેલા આસુરી ભાવ સેવતા.
Those whose wisdom has been carried away by Maya and who have embraced the demonic nature, such foolish and vile men of evil deeds do not adore me.
Chaturti vidha bhajante ma janah sukritator judana arton jijana surang tarti janani chaparat tarshaba.
ચાર પ્રકારના ભક્તો પુણ્યશાળી બને આર્થ જિજ્ઞાસુ અર્થાર્થી ચોથો જ્ઞાની પરંતપ.
Four types of devotees of noble deeds worship me, Arjuna, the seeker after worldly possessions, the afflicted, the seeker for knowledge, and the man of wisdom, O best of Haratas.
Tekam Shanani Natya Yukta Eka Bhakti Vishishyate Priyohi Shanani Not Yartham Aham Sacha Mama Priyah.
એમાં જ્ઞાની સદા યોગી અન્યની ભક્ત શ્રેષ્ઠ છે જ્ઞાનીને હું ગણો વાલો એ છે મુજને પ્રિય.
Of these, the best is the man of wisdom, ever established in identity with me, and possessed of exclusive devotion. For I am extremely dear to the wise man, and he is extremely dear to me.
Uttara sarva evate jnani tvatmaiva me matam ashitah sayuktatma mameva nuttamang gatim.
एसो संत जनों तो ये ज्ञानी आत्मा ज छे मुझ मारा मा ए રહ્યો યુક્ત જેનાથી શ્રેષ્ઠ ના ગતિ.
Indeed, all these are noble, but the men of wisdom is my very self. Such is my view. For such a devotee who has his mind and intellect merged in me is firmly established in me alone, the highest goal.
Bahunam janmanamante jnanavan mam prapadyate vasudeva sarvam iti samahatma suturlabha. Vasudeva sarvam iti samahatma suturlabha. Vasudeva sarvam iti samahatma suturlabha.
ગણાએ જન્મને અંતે જ્ઞાની લે શરણું મુજ સર્વ આ બ્રહ્મ જાણે તે મહાત્મા અતિ દુર્લભ.
In the very last of all births, the enlightened soul worships me, realizing that all this is God. Such a great soul is very rare indeed.
Kamaistaiste hrita jnana prapadyante nyatewatah tam tam niyamamasthaya prakritya niyatah swaya.
કામો એ જ્ઞાન લૂટેલા ભજે એ અન્ય દેવતા તે જ નિયમો રાખી બાંધ્યા પ્રકૃતિએ નિજ.
Those whose wisdom had been carried away by various desires, being prompted by their own nature, worship other deities, adopting rules relating to each.
Yo yo yang tanu bhakta shraddhayar chitumicchati tasya chalam shraddham tameva vidadam yaham.
ઈચ્છે જે રૂપમાં જે શ્રદ્ધા પૂર્વક પૂજવા તેની તેની હું તેવી જ દઠ શ્રદ્ધા કરાવું છું.
Whatever celestial form a devotee, craving for some worldly object, chooses to worship with reverence, I stabilize the faith of that particular devotee in that very form.
Satya shraddhaya yukta tasya radhami radhanami hate labate chatah kamaman mayeva vihitan hitan.
એવી શ્રદ્ધા ભર્યો એની વાચંતો એ પ્રસન્નતા તેનાથી મેળવે કામો મેજ નિર્માણ જે કર્યા.
Endowed With such faith, he worships that particular deity and obtains through him, without doubt, his desired enjoyment is ordained by myself.
Antavat tu palam tesham tad bhavatyalpamedasham devan devaya yachyoyanti mad bhakta yanti mamapi.
નાશવંત ફળો પામે જનો એ અલ્પ બુદ્ધિના દેવોના ભક્ત દેવોને મારા ભક્ત મને મળે.
The fruit gained by these people of small understanding, however, is perishable. The worshippers of gods attain the gods, whereas my devotees, howsoever they worship me, eventually come to me and me alone.
Avyaktam vyaktimapanam manyante mama buddhayaha paramphavam ajananto mamavyayam anuttamam.
અવ્યક્ત તે થયો વ્યક્ત માને મૂઢ જનો મને ન જાણતા પારંભાવ મારો અવ્યય ઉત્તમ.
Not knowing my unsurpassable and undecaying supreme nature, the ignorant believe me, the supreme spirit beyond the reach of mind and senses, the embodiment of truth, knowledge, and bliss, to have assumed a finite form through birth as an ordinary human being.
Aham prakasha sarvasya yogamaya samavritaha toyam napijanati lokomam ajamauyayam.
ટંકાયો યોગ માયાએ નાહું પ્રગટ સર્વને આમોદ લોક જાણેના અજ્ઞામાં આવ્યય મને.
Veiled by my yoga maya, divine potency, I am not manifest to all. Hence, these ignorant folk fail to recognize me, the unborn and imperishable supreme deity, that is, consider me as subject to birth and death.
Vedaham samatitani vartamanani charjuna bhavishyani cha bhutani mam tu veda na kaschana.
તો જે જે થયા પૂર્વે આજે છે ને હવે થશે હું તો તે સર્વને જાણું મને કો જાણતું નથી.
Arjuna, I know all beings, past as well as present, nay, even those that are yet to come, but none devoid of faith and reverence knows me.
Ichchadvesha samuttena dvandva mohena bharata sarva bhutani sammoham sarge yanti parantapa.
રાગને દ્વેષથી ઉઠે દ્વંદ્વનો મોહ ચિત્તમાં તેથી સંસારમાં સર્વે ભૂતોને મોહ થાય છે.
O valiant Arjuna, through delusion in the shape of form of pairs of opposites, such as pleasure and pain, etc., born of desire and hatred, all living creatures in this world are falling a prey to infatuation.
Yesham twanta gatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dvandvamuha nirmukta bhajante mam dhrita vritaha.
પણ જે પુણ્યશાળીના પાપ કર્મ ગળી ગયા તે દ્વંદ્વ મોહ છૂટેલા મને દડવ્રતે ભજે.
But those men of virtuous deeds, whose sins have come to an end, being freed from delusion in the shape of pairs of opposites, born of attraction and repulsion, worship me with a firm resolve in every way.
Jara marana mukshaya mama shritya yatantiye te brahma tadviduh kritsnam adhyatmam karma chakilam.
જે મારે આશ્રયે મંડે છૂટવા જન્મ મૃત્યુથી બ્રહ્મ સંપૂર્ણ અધ્યાત્મ સર્વ કર્મેયતે લહે.
They who, having taken refuge in me, strive for liberation from old age and death. They realize in full that Brahma, the individual self, and the entire field of karma, action,
Sadhi bhutati daivam mam sadhi yajna chaye viduhu prayana kale picha mam te vidur yukta chetasaha.
સાધિભૂતાધિ દેવે છે સાધિ યજ્ઞ મને લહે જાણે પ્રયાણ કાળે મને તે યુક્ત ચેતના.
those who realize me in the Adi Bhuta, physical region, in the Adi Deva, the divine region, and the Adi Yajna, the region of sacrifice, realize me even at the time of departure, steadfast in mind.
Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Upanishadsu Brahma Vidyam Yoge Shastra Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Jnana Yoga Namo Saptamo Dhyaya. Chapter 8, entitled The Yoga of the Indestructible Brahma. Answer to Arjuna's 7 questions of Brahma, Adhyatma, and Karma, etc. The subject of Bhakti Yoga, discuss the bright and dark paths described.
Arjuna uvacha kim tad brahma kim adhyatmam kim karma purushottama adhibhutam cha kim proktam adidhaivam kim uchyate.
અર્જુન બોલ્યા, શું એ બ્રહ્મ શું અધ્યાત્મા શું કર્મ પુરુષોત્તમ અધિભૂત કહે શાને શું વળી અધિદેવ છે.
Arjuna said, Krishna, what is that Brahma, absolute? What is Adhyatma, spirit? And what is karma, action? What is called Adibhuta, matter? And what is termed as Adideva, divine intelligence?
Adhiyajna khatam kotra deyismin madhusudhana प्रयाणकाले च कथं श्नेयोऽसि नियातात्मभिः
अधियज्ञ अहि देहे कौनने के मछे रह्यो तमने अंतवेराये यति के मजानवा.
Krishna, who is Adi Yajna here, and how does he dwell in the body? And how are you to be realized at the time of death by those of steadfast mind?
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Swabhavo Dhyatmam Uchyate Bhutabhavo Visarga Karma Samjinata.
श्री भगवान बोल्या, अक्षर ते परम ब्रह्मा अध्यात्म तम तो स्वभाव छे भूतो सो उपजावे ते विसर्गी कर्म जानवो.
Shri Bhagavan said, the supreme indestructible is Brahma, one's own self, the individual soul, is called Adhyatma, and the primal resolve of God, Visarga, which brings forth the existence of beings, is called Karma, action.
Adi Bhutam Kasaro Bhava Purusa Chadi Daivatam Adi Yajnu Hame Vatra Dehe Dehabritam Vara.
क्षरणे जीवना भावो अधिभूताधिदेव एक अधियज्ञ हुपोते च देहि न देहमा अहि.
All perishable objects are Adibhuta. The shining Purusha, Brahma, is Adideva, and in this body, I myself, dwelling as the inner witness, am Adi Yajna, O Arjuna.
Antakale chamameva smaran muktvam kalevaram yah prayati sa madbhavam yati nasti tyatra samshaya.
मने च स्मरतो अन्ते छोड़ी जाय शरीरने मारो च भावते पामे हे मा संशयनाकशो.
He who departs from the body, thinking of me alone, even at the time of death, attains my state. There is no doubt about it.
Yam yam vapi smaran bhavam chante kalevaram tam tam vaiti kaunteya sada tada vabhavita.
जे जे ये स्मरतो भाव छोड़ी जाय शरीरने तेने तेने जये पामे सदा ये भावथी भर्यो.
Arjuna, thinking of whatever entity one leaves the body at the time of death, that and that alone attains, being ever absorbed in its thought.
तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु माम् अनुस्मरायुध्या च मायार्पितामनिति माम् एवेष्या सशंशया. माते अखंडतु मारी
સ્મૃતિને રાખતો લડ મન બુદ્ધિ મને અપરે અને ન શંક પામશો.
Therefore, Arjuna, think of me at all times and fight. With mind and reason thus set on me, you will doubtless come to me.
Abhyasa yoge yuktena chetasananyagamina paramam purusham divyam yati parthanuchintayan.
Abhyas yogamayokta mana vije vame nahi akar chantane pame param purusha divyate.
Arjuna, he who with his mind disciplined through yoga in the form of practice of meditation and thinking of nothing else is constantly engaged in contemplating of God attains that supremely effluent, effulgent divine Purusha.
Kavim Puranam Anushasitaram Anoraniyam Samanusmaredya Sarvasya Dataram Achintayarupam Adityavarnam Tamasa Parastat.
पुराण सर्वज्ञ जगन्नि सूक्ष्माति सूक्ष्म सहुना विधाता आदित्यवर्ण अचिन्त्य रूप स्मरतो सदा जे.
He who contemplates on the all-wise, ageless being, the ruler of all, subtler than the subtle, the universal sustainer, possessing a form beyond human conception, effulgent like the sun, and far beyond the darkness of ignorance.
Prayana kale manasa chalena Bhaktya yukto yoga balena chaiva Bhuvormadhye pranam aveshya samya Satam param purusham upeti divyam.
प्रयाण काळे स्थिर चित्त राखी ले भक्ति साथे बड़योगन चे प्राण सुरीताणी योगी परम पुरुष दिव्य पामे.
By the power of yoga, firmly held in the life breath in the space between the two eyebrows, even at the time of death, and then contemplating on God with the steadfast mind, full of devotion, he reaches verily that supreme divine Purusha.
Yadaksharam Vedavido Vadati Vishanti Yadyatayo Vitaradaha Yadichanto Brahmacharyam Charanti Tate Padam Samgrahena Pravakshe.
जेने कहे अक्षर वेद वेता जे मां विरागी यतियो प्रवेशे जे काज राखे चर्या कहो तने ते पदसार रूपे.
I shall tell you briefly about that supreme goal that is God, who is an embodiment of truth, knowledge, and bliss, which the knowers of the Veda term as the indestructible, which driving recluses free from passion enter into, and desiring which the celibates practice brahmacharya.
सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोरिद्धि निरुध्य च मूढन् आधाय आत्मनः प्राणम् आस्थितो योगाधारणम्
रोगिणे इन्द्रियद्वारे रूढिने हृदये मना स्थापिने ताळवे प्राण राखिने योगधारणा.
Having closed all the gates of the body, drawing the forces of his mind into the heart, and by the power of meditation, concentrating his vital energy in the brain.
ॐ इति एकाक्षरं ब्रह्मा व्याहरन् माम् अनुस्मरन्
It's pain in the chest.
याः प्रयाति त्यजन् देहं सा याति परमां गतिम्.
ॐ एकाक्षरी ब्रह्मा उच्चरी स्मरतो मने छोड़ी ते पामे चे परंगति.
Uttering Brahman, the one-syllabled Om, thinking of me, he who thus leaves his body and goes forth reaches the supreme goal.
अनन्यचेताः सततं यो मां स्मराति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभः पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिनः.
एकचित्ते सतत छे सदा संभारतो मने ते नित्ययोग ते हो प्राप्त थाऊं छूं.
Arjuna, whosoever always and constantly thinks of me with undivided mind, to that yogi ever absorbed in me, I am easily attainable.
Mam upecha punarjanma dukkalayama shashwatam napnuanti mahatmanaha sansiddhim paramam gataha.
વનને પહોંચી મહાત્માઓ પામેલા શ્રેષ્ઠ સિદ્ધને વિનાશી દુઃખનું ધામ પુનર્જન્મ ધરે નહીં.
Great souls who have attained the highest perfection, having come to me, are no more subjected to rebirth, which is the abode of sorrow and transient by nature.
Brahma bhuana lokaha punarvartino Arjuna mam yentu lokenteya punarjanma vidyate.
બ્રહ્માના લોક પર્યંત આવાગમન સર્વને પરંતુ મુજને પામી પુનર્જન્મ રહે નહીં.
Arjuna, all the worlds from Brahma Loka, the heavenly realm of the creator Brahma, downwards, are liable to appear and reappear. But, O son of Kunti, on attaining me, there is no rebirth. For while I am beyond time, regions like Brahma Loka, being conditioned by me, are transitory.
Sahasra yuga paryantama Aryad brahmano viduha Ratrim yuga sahasrantam Deho ratra vido janaha
Hajare yugano dato, hajare yugano nisha, brahmana din ratrina, vidhano em janata.
Those yogis who know from realization Brahma's day as covering 1,000 Mahayugas, and so his night as extending to another 1,000 Mahayugas, know the reality about time.
Vyaktat vyaktaya sarva prabhavantyanti haragame ratrayagame praliyante tatreva vyaktat sanjanake.
Avyakta thi badi vyakti nikare vidya ugata ratre tatha fari pame eja avyaktamalaya.
All embodied beings emanate from the unmanifest, that is Brahma's subtle body. At the coming of the cosmic day, at the cosmic nightfall, they merge into the same subtle body of Brahma, known as the unmanifest.
Utagramasa evayam bhutva bhutva praliyate ratrayagame vasha parta pravayata haragame.
Eja abhuti no sange uthi uthi mati jato parash paradhi ratre nikare dina ugata.
Arjuna, this multitude of beings, being born again and again, is dissolved under compulsion of its nature at the coming of the cosmic night, and rises again at the commencement of the cosmic day.
Parastasmatu bhavyon yo vyakto vyaktat sanatana ya sa sarveshu bhuteshu nastyashu na vinasyati.
E avyakta thati ऊंटो बीजो व्यक्त भाव छे एज शष्ट नहीं नाशे सौ नाश पामता.
Far beyond even this unmanifest, there is yet another unmanifest existence, that supreme divine person who does not perish, even though all beings perish.
Avyaktoksharara ityuktastamahu paramam gatim yam pratna nivartante tattama paramam mama.
यो अक्षर अव्यक्त कहिए ने परंगति जे पामे न फरे फेरा ते मारू धाम छे परम.
The same unmanifest, which has been spoken of as the indestructible, is also called the supreme goal. That again is my supreme abode, attaining which they return not to this mortal world.
Purushasa parapartha bhaktya labhyasvananyaya yashyantastani bhutani yena sarvam idam tatam.
ऋषये प्राप्त थाय भक्ति अनन्य थी जेना विषय रहे भूतो जेनो विस्तार आपदो.
Arjuna, that eternal, unmanifest, supreme Purusa, in whom all beings reside and by whom all is pervaded, is attainable only through exclusive devotion.
Yatra kale tvanavrittim avrittim chaiva yoginaha prayata yante tam kale vakshayami bharatarshaba.
जे काड़े छोड़ता देह योगी पाछा फरे नहीं जे काड़े ए फरे पाछा ते काड़ कहूँ छू हवे.
Arjuna, I shall now tell you the time path, departing when yogis do not return, and also the time path, departing when they do return.
अग्निर्ज्योतिरः शुक्लः षण्मासा उत्तरायणम् तत्र प्रयाता गच्छन्ति ब्रह्मविदो जनाः.
अग्नि ज्योति ने दिन शुक्ले छमासे उत्तरायणे ए माजे ब्रह्मवेत्ता जायते ब्रह्म पामता.
Of the two parts, the one that is in which all station, the all-effulgent fire god, and the deities presiding over daylight, the bright fourth night, and the 6 months of the northward course of the sun, respectively, proceeding along it after death, yogis who have known Brahma, being successfully led by the above gods, finally reach Brahma.
धूमो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्णः षण्मासा दक्षिणायनम् तत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिः योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते.
दे रात्रिये कृष्णे छमासे दक्षिणायने ए मा छो पामीने चंद्र ज्योतिने.
The other path is that wherein are stationed the gods presiding over smoke, night, the dark fourth night, and the 6 months of the southward course of the sun. The yogi, devoted to action with an interested motive, taking to this path after death, is led by the above gods, one after another, and attaining the luster of the moon, and enjoying the fruits of his meritorious deeds in heaven, returns to this mortal world.
शुक्ला कृष्णे घटियेते जगता शाश्वते मते एकयायात्मनियात्मनावृत्तिम् अन्यया वर्तते पुनः.
शुक्ल कृष्ण गणी आवे गति विश्वे सनातन एक थी थायना फे जी थी फर तो वड़ी.
These two parts of the world, the bright and the dark, are considered to be eternal. Proceeding by one of them, one reaches the supreme state from which there is no return. And proceeding by the other, one returns to the mortal world, becomes subject to birth and death once more.
Nette serti pata jana yoge mayati chana
Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu yoge yukto pravarjuna.
आवा बेमार्ग जाने ते पड़े नहीं ए माटे तू सदा काड़ योग युक्त बनी रहे.
Knowing thus the secret of these two paths, O son of Kunti, no yogi gets deluded. Therefore, Arjuna, at all times be steadfast in yoga, in the form of equanimity, i.e., strive constantly for my realization.
Vedeshu Rajashu Tapashu Chawa Daneshu Yatpanya Palam Pratishtam Yatyate Tat Sarvan Idam Vaditva Yoge Param Stanam Upaiti Cha Dhyam.
वेदो तड़ाया अग्नतपो तड़ाये दानो तड़ा पुण्य फड़ो कह्याजे सर्व ज्ञान वडे वटावी योगी लहे आदि
The yogi, realizing this profound truth, doubtless transcends all the rewards ascribed in the scriptures to the study of the Vedas, as well as to the performance of sacrifices, austerities, and charities, and attains the beingless supreme state.
Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Upanishatsu, Brahma Vidyayam, Yoga Shastra, Sri Krishna Arjuna, Samvade, Aksara Brahma, Yoga Namo Astamo Dhyaya. Chapter 9, entitled The Yoga of Sovereign Service and the Sovereign Secret. The subject of jnana, knowledge, which is glory, with its glory described. The origin of the world discussed. Condemnation of men of the demonical nature who despise God, and the method of bhajana of man possessed of the divine nature. Description of God as the soul of everything and his glory. The fruits of worship with a motive and without motive. The glory of devotion practiced disinterestedly.
Raja Vidya Raja Guhya Yogaha Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam tu te guhyatamam pravakshamya anusuyave Shnanam vinchnana sahitam yajnatva moksha se subhat.
श्री भगवान बोलिया तेने निष्पापने मारो सारा मा सार ज्ञान आ कहूँ विज्ञाननी साथे जे जाने दोषती छुटे.
Shri Bhagavan said, to you who are devoid of the carping spirit, I shall now unfold the most secret knowledge of Nirguna Brahma, along with the knowledge of the manifest divinity, knowing which you shall be free from the evil of worldly existence.
Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idam Uttamam Pratyaksha Avagam Dharyam Susukham Kartum Avyayam.
श्रेष्ठ विद्या परम सार आछे पवित्र उत्तम Anubhavya pratyaksha shukare dharmaye akshay.
This knowledge of both the Nirguna and the Sahguna aspects of divinity is a sovereign science, a sovereign secret, supremely holy, most excellent, directly enjoyable, attended with virtue, very easy to practice, and imperishable.
Ashraddhadana purusha dharmasyasya parantapa aprapyamam nirvatanti mrityo sansaravatmani.
Je manusho ashraddhati mane adharmane nahi te fare mrityu sansare mane e pamata nahi.
Arjuna, people having no faith in this dharma, failing to reach me, continues to revolve in the path of the world of birth and death.
Maya tatham idam sarvam jagat avyaktamurtina matstani sarvabhutani na chaham te svavastita.
अव्यक्त रूप हूँ तीजा फैलायु सर्व आ जगत हूँ मारह्यो बदा भूतो हूँ ए माही रह्यो नथी.
The whole of this universe is permeated by me as unmanifest divinity, and all beings rest on the idea within me. Therefore, really speaking, I am not present in them.
Nacha matstani bhutani pashyame yogam eswaram bhuta prinna cha bhutasto mamatva bhuta bhavana.
नथी को हूँ माँ भूतो जो मारो योग्य ईश्वरी भूताधार न भूतो माँ भूत सर्जक रूप हूँ.
Nay, all those beings abide not in me, but behold the wonderful power of my divine yoga. Though the sustainer and the creator of beings, myself in reality dwells not in those beings.
Yata kashashtito nityam vayu sarvatra go mahan tata sarvani bhutani matstani tyupadharaya.
सर्वगामी महावायु नित्य आकाश में रहे तेमसौ भूत स्मारामा રહ્યા છે એમ જાણજે.
Just as the extensive air, which is moving everywhere, being born of ether, ever remains in ether, likewise, know that all beings who have originated from my thought abide in me.
Sarva bhutani kaunteya prakritim yanti mamikam kalpaksaye punastani kalpadavrishtri jamyaham.
કલ્પના અંતમાં ભૂતો મારી પ્રકૃતિમાં બળે આરંભ કલ્પનો થાતા સર્જુ એ સર્વને ફળી.
Arjuna, during the final dissolution, all beings enter my Prakriti, the prime cause, and at the beginning of creation, I send them forth again.
Prakritim swamastapya visrujami punah punah bhutagramamimam krutsnam avasam prakriti rasat.
निज प्रकृति आधारे सरजू छूँ फरी फरी सर्व आभूतनो संग बड़े प्रकृति ने वश.
Wielding my nature, I release again and again, according to their respective karmas, all this multitude of beings subject to the influence of their own nature.
न च मां तानि कर्माणि निबध्यन्ति धनञ्जय उदासीनवदासीनम् असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु
पण एको ये कर्म मुझने बांधता નથી કાજે રહ્યો ઉદાસીશો કર્મ અશક્તિહીન હો.
Arjuna, those actions, however, do not bind me, unattached as I am to such actions, and standing apart as it were.
Adhyakshena prakriti suyate sacharacharam hetanat konteya jagat viparivartate.
પ્રકૃતિ પ્રસવે સૃષ્ટિ મારી અધ્યક્ષતા વડે એના કારણથી થાય જગના પર્વતી પરિવર્તનો.
Arjuna, with me as the supervisor, nature brings forth the whole creation, consisting of both sentient and insentient beings. It is due to this cause that the wheel of samsara is going round.
Avajananti mam modaha manushim tanumashritam param bhavamajananto mama bhutamaheshwaram.
અવજાણે મને મૂડો માનવી દેહને વિશે જાણતા પરમ ભાવ મારો ભૂત મહેશ્વરી. Fools, not knowing my supreme nature, think low of me, the overlord of the entire creation, who have put on this human semblance. That is to say, they take me, who have appeared in the human garb through my yog maya, for the deliverance of the world, for the ordinary mortal.
Mogasha moha karmano moga gnana vichetasah rakshasi masurim chaiva prakrutim mohinim shritaha.
Vruta asha vruta karmo vruta gnana kubuddhina rakshasi asuri jevo seve prakruti mohini.
Those bewildered persons with vain hopes, futile actions, and fruitless knowledge have embraced a fiendish, demonical, and delusive nature.
Mahatmanastu mam partha devim prakrutimashhritaha bhajantyananya manaso gnatva bhutadim avyayam.
Mahatma o mane jani bhutano adi avyaya ananya manati seve devi prakruti ashara.
On the other hand, Arjuna, great souls have embraced the divine nature, knowing me as the prime source of all lives and the imperishable, eternal, worship me constantly with none else in mind.
Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantascha drudavrutaha namasyantascha mam bhaktya nityayukta upasate.
Kirti mari sada gata kirti mari sada gata yadnavana pradetirda bhakti thi mujane vandi upase nitya yogati.
Others who follow the path of knowledge betake themselves to me through their offerings of knowledge, worshipping me in my absolute formless aspect, as one with themselves, while still others worship me in my universal form in many ways, taking me to be diverse in diverse celestial forms.
Anayagna chapyanye yajantyo mam upasate ekatvena pratatvena bahuda vishvarto mukham.
Gnana yagne ko bhakto sarvavyapi mane bhaje ek bhave pruthak bhave bahurite upasate.
Others who follow the path of knowledge betake themselves to me through their offering of knowledge, worshipping me in my absolute formless aspect, as one with themselves, while still others worship me in my universal form in many ways, taking me to be diverse in diverse celestial forms.
Kraturaham yagna swadaham ahamoshadam mantroham ahamevajyam aham agnira amhutam. Shukratu hu shuyagna hu swada hu vanaspati mantra hu dratu hu shunda agni hu ja ahuti.
I am the Vedic ritual. I am the sacrifice. I am the offering to the departed. I am the herbage and food grains. I am the sacred formula. I am the clarified butter. I am the sacred fire. And I am verily the act of offering oblations into the fire.
Hamasya jagato mata data pitamaham vedyam pavitram omkara riksama yajure jagano data pitamata pitamaha gneya pavitra omkara rukyajur samavedam.
I am the sustainer and the ruler of this universe, its father, mother, and grandfather, the one worth knowing, the purifier, the sacred symbol Om, and the three Vedas, Rig, Yajush, and Sama.
Katir Bharta Prabhu Sakshi Nivasa Sharanam Surata Prabhava Pralaya Stanam Nidanam Bijam Avyayam.
Prabhu Bharata Suhrit Sakshi Nivasa Sharanu Gati Utpatti Pralaya Sthana Nidhana Bija Avyaya.
I am the supreme goal, supporter, Lord, witness, abode, refuge, well-wisher, seeking to return, origin and end, resting place, storehouse, to which all beings return at the time of universal destruction, and an imperishable seed.
Tapamyaham aham varsham nigrunyamyutsuchami cha amrutam cheva mrutyuscha sada satchaham Arjuna.
Tapu ho jadane khechu megane varasavu ho amrut ho chumrutyu satane asateya ho.
I radiate heat as the sun and hold back as well as forth showers Arjuna. I am immortality as well as death. Even so, I am being and non-being both.
Vidyamam soma pahaputa papa yagnerishtva swargatim prartayante te punyamasadya surendra lokam ashnanti divyan divideva bhogan.
सोमनिष्पापथये त्रिवेदी यज्ञो वदे स्वर्गनिवासयाचे नेमेडवी पुण्यसुरेन्द्रलोक त्या देवना वैभवदिव्यमाणे.
Those who perform action with some interested motive, as laid down in these three Vedas, and drink the sap of the Soma plant, and have been purged of sin, worshipping me through sacrifices, seek access to heaven, attaining Indra's paradise as a result of their virtuous deeds. They enjoy the celestial pleasures of gods in heaven.
स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षीणे पुण्ये मर्त्यलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रयी धर्ममनुप्रपन्ना गतागतं कामकामा लभन्ते.
ये भोगवी स्वर्ग विषाड एवं पुण्यो खोट्ये मर्त्य विषे प्रवेशे सकाम एवैदिक कर्म मार्गी आरित फेरा भवना छे.
Having enjoyed the extensive heaven world, they return to this world of mortals on the stock of their merits being exhausted. Thus devoted to the ritual with interested motive recommended by the three Vedas as a means of attaining heavenly bliss and seeking worldly enjoyment, they repeatedly come and go, ascend to heaven by virtue of their merits, and return to earth when the fruit has been enjoyed.
Chintayanto mam ye jana paryupasate tesham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vaham yaham.
अनन्य चित्त थी जेओ करे मारी उपासना ते नित्य युक्तो नाम योगक्षेम चलाऊं.
The devotees, however, who lovingly no one else constantly think of me and worship me in a disinterested spirit, to those ever united in thought with me, I bring full security and personally attend to their needs.
Epyanya devata bhaktaha yajante shraddhayanvitaha tepi mameva teya yajantya vidhipurvakam.
हे मुझे भक्त श्रद्धा थी उपासे अन्य देवने विधि ओए पूजता मने.
Arjuna, even those devotees who endowed with faith, worship, and other gods, with some interested motive, worship me alone, though with a mistaken approach.
Hi sarvayagnanam bhokta cha prabhureva cha natu mamapi jananti tattvena tashyavanti te.
काम जे हूँ सर्वयज्ञों नो भोक्ताने प्रभु हूँ वड़ी परंतु ते पड़े कांजे न जाने तत्वथी मने.
For I am the enjoyer and also the Lord of all sacrifices. But they who do not know me in reality as the supreme deity, they fall, return to life on earth.
Yanti deva vrata devan, pitrin yanti pitri vrata, bhutani yanti bhuti cha, yanti madhya chinopimam.
देवताओं का पूजन करने वाले देवता को प्राप्त होते हैं। पितरों का पूजन करने वाले पितरों को प्राप्त होते हैं। भूतों का पूजन करने वाले भूतों को प्राप्त होते हैं तथा मेरे पूजन करने वाले मुझको ही प्राप्त होते हैं।
Those who are volataries of God go to gods. Those who are volataries of mains reach the mains. Those who adore the spirits reach the spirits. And those who worship me come to me alone. That is why my devotees are no longer subject to birth and death.
Ram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhaktyoparitam asnami prayatatmana.
जो मुझसे भक्तिपूर्वक पत्र पुष्प फल जल आदि प्रदान करता है उस संयुक्त चित्त भक्त के भक्तिपूर्वक प्रदान किए हुए उस उपहार को मैं खाता हूँ।
Whosoever offers me with love a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I appear in person before that selfless devotee of sinless mind and delightfully partake of that article offered by him with love.
Yat karosi yat asnasi yat juhosi dadasi yat tapasyasi kontiya tat kurushvamat arpanam.
हे कौन्तेय, तू जो कुछ करता है, जो कुछ खाता है, जो कुछ हवन करता है, जो कुछ दान देता है और जो कुछ तप करता है, वो सब मेरे अर्पण कर।
Arjuna, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer as oblation to the sacred fire, whatever you bestow as a gift, whatever you do by way of penance, offer all that to me.
Shubha shubha phalai evam moksha se karma bandhanai sanyasa yoga vimukto mamupasyasi.
इस प्रकार तू शुभ और अशुभ फलों से युक्त कर्म स्वरूप बंधन से छूट जाएगा तथा संन्यास योग से युक्त चिंतन वाला तू कर्म बंधन से विमुक्त होकर मुझको प्राप्त हो जाएगा।
With your mind thus established in the yoga of renunciation, offering of all actions to me, you will be freed from the bondage of action in the form of good and evil results. Thus, freed from them, you will attain me.
Samoham sarva bhuteshu nam hetvesu stinapriya ye pachanti tumam bhaktya mayi te sukha chapai aham.
मैं सब प्राणियों में सम हूँ। मेरा न तो कोई द्वेष है और न तो कोई प्रिय है, परंतु जो लोग मुझको प्रेम पूर्वक भजते स्थित है, वे मुझ में है तथा मैं भी उनमें स्थित हूँ।
I am equally present in all beings. There is none hateful or dear to me. They, however, who devotedly worship me, abide in me, and I too stand revealed to them.
Vicheta suduracharo bhajate mam anyama
Mavaka Satureva Sabhantavya Samyakavas Vyavasito Hisa.
यदि कोई अत्यंत दूराचारी मनुष्य भी अन्यचित होकर मुझको बचता है तथा वो साधु ही माना जाता चाहिए क्योंकि वे यथार्थ निश्चय वाला हो गया है.
Among the deities, I am the great devotee Prahlada, and among reckoners, I am time. So, among quadrupeds, I am the lion, and among birds, Garuda.
Shipam bhavati dharmatma shashvat shantim nikachati konteya pratijani me bhakta pranashyati.
वे शीघ्र ही धर्म आत्मा हो जाता है तथा चिरंतर शांति को प्राप्त हो जाता है. हे कौन्तेय, तू ये प्रतिज्ञा कर ले कि मेरा भक्त कभी नष्ट नहीं होता.
Speedily he becomes virtuous and secures lasting peace. Know it for certain, Arjuna, that my devotee never falls.
Hi partha vyapashritya ye pisyu papayonaya striyo veshyas tatha shudra te piyanti param gatim.
हे पार्थ, जो भी पाप योनि तथा जो स्त्री वेश्य और शूद्र है वे भी मेरा आश्रय लेकर परम गति को ही प्राप्त होते हैं.
Arjuna, women, Vaishyas, members of the trading and agriculture classes, Sudras, those belonging to the laboring and artisan classes, as well as those of vile birth, such as the Pariah, whoever they may be, taking refuge in me, they too attain the supreme goal.
Bhaktara jarshayasthatha anityam asukham lokam imam prapya pachasvamam.
फिर जो पुण्यवान ब्राह्मण तथा राजर्षि भक्त है उनका तो कहना ही क्या. इसलिए इस अनित्य और सुख रहित मनुष्य लोक को पाकर तू मेरा ही भजन कर.
How much more than the holy Brahmas and royal sages devoted to me? Therefore, having obtained this joyless and transient human life, constantly worship me.
Manmana bhava mad bhakto madhyachi mam namaskuru mam evashyasi yuktaivam atmanam matparayana.
तू मुझ में मन रखने वाले हो, मेरा भक्त हो, मेरा पूजन करने वाले हो, मुझको नमस्कार कर. इस प्रकार अपने को मुझ में युक्त करके मेरे परायण हुआ तू मुझको ही प्राप्त होगा.
Fix your mind on me, be devoted to me. Worship me and make obeisance to me. Thus, linking yourself with me and entirely depending on me, you shall come to me.
Srimad Bhagavad Gita Upanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastra Shri Krishna Samvade Raja Vidya Raja Yoha Yoga Namo Navamo Adhyaya. In the Upanishad of the Bhagavad Gita, the knowledge of Brahma, the science of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna. This is the 9th designated the yoga of sovereign science and sovereign secret.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I just have your attention? So we're ready to serve lunch now, but the recital will continue. If I could just ask, maybe the elderly could make their way to the hall. So when you enter the glass doors on that side, you need to enter the main hall from the back, almost as if like you're going for a wedding. But it's not a wedding, it's just lunch, okay? So just so that we're clear on that. So we don't want our participants here to be reciting to empty chairs. So if you're not really hungry, please listen to them as well. Okay, but we are serving lunch now, so thank you.
Chapter 10, entitled The Yoga of Divine Glories. Description of God's glories and power of yoga with the fruit of their knowledge. Bhakti Yoga, its fruit and glory. Arjuna offers his praises to God and praise to the Lord for a description of his glory and the power of yoga. The Lord describes his glories and power of yoga.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shrunu me paramam vacha Yatteham priyamanaya Vakshyami hitakamyaya.
श्री भगवान बोलिया फरी सांबर आमारु परम वे न अर्जुन जे कहु प्रेम ते तारा हितनी कामना करी.
Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, hear once again my supreme word, which I shall speak to you, who are so loving, out of solicitude for your welfare.
Name vidu suraganaha prabhavana maharshaya aham adirhi devanam maharshinam cha sarvasha.
मारा उदपवने जाने न देवो के महर्षियो के मुझे हो जचु आदि सौ देवो ने महर्षिनो.
Neither gods, nor the great sages, nor the secret of my birth, that is, appearance in human or other garb, out of mere sport. For I am the prime cause in all respects of gods as well as of the great seers.
Yo mam ajanam timcha veti loka maheshwaram asamodha samartyeshu sarva pape pramuchyate.
जे जाने हो च अजन्माचु ने अनादि महेश्वर मोहिन तैलोते चूते चे सर्व पापति.
He who knows me in reality as birthless and without beginning, and as the supreme Lord of the universe, he, undiluted among men, is purged of all sins.
Buddhi jnana sammoha shama satyam dama sama sukham dukham bhavo bhavo bhayam chapyayamevacha.
बुद्धि ज्ञान क्षमा सत्य असमोह शांति निग्रह जन्म मृत्यु सुखो दुखो भय निर्भयता तथा.
Reason, wisdom, non-illusion, forgiveness, truth, self-restraint, calmness, pleasure, pain, birth, death, fear and fearlessness.
Ahimsa samata trushti tapodanam yasho yasha pavanti bhava bhutanam matta eva pruthak vibha.
अहिंसा समता तुष्टि तप दान यशा यशा
હુંથી જ ઉપજે ભાવો સો ભૂતોના જુદા જુદા.
Non-violence, equanimity, contentment, austerity, beneficence, fame and shame, all these characteristics of beings spring from me only.
हर्षय सप्तः पूर्वे चत्वारो मनवस्थता मद्भावा मानसा जाता येषां लोक इमा प्रजा.
પૂર્વે મહર્ષિઓ સાત ચાર જે મનુઓ થયા જેમની આ પ્રજા લોકે જન્મ્યા સકલ પતિ મુજ.
The 7 great seers, their 4 elders, Sanak and others, and the 14 manus or progenitors of mankind, such as Swayambhuva and his successors, who are all devoted to me, were born of my will. From them, all these creatures in the world have descended.
Eta vibhutam yogam cha mama yo veti tatvata savi kalpena yogena yujyate natam sanshaya.
જે જાણે તત્વથી આવા મારા યોગ વિભૂતિને અડંગ યોગે તે પામે તેમાં સંશય ના કશો.
He who knows in reality this supreme divine glory and supernatural power of mine gets established in me through unfaltering devotion. Of this there is no doubt.
Aham sarvasya prabhavo mat sarva parvatate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvita.
હું જ છું મૂળ સર્વેનું પર્વતે મુજથી બધું એવું જાણી મને જ્ઞાની ભજતા ભક્તિ ભાવથી.
I am the source of all creation, and everything in the world moves because of me. Knowing thus, the wise, full of devotion, constantly worship me.
Macchitta madgata prana bodhayata parasparam kathayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha.
Chitta prana humam prota bodha deta parasparah keta mari katha nitya sukha santosha pamata.
With their mind fixed on me and their lives surrendered to me, enlightening one another about my greatness and speaking of me, my devotees ever remain contented and take delight in me.
Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam pratipurvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena ma upayantite.
આવા અખંડ યોગીને ભજતા પ્રીતથી મને આપું તે બુદ્ધિનો યોગ જેથી આવે મળે મને.
On those ever united through meditation with me and worshipping me with love, I confer that yoga of wisdom through which they come to me.
येषामेवानुकं पार्थम् अहम् अज्ञानजं तमः नाशेयात्मा भावस्तो ज्ञानदीपेन भास्वता.
રહેલો આત્મભાવે હું તેજસ્વી જ્ઞાનદીપથી કરુણા ભાવથી તેનો અજ્ઞાન તમને હણું.
In order to shower my grace on them, I, dwelling in their heart, dispel the darkness born of ignorance by the shining light of wisdom.
Arjun Uvacha Param Pavitram Paramam Bhavan Purusham Shashvatam Divya Adidevamajam Vibhum.
અર્જુન બોલ્યા, પરમ બ્રહ્મ પરમ ધામ છો પવિત્ર તમે પરમ આત્મા શાશ્વત ને દિવ્ય અજન્મા આદિને વિભુઃ.
Arjuna said, Thou art the Supreme Spirit, the eternal home, the holiest of the holy, the eternal divine self, the primal God, the unborn, and the omnipresent.
अहोष्ठा ऋषये सर्वे देवी स्थितानदाश्रिता असितो देवलो व्यास स्वयं चैव प्रविशमे.
वर्णवे ऋषियो सर्वे तथा देवर्षि नारद असित देवल व्यास तमे ये मुझने कहो.
So have said the seers and the divine sage Narada, as well as Asita, Devala, and Vyasa, and thou thyself also sayest it.
सर्वमेतत्र मन्ये यन्मान् विदसि केशव न हि तु भगवन् व्यक्तं विदुर्देवो न दानव.
ते सर्व मानुम छु सत्य चेत में मुझने कहो. तमारुम रूप जाने ना देवो के दानवो प्रभु.
Krishna, I believe is true all that you tell me. Lord, neither demons nor gods are aware of your manifestation through sport.
स्वयमेवात्मनात्मानं वेत्तत्वं पुरुषोत्तम भूतभावना भूतेश देव देव जगत्पते वक्तुम् अर्हस्य शेषेण दिव्यायात्मविभूतय. Sorry.
तमे जे आपने आपे जानता पुरुषोत्तम भूतेश भूत करता है देव देव जगतपते.
O creator of beings, O ruler of creatures, God of gods, the Lord of the universe, O supreme Purusha, you alone know what you are by yourself.
Vaktum arhasya sesena divyayatmavibhuttaya yabir vibhutir birlokan imam svam vyapyatastase.
संबड़ावो मन सर्वे दिव्य आत्म विभूतियो जे विभूति वदे व्याप्य आबदा लोकने तमे.
Therefore, you alone can describe in full your divine glories, whereby you stand pervading all these worlds.
Katham vidyamaham yogim swam sada parichintayam keshu keshu cha bhaveshu chintyosi bhagavan maya. Yogesha tamane keva janu chintanama sada shasha bhave vishe mare tamane chintava vachangate.
O Master of Yoga, through what process of continuous meditation shall I know you? And in what particular forms, O Lord, are you to be meditated upon by me?
Vishtare natmano yogam vibhutim cha janatana bhuya kathaya triptirthi shrunavato nashti me mrutam. Yoga vibhuti vistare fariti nijana kaho suni nathi dharato hu tamara vachanamruta.
Krishna, tell me once more in detail your power of yoga and your glory, for I know no satiety in hearing your nectar-like words.
Shri Bhagwan Uvacha Hantate Kathayisyami Divyayatma Vibhutaya Pradanyatah Kuru Sheshra Nasyanto Vishtarasya Me.
श्री भगवान बोलिया, भले ले वर्णवो मुख्य मारी दिव्य विभूतियों मारा विस्तारने केता अंत के आवशे नहीं.
Shri Bhagwan said, Arjuna, now I shall tell you my conspicuous divine glories, for there is no limit to my magnitude.
Aham atma gudakesh sarvabhutashayastitha aham adishcha madhyam cha bhutanamantayeva cha.
હું જ આત્મા રહ્યો સર્વે પૂતો ના હૃદયો વિશે આદિ મધ્ય તથા અંત હું જ છું ભૂત માત્રના.
Arjuna, I am the universal self, seated in the heart of all beings. So I alone am the beginning, the middle, and also the end of all beings.
Adityanam aham Vishnur Jyotirsham Raviram Shuman Marichir Marutam Asmi Nakshatranam aham Shashi.
आदित्य यो न हूँ शु विष्णु सूर्य हूँ जगतो नतो मरीचि मारुत्यो तो नो हूँ निक्षत्रो नो हूँ चंद्रमा.
I am Vishnu among the 12 sons of Aditi, and the radiant sun amongst the luminaries. I am the glow of Maruts, the 49 wind gods, and the moon among the stars.
Vedanam samvedosmi devanam asmi vasavah indriyanam manaschasmi bhutanam asmi chetana.
सामवेद हूँ वेदो नो देवो नो इंद्र राज हूँ चेतना सर्वभूतोनि मन हूँ इंद्रियो तनु.
Among the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Among the gods, I am Indra. Among the organs of perception, etc., I am the mind, I am the consciousness, life's energy in the living beings.
Rudranam sankaraschasmi vittesho yaksharakshasam vasunam pavakaschasmi meru shikarina maham.
हूँ शंकर रुद्रो नो कुबेर यक्ष राजसे वसुओ नो हूँ शु अग्नि अग्नि मेरु हूँ पर्वतो तनो.
Among the 11 Rudras, gods of destruction, I am Shiva. And among the Yakshas and Rakshas, I am the Lord of riches. Among the 8 Vasus, I am the god of fire. And among the mountains, I am Meru.
Rodasam cha mokhyam mam viddi partha brihaspatim senani namaham skanda sarasamasmi sagara.
पुरोहितो तनो मुख्य मनने जान बृहस्पति सेनो नियो तनो संकद पुष्य करो नो सागर.
Among the priests, Arjuna, know me to be the chief, Brahaspati. Among warrior chiefs, I am Skanda, the generalissimo of the gods. And among the waters, I am the ocean.
Maharshinam brigurhaham giram asmekam aksharam yagnanam japa yagnosmi stavaranam ham himalaya.
Om ekaksharavani no maharshiyo tano bhrugu japa yagna hu yagno no stavaro no Himalaya.
Among the great seers, I am Bhrigu. Among words, I am the sacred syllable Om. Among offerings, I am the offering of japa, the muttering of sacred formulas. And among the immovables, the Himalayas.
Ashvatah sarva rukshanam devashinam cha narada Gandharvanam Chittaratada Siddhanam Kapilo Munihi.
Piparas sarva vrukshono stavarono Himalaya Chitraratahu Gandharve Siddhe Kapila Devahu.
Among all trees, I am the Aswata, the holy fig tree. Among the celestial sages, Narada. Among the Gandharvas, the celestial musicians, Chitrarata. And among the Siddhas, I am the sage Kapila.
Ucheva Shravana Masvanam Vidyamam Amrutodbhavam Airavatam Gajendranam Naranam Cha Naradipam.
Uche Shravahu Ashvano Amrute Upajohato Airavata Jonohu Naro Nohu Naradipa.
Among horses, know me to be the celestial horse, Uchesrava, begotten of the churning of the ocean along with nectar. Among mighty elephants, Airavata, Indra's elephants, and among men, the king.
Ayudhanam aham vrajram dehunam asmi kamadruk prajatna chasmasmi kandarpa sarpanam asmi vasukihi.
Ayudonuhu chuvaja kayoni kamadenuhu janmahetuhu kandarpa sarponohu chuvasuki.
Among weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am the celestial cow, Kamdenu, the cow of plenty. I am the sexual desire which leads to procreation, as enjoyed by the scriptures. Among serpents, I am Vasuki.
Antata chasmi naganam varuno yadasam aham pitrunam aryamma chasmi yaham samyam matam aham.
Ananta sarva nagono varana yadashotano pritriyo no aramahuchu yama samay karanano.
Among Nagas, a special class of serpents, I am the serpent god, Ananta, and I am Varun, the lord of aquatic creatures. Among the mains, I am Aryama, the head of the Pitras, and among rulers, I am Yama, the god of death.
Praladas jasmi daityanam kalaha kalyatamaham mruganam cha mrugendroham venateyascha pakshinam.
Pralada sarva detyono karachu gariyanano varache rotano sanya pankhiyo no khadeshwara.
Among the deities, I am the great devotee, Prahalad, and among reckoners, I am Time. So among quadrupeds, I am the lion, and among birds, Garud.
Pavanaha pavatam asmi ramaha stasruprat aham jasanam makaraschasmi srotasam asmi janavi.
Vayuhu bhagavano no ramahu shashravanano magar sarva macho no gangajihu naritani.
Among purifiers, I am the wind. Among warriors, I am Shri Ram. Among fishes, I am the shark, and among streams, I am the Ganges.
Sarganam dirantascha madhyam jaiva ham Arjuna adyat ma vidya vidyanam vadaha pravadat maham.
Adi madhya tatha anta ho sarva srushiyo tanu adyamit adyat ma vidya vidyani vada pravachano tanu.
Arjuna, I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all creations. Of sciences, I am the science of the soul, or metaphysics. In disputants, I am the right type of reasoning.
Aksharanam akarosmi dvandva samasa kashyacha ahame vakshaya kalo dataham vishvato mukham.
Akara aksharo nohu samaso nohu dvandva द्वन्द्वछु रत्रा विश्वमुखी चूने हुजछु काड अक्षय.
Among the sound represented by various letters, I am A, the sound represented by the first letter of the alphabet. Of the different kinds of compounds in grammar, I am the copulative compound. I am verily the endless time, the devourer of time, God. I am the sustainer of all, having my face on all sides.
Mrityu sarva harashchaham udbhavascha bhavisyatam kirti shrivakcha narinam sprutir meda druti shama.
मृत्युः सर्वनो हर्ता भविष्यनो उद्भव स्त्रीनि श्रीकीर्तिने वाणी स्मृति प्रज्ञा धृति क्षमा.
I am the all-destroying death that snatches all and the origin of all that shall be born. Among women, I am Kirti, Shri, Vak, Smriti, Meda, Triti, and Tama, the goddess presiding over glory, prosperity, speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and forbearance, respectively.
बृहत्साम तथा सामनाम गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं मृत्युनां कुसुमाकरः.
सामो नो बृहत्साम गायत्री सर्वछन्दनि मार्गशीर्ष हुमासोनो ऋतुओ नो वसन्तः.
Likewise, among the Shrutis that can be sung, I am the variety known as Britsama, while among the Vedic hymns, I am the hymn known as Gayatri. Again, among the months, I am the month known as Margashirsha, corresponding approximately to November, and among the 6 seasons successively appearing in India in the course of a year, I am the spring season.
द्यूतं चलयितामस्मि तेजस् विनामहं जयोस्मि व्यवसायोस्मि सत्वं सत्ववतामहं.
विद्याचु तेजस्वी योनु तेजहु सत्ववानो तणु सत्व जयने व्यवसायचु.
I am the gambling among deceitful practices and the glory of the glorious. I am the victory of the victorious, the resolve of the resolute, and the goodness of the good.
Vrushinam vasudevosmi pandavanam dhananjaya muninam pyaham vyasa kavinam ushana kavi.
हूँ वासुदेव वृष्णीनो पांडवो नो धनंजय मुनियो नो हूँ छु व्यास शुक्र हूँ कवियतणो.
I am Krishna among the Vrishnis, Arjuna among the sons of Pandu, Vyasa among the sages, and the sage Ushana among the wise.
Gando damayitamasmi niti rasmi chikishatam maunam chevasmi kuhyanam gnanam gnavatamamaham.
दंड हूँ दंडधारीनो नीति हूँ जयवांचुनि हूँ छु मौन जगुह्योनु ज्ञानी योनु छु ज्ञान हूँ.
I am the subduing power in rulers. I am righteousness in those who seek to conquer. Of things to be kept secret, I am the custodian in the shape of reticence, and I am the wisdom of the wise.
Yachapi sarvabhutanam bijam tadaha Arjuna na tadasiti vina yatsyan maya putam charam.
बीज जे सर्वभूतोनु चाण जेते यहूँ जछु हूँ विनानु नथि लोके कोई भूत चराचर.
Arjuna, I am even that which is the seed of life, for there is no creature moving or inert which exists without me.
Nantosti mama divyanam vibhutinam parantapa esha tude sata prokto vibhuter vistaro maya.
न आवे गणता छेड़ो मारी दिव्य विभूति नो દિશા માત્ર કહ્યો મેં તો આ વિસ્તાર વિભૂતિનો.
Arjuna, there is no limit to my divine manifestations. This is only a brief description by me of the extent of my glory.
Yat yat vibhutimat sattvam Shrimad urjitameva va tatadeva vagachatvam mama tejom sasambhavam.
જે કોઈ સત્વમાં કાંઈ લક્ષ્મી વીર્ય વિભૂતિવા જાણતું સગળું મારા તેજના અંશથી થયું.
Every such being, as is glorious, brilliant, and powerful, know that to be a part, manifestation of my glory.
Athava bahunaitena kim gnatena tava Arjuna vishtabhyaha midam krutsnam ekam shena stito jagat.
અથવા લાભ શોતારે જાણી વિસ્તારથી ગણા અંશ એક જ થી મારા આખું વિશ્વ ધરી રહ્યો.
Or, what will you gain by knowing all this in detail, Arjuna? Suffice it to say that I stand holding this entire universe by a fraction of my yogic power.
Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Upanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastra Shri Krishna Samvade Vibhuti Yogo Namo Dasamo Dhyayaha. In the Upanishad of the Bhagavad Gita, the knowledge of Brahma, the science of yoga, the dialogue between Shri Krishna and Arjuna, this is the 10th discourse designated the yoga of divine manifestations.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that lunch is being served. If you haven't eaten it yet, you can make your way towards the hall. Thank you.
Chapter 11, entitled The Yoga of Vision of the Universal Form. Arjuna prays to the Lord for a vision of his universal form. The Lord describes his universal form. Universal form described by Sanjaya the Dhritarashtra. Arjuna sees the Lord, universal form, and offers praises to the Lord. God describes his glory and exhorts Arjuna to fight. Overtaken by fright, Arjuna offers praises to the Lord and prays for a sight of the Lord's four-armed form. The Lord describes the glory of the vision of his universal form and reveals to Arjuna his four-armed gentle form. Possibility of obtaining a sight of the four-armed form without exclusive devotion, which is described with its fruits. Silence, please. Silence.
Hello.
अथ एकादशो अध्याय अर्जुन उवाच मदनुग्रह अथ एकादशो अध्याय अर्जुन उवाच
मदनुग्रहाय परमं गुह्यम् अध्यात्मसंज्ञितं यत्त्वयोक्तं वचस्तेन मोहोऽयं विगतो मम।
અધ્યાય 11મો વિરાટ દર્શન. અર્જુન બોલ્યા, મારા જે તમે આધ્યાત્મ જ્ઞાનનું પરમ ગૂઢ કહ્યું તેથી મારો એ મોહ છે ગયો.
Arjuna said, "Thanks to the most profound words of spiritual wisdom that you have spoken out of kindness to me, this delusion of mine was entirely disappeared."
अवाप्य यो हि भूतानां श्रुतो विस्तरशो मया त्वत्तकमलपत्राक्ष माहात्म्यम् अपि चाव्ययम्.
ભૂતોના જન્મને નાશ મે સવિસ્તર સાંભળ્યા તેમાં અક્ષય મહાત્મ્ય તમારા મુખથી પ્રભુ.
For Krishna, I have heard from you in detail an account of the evolution and dissolution of beings, and also your immortal glory.
एवम् एतद्यथा तत्थ त्वमात्मानं परमेश्वरं द्रष्टुमिच्छामि ते रूपम् ऐश्वरं पुरुषोत्तम.
નીજને વણવો જેમ તેવું જ પરમેશ્વર ઈશ્વરી રૂપ જોવાને ઈચ્છું છું પુરુષોત્તમ મારે એ રૂપને. Lord, you are precisely what you declare yourself to be, but I long to see your divine form, possessed of wisdom, glory, energy, strength, valor, O best of persons.
मन्यसे यदि त्वच्छक्यं मया द्रष्टुम् इति प्रभो योगेश्वर ततो मे त्वं दर्शयात्मनव्ययम्.
મારે એ રૂપને જોવું શક્ય જો માનતા પ્રભુ તો યોગેશ્વર દેખાડો નિજ અવ્યય રૂપ એ. Krishna, if you think that it can be seen by me, then, O Lord of Yoga, reveal to me your imperishable form.
श्रीभगवान् उवाच पश्य मे पार्थरूपाणि शतशोथसहस्रश नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतीनि च.
श्री भगवान बोया जो तुम्हारा बता रूपो संकदोनि हजारती बहु प्रकार दिव्य आहारना.
Shri Bhagavan said, Arjun, behold presently in hundreds and thousands my multivarious forms, divine forms of various colors and shapes.
बहुन्यद्रष्टपूर्वाणि पश्चाश्चर्याणि भारत इहैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्चाद्य सचराचरम्.
आदित्यो वसुओ रुद्रो अग्निनो मरुतो यजो पूर्वे क्यारे नदी तेला एवा आचार्य जो गणा.
पश्यादित्यान् वसूरुन्द्रान् अश्विनो मरुतस्तथा बहुन्यद्रष्टपूर्वाणि पश्चाश्चर्याणि भारत.
आदित्यो वसुओ रुद्रो Ashriyo Mado Rajo Huriyare Hurira Eva Ahayogana.
Behold in me, Arjuna, the 12 sons of Aditi, the 8 Vasus, the 11 Rudras, gods of destruction, the 2 Ashwin Kumars, the twin-born physicians of gods, and the 49 Martus, wind gods, and witness many more wonderful forms never seen before.
इहैकस्थं जगत्कृष्णं पश्याद्य सचराचरं मम देहे गुडाकेश यच्चान्द्रष्टुमि इच्छसि
जो मारा देहमा आजे एक साथ जरा जरा जगत आकु इच्छे जय अन्यतेय जो.
Arjun, behold is concentrated within this body of mine the entire creation consisting of both animate and inanimate beings and whatever else you desire to see.
न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षु पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्
मने तारा जने आत्रे नहीं जोई सखी शतु दीने तने आपु ईश्वरी योग जामुजा.
But surely you cannot see me with these human eyes of yours. Therefore, I vouchsafe to you the divine eye. With this you behold my divine power of yoga.
Sanjaya uvacha evamuktva tato rajan mahayogeshvaro harihi darshayam asapartaya paramam rupam meshwaram.
Amoli pachi Krishna Mahayogeshware Rupa Ishvariya Param Rupa Dekadupatane Nija.
Sanjaya said, My Lord, having spoken thus, Shri Krishna, the Supreme Master of Yoga, forthwith revealed to Arjuna his supremely glorious divine form. Aneka Vaktranayanam, Anekadbhuta Darshanam, Aneka Divyabharanam, Divyanekodyatayudham, Divya Malyambaradharam, Divya Gandhanulepanam, Sarvascharyamayam Devam. Anantam Vishvato Mukham.
Kana Muda Ganiyako, Kana Adbhuta Rupama, Kana Ambushayo Divya, Kana Ye Divya.
Arjuna saw the Supreme Deity possessing many mouths and eyes, presenting many a wonderful sight, decked with many divine ornaments, wielding many uplifted divine weapons. Divya Malyambaradharam, Divya Gandhanulepanam, Sarvascharyamayam Devam, Anantam Vishvato Mukham.
Maravastra Tarya Divya Archao Divya Gandhani Sarva Acharyati Purna Vishwayaka Pakadevae.
Wearing divine garlands and clothes, besmeared all over with divine unctions, full of all wonders, boundless, and having faces on all sides. Divi Surya Sahasrasya Bhaved Yugapada Uttita
यदि बाहः सदृश सा स्याद् भाषस्तस्य महात्मनः
आकाशे सामदीदीप हजारों सूर्यनितबा देखदी है महात्मा ने तुझसे ताय दो बल.
If there be the effulgence of 1,000 suns bursting forth all at once in the heavens, even that could hardly approach the splendor of the mighty Lord.
तत्रैकास्तं जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तम् अनेकधा आपश्याद्देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा
तबा अनुविश्वा आखु ये एक भागमा देवादि देव अनाव वे अर्जुन ने जुयु ए समय.
Concentrated at the one place in the person of that supreme deity, Arjuna then beheld the whole universe with its manifold divisions.
तथा सा विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमा धनञ्जया प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं कृतञ्जलिरभषता.
પછી અર્જુન આશ્ચર્ય હર્ષ રોમાંચકાત અરી દેવની હાથ ને જોડીને એમાં વિરસી અને ફર્યો.
Then Arjuna, full of wonder, with the hair standing on end, reverently bowed his head to the divine Lord, and with joined palms addressed him thus.
Arjuna uvacha pashyami devanstava devadehe sarvanstatha bhuta vishesha sangham brahmanam isham kamalasanastam rishinshi cha sarvan uragancha cha divyan.
अर्जुन बोलिया हे देव देखो तम देहमा सौ देवो तथा भूत समूहाना ब्रह्मा विराजे कमलासनेया ने दिव्य सर्पो ऋषियो ये सर्वे.
Arjuna said, Lord, I behold within your body all gods and hosts of different beings, Brahma throned on his lotus seat, Shiva and all rishis and celestial serpents.
Aneka bahudara vaktra netram pashyami tvam sarvatro anantarupam nantam namadhyam na punastvadadim pashyami vishveshvara vishvarupa.
अनेक नेत्रो मुखहात पेतो अनंत रूपो तम सर्व बाजु देखो नहीं तनमत्या आदि तमारु विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूपा.
Lord of the universe, I see you endowed with numerous arms, bellies, mouths, and eyes, and having innumerable forms extended on all sides. I see neither your beginning nor middle, nor even your end, manifested as you are in the form of the universe.
Kiritinam ghadinam chakrinam cha tejo rashim sarvato diptimantam pashyami tvam durnirriksham samantad diptantalarkadyutim aprameyam.
तारीकदा चक्र किरीट दीपो बदी दिशेते चतना समूहे तपापतासु रज अग्नि ज्योति चोवातमे शक्य न अप्रमेय.
Diadems, clubs, and discuses, a mass of splendor flaming all round, having the brilliance of a blazing fire and the sun, hard to gaze at and immeasurable on all sides.
त्वम् अक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं त्वमव्यय शाश्वतधर्मगुप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे.
तमे परम अक्षर ज्ञेय तत्व तमे महा आश्रय विश्वनुवा अनाश चोशस्वत धर्म पाण जानु तमे सत्य अंदानि देवा.
You are the supreme, indestructible, worthy of being known. You are the ultimate refuge of this universe. You are, again, the protector of the ageless Dharma. I consider you to be the eternal, imperishable being.
अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुताश वक्तं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तम्.
अनन्दिमध्यन्तनन्त शक्ति अनंतहातो शशि सूर्य नेत्र पेकु तमारे मुखंगी जाड़ो तमे स्वती जे जगात पावो.
I see you without beginning, middle, or end, possessing unlimited prowess and endowed with numberless arms, having the moon and the sun for your eyes, and blazing fire for your oath, and scorching this universe by your radiance.
द्यावा पृथिव्यो हरिदन्तनन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयेकेन दिशश्च सर्वा दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं निरुपमोग्रं तद्वेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मन्.
व्योम पृथ्वी तनु अंतराल ईशै सौ एक तमीज व्याप्य तमारु आ अद्भुत उगरूप देखी त्रिलोकी अकलाय देव.
Yonder space between heaven and earth and all the quarters are entirely filled by you alone. Seeing this transcendent, dreadful form of yours, O soul of the universe, all the three worlds feel greatly alarmed.
अमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्गा विशन्ति केचिदित्थिता प्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्ति ते युक्त्वा महर्षि सिद्धसङ्गा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः.
अदेव संगोतममाय से कोहात जोडी विनवे भयति स्वस्ति बनीसी तममहर्षि संगो अवने कस्त्रोचे तमने सवेचे.
Hosts of gods are entering. You, some with palms joined out of fear, are uttering your names and your glories. Multitudes of Mahasas and Siddhas, saying, "Let there be peace," are extolling you by means of excellent hymns.
रुद्रादित्या वसवो यच साध्या विश्वे अश्विनो मरुतशोश्च पांश गन्धर्वशास्त्र सिद्धसङ्गा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मिताशेश्च सर्वे.
आदित्योरुन्द्रो वसुविश्वदेवो सद्यो कुमारो मरुतोय पितृ गन्धर्वो यक्ष असुर्यो सिन्धोक आचर्यति सौतमने निहारे.
The 11 Rudras, 12 Adityas, and 8 Vasus, the Sadyas and Vishwadevas, the 2 Ashwin Kumaras, and 49 Murats, as well as the manas and multitudes of Gandharvas, Yaksas, Asuras, and Siddhas. All these gain upon you in amazement.
रूपं महते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहुरूपादं बहुदरं बहुदृष्टकरालं दृष्टालोका प्रव्यस्थितास्तथाहम्
Monet jaja vikararado hathopagone yajaja virat aru pari pame vatalok padane anehu.
Lord, seeing the stupendous and dreadful form of yours, possessing numerous mouths and eyes, many arms, thighs, and feet, many bellies and many teeth, the worlds are terror struck. So am I.
नभस्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यातत्तानं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्टा हि त्वां प्रस्थितान्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि शमं च विष्णु
व्योमे अडेला बहुरंगवाला खुल्ला मुखो दीप्त विशाल डोळा तेजे भरेला तमन ऊंजाईने धीरज शांति खाओ.
Lord, seeing your form reaching the heavens, engulfant, multicolored, having its mouth wide open and possessing large flaming eyes, I, with my inmost self frightened, have lost self-control and find no peace.
दृष्टां करालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्टेव कालानन सन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे न शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास
ज्योताज सर्वे प्रलयाग्निजेवा मुखो तमारा विकराल दाढ़ो दिशा न सूझे नहीं शांति लागे प्रसन्न थाओ जगना निवास.
Seeing your face is frightful on account of the teeth and flaring like the fire at the time of universal destruction, I am utterly bewildered and find no happiness. Therefore, be kind to me, O Lord of celestials, O abode of the universe.
नीचित्वां धृतराष्ट्रपुत्रा सर्वे सहेवावनिपालसङ्गे भीष्मो द्रोणसुतपुत्रस्थात्सो सहास्यं दियेरपि योधमुख्ये
वळी बधा धृतराष्ट्रपुत्रो भूपो तणा सर्वसमूह साथे आभीष्म आद्रोण सूत कर्ण साथे समाराय महान योद्धा.
All these sons of Dhritarashtra, with the hosts of kings, Bhishma, Drona, and Karna, as well as the other warrior chiefs belonging to our side.
विक्राणिते त्वरमाणा विशन्ति दाष्ट्राकरालानि भयानकानि केचिदविलाग्नशानास्ते रेषु सान्द्रीष्यन्ते चुरितेर उमङ्ग.
विश्वेतराथी मुखनी तमारी बिहामणिने विकराल डाड़े दातो तणा अंतरमाय कोई चोटिया दिसे चूर्ण बने.
I see them all rushing headlong into thy mouth with terrible tasks, horrible to behold. Some are mangled between thy jaws, with their heads crushed to atoms.
यथा नदीना बहवो मुवेगा समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रविन्त तथा तवामी नरलोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राण अभिविज्वलन्ति
નંદીતણા જેમ જળ પ્રવાહો વેગે સમુદ્ર પ્રતિડોટ મૂકે ઝાડો ભર્યા તેમ મૂકે તમારા દોડે બધા આ નરલોક વીરો.
As the myriad streams of rivers rush towards the sea alone, so do those warriors of the mortal world enter young flaming mouths.
यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतग्न विशान्तिनाशाय समृद्धवेगा तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोका तपा विवक्रान्ति समृद्धवेगा.
જ્વાળા વિશે જેમ પતંગ પેસે વિનાશ કાજે અતિવેગ સાથે લોકો તમારા નાશાર્થ પેશે અતિવેગ સાથે.
As moths rush with great speed into the blazing fire for extinction out of their folly, even so all these people are with great rapidity entering your mouths to meet their doom.
लेलिह्यसे ग्रसमाह सम्मन्तल लोकन् सम्रग्नवन्दनेर्ज्वलन्दिं तेजोभिरपुर्य जगत समग्रं भासत्वोग्रह प्रतापतिं विष्णु.
ग्रसीपतेति पर्तानुकोमा जीपो वरेलुकसमाग्रचातु प्रभु पप्त्वावे किरणो तमारा भरी त्रिलोकी अति उग्र तेजे.
Swallowing through your blazing mouths, you are licking all those people on all sides, Lord. Your terrible splendors are burning the entire universe, filling it with radiance.
आख्याहि मे को भवना गृहरूपो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानमि तव प्रवृत्तिम्.
छे कौन बोलो विकरार रूपी नमो तमोने परमेश्वरीरु पीछान इचु निज आनि देवा प्रवृत्तिवाणी शकरुति जारी.
Tell me who you are with the form so terrible. My obeisance to you, O best of gods. Be kind to me. I wish to know you, the primal being in particular, for I know not your purpose.
श्री भगवान् उवाच कोलीस्मि लोकक्षयकृत्य प्रवृद्धो लोकान् स्मार्तुमिह प्रवृत्त ऋतिपीत्वा न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे यो विस्थः प्रत्यनीकेषु योद्धः.
શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા, છું કાળ ઉઠ્યો જગનાશકારી સહારવા લોક અહીં પ્રવર્ત્યો તારા વિનાએ બચશે ન કોઈ જે આખડા સૈનિક શામ શામા.
Shri Bhagwan said, I am inflamed Kala, the eternal time spirit, the destroyer of the worlds. I am out to exterminate these people. Even without you, all those warriors arrayed in the enemy's camp must die.
तस्मात् त्वम् उत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रून् भुक्स्व राज्यं समृद्धं मय्यवते निहातं पूर्वम् एव निमित्ता मात्रं भव सव्यसचिन्.
તેથી ખડો થાય સમેળવી લે વેરી હણી ભોગ વરાજ્ય રીતિ પૂર્વે જ છે ભણેલ એને નિમિત્ત થા માત્ર તું સ્વય સાચી.
Therefore, do you arise and win glory, conquering foes, enjoy the affluent kingdom. These warriors stand already slain by me. Be you only an instrument, Arjuna.
द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यानपि योद्वीरान् मया हतास्त्वं व्यधिष्ठा युध्यस्वजेतासि रणे सपत्नान्
शुम्बिककेद्रो नकयेतत्रेज के कन्दया अन्त्यमातयुध्ये मे चे हन्यामा रातुजा शोके तुजुजजीति शर्वाशशत्रु.
Do you kill Drona and Bhishma and Jayendra and Karna and even other brave warriors who stand already killed by me? Fear not. You will surely conquer the enemies of the war. Therefore, fight.
Sanjay उवाच एतच्छ्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिवेपमान किरीटे नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं सगद्गदं भीत प्रणम्य.
संजय बोल्या, आसाम्बरी के सबके वकेरे पे हाथ जोड़ी ततरे किरीति फरी करी वंदन कृष्ण ने नवनीत त्रिजेदन कंद बोले.
Sanjaya said, hearing these words of Bhagwan Keshava, Arjuna tremblingly bowed to him with joined palms, and bowing again in extreme terror, spoke to Sri Krishna in faltering accents.
अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकीर्त्या जगत्प्रहृष्यत्यनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गा.
अर्जुन बोल्या, छे योग्य एकी तनती तमारा आनंद ने प्रेम मलहे जगत्सो नासे बहे राक्षस सौ दिशामा सर्वे नमे सिद्धितरा समूयो.
Arjuna said, Lord, well, it is the universe exalts and is filled with love by chanting your names, virtues, and glory. Terrified Rakshas are flying in all directions, and all the hosts of are bowing to you.
अस्माच्च तेन नमिरन् महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्राह्मणो व्याधिकत्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वमक्षरं सत्परं यत्.
न कानमेसो तमने परात्मन् ब्रह्मात्राये गुरु आदिकर्ता आनन्ददेवेश जगन्निवास सत्सज्ञे पर अक्षरात्मन.
O great soul, why should I not bow to you, who are the progenitor of Brahma himself and the greatest of the great? O infinite Lord of celestials, abode of the universe, you are that which is existent, that which is not existent, and also that which is beyond both, the indestructible Brahma.
त्वमादिदेव पुरुष पुराणस् त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेत्तासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूप.
पुराण चौ पुरुषो आदिदेव
तमेज आविश्वनुवन्त्यधाम ज्ञाता तमेग्नि यपरं पनेजो तमेव विश्वनुवन्त्यरूप.
You are the primal deity, the most ancient person. You are the ultimate resort of this universe. You are both the knower and the knowable, and the highest abode. It is you who pervade the universe, assuming endless forms.
वायुर्म अग्निर्वरुणा शशाङ्क प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेऽस्तु सहस्रकृत्वा पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमोऽस्ते.
तमेष शिवा वरुणाग्निधर्म प्रजापति ब्रह्म पिता तमेजा मारा हजारो नमनो तमोने नमो नमस्ते नमो नमस्ते.
You are Vayu, the wind god, Yama, the god of death, Agni, the god of fire, the moon god, Brahma, the lord of creation, nay, the father of Brahma himself. Hail, hail to you 1,000 times. Salutations, repeated salutations to you once again.
नमोस्तुते ते सर्वदेव सर्व अनन्तवीर्यामितविक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं ततोऽसि सर्वम्.
Same namuchu yapite saupasadandu prabhu sarvarupa aparache viryamapashakti sarve abhanya sarve sama sarvi.
O Lord of infinite proudness, my salutation to you from before and from behind. O soul of my obeisance, to you from my sides indeed. You who possess limitless might, pervade all, therefore you are all.
Sakhetim matva prasabham stiduktam He Krishna, He Yadav, He Sakheti Ajanta Mahimanam Tadivedam Maya Pramadma Pranayena Vapi.
Sakagnive ayodhya bolyo He Krishna He Yadava He Sakha Naja Nami Mama Shi Tamaro Pram A Adipti Ke Ati Premti.
Whatever I have said unto thee in rashness, taking thee only for a friend, and addressing thee as O Krishna, O Yadava, O friend, in thoughtlessness and in familiarity, not understanding thy greatness.
Avahasartham satkartoasi viharashaya sanbhojaneshu ekothvapya chitatasmam tatakshmai tvamaha prameyam.
बेटा फरियासा जमिया सूता एकांत माँ के सगड़ा समक्ष हासी करे त्या मर जाद लोपी क्षमा करो ए अप्रमेय.
Whatever insult I have offered to thee in jest, in sport or in repose, in conversation or at meals, alone or in a multitude, I ask thy forgiveness for them all, O thou who art without an equal.
पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूजश्च कुरु गरीयान् न त्वस्मोत्तुत्प अधिका कुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽप्य प्रतिमं प्रभाव
तमे पितास्तावर्जङ्गमो न तमे जसो न गुरुराजपूज्य त्रिलोकमा तुल्यको न ज्ञातिजमोटो अनुप्रभावी.
You are the Father, nay, the greatest teacher of this moving and unmoving creation, and worthy of adoration. O Lord of incomparable might, in all the three worlds there is none else even equal to you. How then any better?
तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वां हमीशमिङ्गं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्यो प्रियः प्रियातसि देव सोढुम्
माटे हूँ साष्टांग करूँ प्रणाम प्रसन्न थाओ स्तवनीय ईस साके पिता पुत्र साके सकाने प्रिय प्रियातम मने साको.
Therefore, Lord, prostrating my body at your feet and bowing low, I seek to propitiate you, the ruler of all and worthy of all praise. It behooves you to bear with me, even as a father bears with his son, a friend with his friend, and a husband with his beloved spouse.
अदृष्टपूर्वं हिष्टोऽस्मि दृष्टा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास.
शुलेखी अणदी रूप छता भये व्याकुण छे तमारू मने रूप प्रसन्न थाओ जगना निवास.
Having seen your wondrous form, which was never seen before, I feel transported with joy. At the same time, my mind is tormented by fear. Pray, reveal to me that divine form, the form of Vishnu with 4 arms. O Lord of celestial, abode of the universe, be gracious.
किरीचिनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तमिच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहुभव विश्वमूर्ते.
करे कदाच क्रकिरीतमाथे इवाज इच्युतमने चतुर्भुजिरु दहरो फरेया एवा सहस्रबाहो प्रभु विश्वरूप.
I wish to see you adorned in the same way, with a diadem on the head and holding a mace and a discus in 2 of your hands. O Lord with 1,000 arms, O universal being, appear again in the same 4-armed form.
येन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितमात्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वमनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन दृष्टिपूर्वम्.
श्री भगवान बोलिया राजी थईने रूप आव राजी थईने
राजी थईने मुझ योग द्वारा देखाड्यु आरु परम तने में
तेजो मया आदि विश्व पूर्वेण ताराविन डीठ कोई.
Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, pleased with you, I have shown you through my own power of yoga, this supreme, effulgent, primal, and infinite cosmic body, which was never seen before by anyone else than you.
न वेदयज्ञाध्ययनेन दानै न च क्रियार्भिर्न न तपोभिरुग्रै एवं रूपः शक्य अहं नृलोके दृष्टं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीर.
न वेदपाठे न हि यज्ञदाने न कर्मकाण्डे न तपेय उग्र मनुष्यलोके मुजरूप आवु तारा विना कोई सके निहारी.
Arjuna, in this mortal world, I cannot be seen in these forms by anyone else than you, either through study of the Vedas or of rituals, or again through gifts, actions, and austere penances.
आते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावो दृष्टा रूपं घोरमिदृष्टममेदं व्यपेतभिः तदेव मे रूपमिदं प्रपश्य.
मुंचा नहीं माधर मूढ़ भाव एवो निहारी मुझ गौर रूपा निवार तारो भय था प्रसन्न ले आज आरूपते पेख मारू.
Seeing such a dreadful form of mine as this, be not perturbed or perplexed, with a fearless and complacent mind. Behold once again the same four-armed form of mine, bearing the conch, discus, mace, and lotus.
संजय उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्तथोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयमास भूयः आश्वासयामास च भीतमेनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्यवपुर्महात्मा.
संजय बोलिया, आवू कही अर्जुन ने फरी थी स्वरूप ने देख वासुदेवे फरी धरी सौम्य शरीर देवे दीधो दिलासो भयभीत ने.
Sanjaya said, having spoken thus to Arjuna, Bhagavan Vasudeva again showed to him in the same way his own four-armed form, and then, assuming a gentle form, the high-souled Sri Krishna consoled the frightened Arjuna.
अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीमस्मि संवृतः सचेता प्रकृतिं गतः.
अर्जुन बोलिया, तमारू मानवी रूपी सौम्य आजोइने हवे चेतना सस्तथा यो नीच भावो थयो स्थिरा.
Arjuna said, Krishna, seeing this gentle human form of yours, I have regained my composure and am myself again.
श्री भगवान उवाच सुदूरदर्शनमिदं रूपं दृष्टवान् सीयनं देवा अप्यप्स्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः.
अति दुर्लभ आमारा रूपने ते निहारुजे देवो यवंजता नित्य ते स्वरूप अनुदर्शन.
Sri Bhagavan said, this form of mine with four arms, which you have just seen, is exceedingly difficult to perceive. Even the gods are always eager to behold this form.
नाहं वेदेन तपसा न दानेन न चेच्यया शक्य एवं विदो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा
न वेदोऽथि न यज्ञोऽथि न हि दाने तपे न हि शक्य દર્શનમારું જેવું આજે તને થયું.
Neither by study of the Vedas, nor by penance, nor again by charity, nor even by ritual, can I be seen in this form with 4 arms as you have seen me.
त्वनन्या शक्य अहमेवं विधोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परं तप
મારે અર્થે કરે કર્મ મત્પરાયણ ભક્ત છે દ્વેષહીન અનાસક્ત તે આવી મુજને મળે.
Through single-minded devotion, however, I can be seen in this form with 4 arms, nay, known in essence and even entered into, O valiant Arjuna.
मत्कर्म कुर्म तत्परमो भक्तत्य संवर्जितः निर्वैर सर्वभूतेषु यः सः मामेति पाण्डव.
અનન્ય ભક્તિએ તો એ આવી રીતે હું શક્ય છું તત્વથી જાણવો જોવો પ્રવેશે મુજમાં થવો.
Arjuna, he who performs all his duties for my sake, depends on me, is devoted to me, has no attachment, and free from malice towards all being, reaches me.
Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayang Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Vishwarupa Darshana Yogo Namaikadasho Dhyaya. Thus in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 11th chapter entitled The Yoga of the Vision of the Universal Form. Chapter 12, entitled The Yoga of Devotion. Respective merits of the worshippers of God with form and without form, and the means of God realization, marks of the God-realized soul.
Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ata Dvadasho Dhyayaha Arjuna Uvacha Evam Satata Yuktaye Bhaktastvam Paryupasate Ye Chapayaksharam Avyaktan Teshan Ke Yoga Vittamaha.
अर्जुन बोलिया नित्य युक्त तैयामा जे भक्त तमने बजे ने जे अक्षर अव्यक्त देवे माही कयाचते.
Arjuna said, the devotees who, with their minds constantly fixed on you, adore you as possessed of form and attributes, and those who adore as the supreme reality, only the indestructible, unmanifest Brahma, who is truth, knowledge, and bliss solidified. Of these 2 types of worshippers, who are the best knowers of yoga.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya Veshamano Yeman Nitya Yukta Upasate Shraddhaya Parayopetas Te Me Yukta Tamamata.
श्री भगवान बोलिया मारा मामनने प्रोई नित्य युक्त तई मने Bhaje Paramashradati Te Yogi Charata Kanu.
Sri Bhagavan said, I consider them to be the best yogis who endowed with supreme faith and ever united through meditation with me, worship me with the mind centered on me.
Ye tvaksharam ma nirdeshyam avyaktam paryupasate sarvatra gamachintyencha kutastam achalan dhruvam.
Jeo Achintya Avyakta Sarva Vyapaka Nishcharyana Ekarupa Anidrishya Drava Aksharane Bhaje.
Those who worship me as the indestructible, the undefinable, the unmanifest, the omnipresent, the unthinkable, the primeval, the immutable, and the external.
Sanniyam yendriyagramam sarvatra samabuddhaya te prapnovanti mameva sarva bhutayite rata.
Indriyo niyame rakhi sarvatra samabuddhina sarvabhuta hite rakat pamataya manejate.
Subduing their senses, viewing all conditions of life with the same eye and working for the welfare of all beings, assuredly they come to me.
Klesho dikatarastesham avyakta sakta chetasam avyakta hikatar dukkan dehe vadbira vyapyate.
Avyakte chitta chotade tene kalesh chathato vatu mahapri pame avyaktamagati.
Of course, the strain is greater for those who have their mind attached to the unmanifest, for atonement with the unmanifest is attained with difficulty by those who are centered in the body.
Ye tu sarvani karmani mayi sanyasya matparaha ananye neva yogena mandhyatnyanta upasate.
सर्व कर्मों ने करी संन्यास मत पर अनन्य योग थी मारा करे ध्यान उपासना.
Verily, those who surrender their actions to me, who muse on me, worship me, and meditate on me alone, with no thoughts save of me.
Yesham hamam samuddarta mrityon samsara sagarat pavami nicharat partha maya veshita chetasam.
मार चित्त प्रोत्ताये भक्तो नो भवसागरे विना विलंब उद्धार करूँ छु पार्थ हूँ स्वयं.
O Arjuna, I rescue them quickly from the ocean of life and death, for their minds are fixed on me.
Mayyeva mana adatsva mahi buddhin niveshaya niveshishyasi mayyeva ata urdhvanna samshayah.
हूँ माज मने स्थाप निष्ठा मारी जराख तो मारा माज निशंक तू वशीष हवे पछी.
Therefore, fix your mind on me and establish your intellect in me alone. Thereafter, you will abide solely in me. There is no doubt about it.
Atachittam samadatum nasagnosi mahi stiram abhyase yogena tatto mam ichaptum dhananjaya.
जो न राखी शके स्थिर चित्त समाधि थी तो मने पामवा इच्छ साधि अभ्यास योगने.
If you can steadily fix the mind on me, Arjuna, then seek to attain me through abhyasa, yoga, constant practice.
Abhyase pyasamartosi mad karma paramo bhava mad artham api karmani kurvan siddhim avyapsyasi.
अभ्यासेन जो शक्ति था मत कर्म परायण मारे अर्थे करे क तो ये पामीश सिद्धने.
If you are unequal even to the pursuit of such practice, be intent to work for me. You shall attain perfection in the shape of my realization, even by performing actions for my sake.
Attaitat apyas shaktosi kartum madyogamashrita sarva karma phalatyagam tatta kuru yatatmavan.
जो करी न शके तो ये आचरी मुझ योग ने तो सो कर्म फड़ो त्याग राखी ने मन ने वश.
If taking recourse to the yoga of my realization, you are unable even to do this, then subduing your mind and intellect, etc., relinquish the fruit of all actions.
Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasa jnanad dhyanam vishishyate dhyanat karma phalatyagas tyaga chantiranantaram.
ऊंचो अभ्यास थी ज्ञान ज्ञान थी ध्यान तो चढ़े ध्यान थी फड़ तो त्याग त्याग थी शांति सत्वर.
Knowledge is better than practice without discernment. Meditation on God is superior to knowledge, and renunciation of the fruit of actions is even superior to meditation. The peace immediately follows from renunciation.
Adveshta sarvabhutanam maitra karuna evacha nirmamo niharankaras samadukka sukha kshami.
अद्वेष सर्वभूतों नो मित्रता करुणा क्षमा निर्ममी निरहंकार सुख दुखे समानता.
You is incapable. He who is incapable of hatred towards any being who is kind and compassionate, free from selfishness, without pride, equable in pleasure and in pain, and forgiving.
Santushta satate yogi yad atma drudha nishchayaha mayarpita mano buddhir yo magbhaktas same priyaha.
योगी सदाय संतोषी जीतात्मा दृढ़ निश्चयी मन बुद्ध्या ते मत भक्त मने प्रिय.
Always contented, self-centered, self-controlled, resolute, with mind and reason, dedicated to me, such a devotee of mine is mine beloved.
Yasmano dvijate loko, lokano dvijate chayah, harsham rashabayo dvegir, mukto yasacha me priyah.
જેથી દુભાયના લોકો લોકથી જે દુભાયના હર્ષ ક્રોધ ભય ક્ષોભે છૂટ્યો જે તે મને પ્રિય.
He who does not harm the world and whom the world cannot harm, who is not carried away by any impulse of joy, anger, or fear, such as one is my beloved.
Anapeka shuchir daksha udasino gatavyatah sarvaramba parityagi yo madbhaktas same priyah.
પવિત્ર નિસ્પૃહી દક્ષ ઉદાસીન વ્યથા નહીં સૌ કર્મ રિંબ છોડેલો મારો ભક્ત મને પ્રિય.
He who does not want nothing, who is both internally and externally pure, is clever and has risen above all distractions, and who renounces the feeling of doership in all undertakings, that devotee of mine is dear to me.
Yo narashyati na dveshti na shochati na kankshati shubha shubha parityagi bhakti manyasame priyah.
न करे हर्ष के द्वेष न करे शौख के स्पृहा शुभ शुभ तज्या जेणे भक्तिमान मने प्रिय.
He who neither rejoices nor hates, nor grieves nor desires, and who renounces both good and evil action and is full of devotion is dear to me.
Samashatrau cha mitre cha tata manapamanayo shito na sukha dukkeshu samasanga vivarjitah.
समजे शत्रु ने मित्रे सममानापमानमा ताड़े तापे सुखे दुखे सम आसक्तिहीन जे.
He who is alike to friend and foe, as well as to honor and ignominy, who remains balanced in heat and cold, pleasure and pain, and other contrary experience, and is free from attachment.
Tulyaninda stutir mauni santushto yena kenachit aniketas tiramatir bhaktiman me priyo nara.
समान स्तुति निंदामा मौने संतुष्ट जे मळे स्थिर बुद्धि निरालंब भक्त जेते मने प्रिय.
He who takes praise and approach alike and is given to contemplation and contented with any means of subsistence whatsoever, entertaining no sense of worship and attachment in his respect of dwelling place, and full of devotion to me, that man is dear to me.
Ye tu dharmyamritamide yatoktam paryupasate shraddadanamat parama bhaktaste tiva me priyah.
आधर्मा ने सेवे श्रद्धा थी जैम में कहूँ मत परायण जे भक्तो તે મને અતિશય પ્રિય.
Those devotees, however, who partake in a disinterested way of the nectar of pure wisdom set forth above, endowed with faith and solely devoted to me, they are extremely dear to me.
Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayang Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Bhakti Yogo Nama Dvadasho Dhyaya. Thus in the Upanishad, sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Shri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 12th chapter entitled The Yoga of Devotion. Chapter 13, entitled The Yoga of Discrimination between the field and the knower of the field. The subject of field and the knower of the field together with knowledge. The subject of Prakriti and Purusha, matter and spirit, together with knowledge.
Ashodhyaya
Arjunavacha Prakrutim Purusham Chaiva Kshetram Kshetragnameva Cha Etadeti Tumichami Gnanam Gneyam Cha Keshava Sri Bhagavanuvacha Idam Sariram Konteya Kshetramitya Madhiyate Etato Vetatam Prahu Kshetragna iti tadidah Kshetragna chapi mamam
Sarva kshetreshu bharata
Kshetra Kshetragna yoganam Yate jnanam matam mama Tata kshetram yasya yadaka Yadi kariyatasya Sachayo yat prabhavasya Tat samashena me shunu Rushi virbahuda gitam Chando virvidakta prataka
Brahmasutra
padeshaiva Hetu madvinishchate Mahatyunahankaro Buddhiravyaktameva cha Indriyani dasekam cha Vasvachendriya gochara Ichha desham sukham dukham
Sangatschetana truti
Etakshetram samashena Savikara mudaratam Amanitvamadamitvamahimsam
Vatvahimsam Shantirajavam
Acharyopasanam saucham Stairyam vinigraha Indriyateshu vairagya Manahankara eva cha Janma mrityu jara vyadhi Dukha doshanudarshanam Asaktirena vishwaha Putradara gruhadishu Nityam cha samchitva Mishtanistopapatishu Mahichananya yogena Bhaktiravya vicharini Vivikta desha sevitva Marati janna sansadi Adhyatma gnana nityatvam Tattva gnanartha darshanam Ete gnanamiti broktam Gnanam yadatyatha Cheyam yat pravakshyami Yajyatva-amritamashyute Anadi-matparam brahma Na satta na saduchyate Sarvatra prani padam Tatsavarvatu shikshurokam Sarvataha srutim loke Sarvamavrutya tishtate Sarvendriya gunabhasam सर्वेन्द्रियविवर्जितम् असक्तं सर्वभूषेम निर्गुणगुणभोक्त च बहिरन्तश्च भूतानां चरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वात्तद्विज्ञेयं दूरस्थं चान्तिके च तम् अविव्यक्तं च भूतेषु विभक्तमिव च स्थितं भूतभृत च तज्ज्ञेयं ग्रसिष्णु प्रभविष्णु च ज्योतिषामित्यज्जयो ज्योतिष्मय परोच्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं गम्यं विधि सर्वस्य वेष्टितम् इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानं ज्ञेयचोक्तं समासः मृदत एतद्विज्ञाय मद्रावायोपपद्यते प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विद्यनादियुमापसि विकारांश गुणाशेषं वृत्ति प्रकृतिसम्भवान् कार्यकारणकर्तव्ये हेतु प्रकृतिरच्यते पुरुषः सुखदुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतरच्यते.
ક્ષેત્ર ક્ષેત્રજ્ઞ વિચાર
શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા ક્ષેત્ર એ નામથી જ્ઞાની ઓળખે આ શરીરને ક્ષેત્રને જાણનારો જે તેને ક્ષેત્રજ્ઞ છે કહ્યો. વળી મને જ ક્ષેત્રજ્ઞ જાણજે સર્વ ક્ષેત્રમાં ક્ષેત્ર ક્ષેત્રજ્ઞનું જ્ઞાન તેને હું જ્ઞાન માનું છું. જે તે ક્ષેત્ર તથા જેવું જ્યાંથી એમાં વિકાર જે ક્ષેત્રજ્ઞ જે અને જેવો સંક્ષેપે સુણતે કહું. વિવિધ મંત્રથી ગાયું ઋષિઓએ અનેકતા ધરાવ્યું બ્રહ્મસૂત્રોમાં સુનિશ્ચિત પ્રમાણથી મહાભૂતો અહંકાર બુદ્ધિ પ્રકૃતિ આઠે ઇન્દ્રિયો દસ ને એક વિષયો પાંચ એમના ઈચ્છા દેશ સુખો દુઃખો ધૃતિ સંધાન ચેતના વિકારો સાથે આ ક્ષેત્ર તેને સંક્ષેપમાં કહ્યું. નિર્માનતા અહિંસાને અદંભ આજવ ક્ષમા ગુરુ ભક્તિ તથા શૌચ સ્થિરતા આત્મનિગ્રહ વિષયો પ્રતિ વૈરાગ્ય નિરહંતા તથા જન્મ મૃત્યુંજરા વ્યાધિ દુઃખ દોષોનું દર્શન નિર્મોહતા અનાસક્તિ પુત્ર પત્ની ગૃહાદિમાં સારા માઠા પ્રસંગોમાં ચિત્તની સમતા સદા અનન્ય યોગથી મારી ભક્તિ અવ્યભિચારિણી એકાંતવાસમાં પ્રેમ ના ગમે દાયરા વિશે અધ્યાત્મ જ્ઞાનમાં નિષ્ઠામ તત્વજ્ઞાન વિચારણા આ લક્ષણે કહે જ્ઞાન એથી અજ્ઞાન ઓલતું. હવે હું વર્ણવું જ્ઞેય જે જાણે મુક્તિ ભોગવે અનાદિ એ પરમ બ્રહ્મ છે ન કહેવાય નાનતી. સર્વત્ર હાથને પાય સર્વત્ર શિરને મુખ સર્વત્ર આંખને કાન સર્વને આવરી રહ્યું. નિદ્રય છતાં પાસે સર્વે ઇન્દ્રિયના ગુણો નિર્ગુણી ગોળ ભોગતા એ ભરતા તો એ અશક્ત એ બહાર માય ભૂતોની ચાલતું ને અચંચળ સૂક્ષ્મ ચેતી જણાયેના સમીપે દૂર ના વળી અખંડ તો એ ભૂતોમાં જાણે ખંડપણે રહ્યું ભૂતોને જન્મ દે પોષે ગળે એ
તેમગ્નેય એ જ્યોતિઓનું એ જ્યોતિ પર એ અહંકારથી
જ્ઞાન જ્ઞેય જ્ઞાન ગમ્ય સર્વના હૃદયે વસ્યુ ક્ષેત્ર જ્ઞાન તથા જ્ઞેય આમ સંક્ષેપમાં કહ મારો જે ભક્ત આ જાણે તે પામે મુજ ભાવને અને અનાદિ છે જાણ પ્રકૃતિ તેમ પુરુષ પ્રકૃતિથી તથા જાણ વિકારો ને ગુણો બધા કાર્યકાર કર્તૃત્વ એ સૌ પ્રકૃતિ કારણે સુખ દુઃખ તણા ભોગ તે તો પુરુષ કારણે પ્રકૃતિમાં રહ્યો સેવે પ્રકૃતિ ગુણ પુરુષ આસક્તિ ગુણમાં તેથી
સદ સદયોનિમાં પડે.
Sri Bhagavan said, "This body, Arjuna, is termed as the field, kshetra, and him who knows it is called the knower of the field, kshetrajna, by the sages discerning the truth about both. Myself to be the kshetrajna, individual soul, in all the kshetras, Arjuna, and it is the knowledge of kshetra and kshetrajna, that is, of matter with its evolutes and the spirit, which I consider as true knowledge."
What that kshetra is, and what is its nature, and also what are its modifications, and from what causes and what effects have arisen, and also who that kshetrajna is and what his glory. Hear all this from me in brief. The truth about the kshetra and the kshetrajna has been expounded by the seers in manifold ways. Again, it has been separately stated in different Vedic chants and also in the conclusive and reasoned texts of the Brahma Sutras.
The 5 elements, the ego, the intellect, the unmanifest primordial matter, the 10 organs of perception and action, and the mind, and the 5 objects of sense, sound, touch, color, taste, and smell. Also desire, aversion, pleasure, pain, the physical body, consciousness, firmness. Thus is the kshetra with its evolutes briefly stated.
Absence of pride, freedom from hypocrisy, non-violence, forbearance, uprightness of speech, mind, etc., devout service of the preceptor, internal and external purity, steadfastness of mind, and control of body, mind, and the senses. Dispassion towards the objects of enjoyment of this world and the next, and also of egoism, pondering again and again on the pain and the evils inherent in birth, death, old age, and disease.
Absence of attachment and the feeling of mindness in respect of son, wife, home, etc., and constant equipoise of mind both in favorable and unfavorable circumstances. living in secluded and holy places, and finding no enjoyment in the company of men.
Fixity in self-knowledge and seeing God as the object to true knowledge. All this is declared as knowledge, and what is other than this is called ignorance. I shall speak to you at length about that which ought to be known, and knowing which one attains supreme bliss. That supreme Brahman, who is the Lord of beginningless entities, is said to be neither Sat, being, nor Asat, non-being.
It has hands and feet on all sides, eyes, head, and mouth in all directions, and ears all round. 4. It stands pervading all in the universe. Though perceiving all sense objects, it is, really speaking, devoid of all senses. Nay, though unattached, it is the sustainer of all nonetheless. And though attributeless, it is the enjoyer of qualities, the three modes of Prakriti. It exists without and within all beings, and constitutes the animate and inanimate creation as well. And by reason of this its subtlety, it is incomprehensible, it is close at hand, and stands afar too.
Though integral, like space, in its undivided aspect, it appears divided, as it were, in all animate and inanimate beings. And that Godhead, which is the only object worth knowing, is the sustainer of being as Vishnu, the destroyer as Rudra, and the creator of all as Brahma.
That supreme Brahma is said to be the light of all lights and entirely beyond Maya. That Godhead is knowledge itself, worth knowing and worth attaining through real wisdom, and is particularly seated in the heart of all. Thus, the truth of the Kshetra and knowledge, as well as of the object worth knowing, God, has been briefly discussed. Knowing this in reality, my devotee enters into my being.
Prakriti and Purusha know both these as beginningless, and know all modifications, such as likes, dislikes, etc., and all objects constituted of the three gunas as born of Prakriti. Prakriti is said to be responsible for bringing forth the evolutes and the instruments, while the individual soul is declared the cause of experience of joys and sorrows.
प्रकृतिस्थो हि भुङ्क्ते प्रकृतिजन् गुणान् कारणं गुणसङ्गोऽस्य सत्स्योऽद्योनिजन्मसु
प्रकृतिमा रह्यो सेवे प्रकृति गुण पुरुष આશક્તિ ગુણમાં તેથી સદ યોનિમાં પડે.
Only the Purusha seated in Prakriti senses objects of the nature of the three gunas, evolved from Prakriti, and it is connect with these gunas that is responsible for birth of this soul in good and evil wombs. 20.
उपद्रष्टानुमन्ता च भर्ता भोक्ता महेश्वर परमात्मेति चाप्युको देहेऽस्मिन् पुरुष पर.
સાક્ષી માત્રા અનુજ્ઞાતા ભરતા ભોગતા મહેશ્વર કહ્યો તે માયે દેહે પુરુષ જે પર.
The spirit dwelling in this body is really the same as the Supreme. He has been spoken of the witness, the true guide, the sustainer of all the experiencer as the embodied soul, the overlord and the absolute as well.
य एवं वेत्ति पुरुषं प्रकृतिं च गुणैः सह सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न स भूयोऽभिजायते.
જાણે પુરુષ જે આમ પ્રકૃતિ એ ગુણો સહ સર્વ કર્મો કરે તોય તે ફરી જન્મતો નથી.
He who thus knows the Purusha, spirit and Prakriti, nature, together with the gunas, even though performing his duties in every way, is never born again.
ध्यानेन आत्मनि पश्यन्ति केचित् आत्मानम् आत्मम अन्ये साङ्ख्येन योगेन કર્મયોગેન ચાપરે.
ધ્યાનથી આપને કોઈ આપથી આપમાં જોએ સાખ્ય યોગ વડે કોઈ કર્મયોગથી.
Some by meditation behold the Supreme Spirit in the heart with the help of their refined and sharp intellect. Others realize it through the discipline of knowledge, and others again through the discipline of action.
अन्ये त्वेवं जानन्त श्रुत्वान्येभ्य उपासते तेऽपि चातितरन्येव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणा.
ને કોન જાણતા આમ અન્યથી સુણીને ભજે શ્રવણે રાખતા શ્રદ્ધા તેઓએ મૃત્યુને તરે.
Others, dull-witted persons, however, not knowing, thus worship even as they have heard from others, and even those who are thus devoted to hearing are able to cross the ocean of the mundane existence in the shape of death.
यावत् सञ्जायते किञ्चित् सत्त्वं स्थावरजङ्गमं क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञसंयोगात् द्विद्वि भरतर्षभ.
એકાઈ ઉપજે લોકે સસ્વ સ્થાવર જંગમ ક્ષેત્ર ક્ષેત્ર યજ્ઞના યોગે જાણતે ઉપજે બધું.
Arjuna, whatsoever being animate or inanimate is born, know it as emanated from the union of kshetra, matter, and the kshetrajana spirit.
समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनश्यत्स्व विनश्यन्तं यः पश्यति स पश्यति.
સમાન સર્વભૂતોમાં रहेला परमेश्वर अविनाशी विनाशी मा ते देखतो.
He alone truly sees, who sees the Supreme Lord as imperishable and abiding equal in all perishable things, both animate and inanimate.
समं पश्यन्हि सर्वत्र संवस्थितमीश्वरं न हिनस्त्यात्मान न आत्मानं ततो याति परं गतिम्.
सर्वत्र व्यापेला ईशने देखनार न हणे आपथी आप तेथी पामे परंगति.
He who kills not himself, by seeing the Supreme Lord, equally present in all, as one, thereby reaches the supreme state.
प्रकृत्येव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः यः पश्यति तथात्मान् कान्तारं स पश्यति.
प्रकृति थी ज शो कर्मो सदा सर्वत्र थाय छे आत्मा तो न करे काई आ देखे तेज देखतो.
And he alone really sees, who sees all actions being performed in every way by Prakriti alone, and the self as the non-doer.
यदा भूत पृथग्भाव एकस्थमनुपश्यति तत एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म संपद्यते तदा.
ભૂતો ના વેગળા ભાવ એકમાં જ રહ્યા જુએ તેથી જ સર્વ વિસ્તાર ત્યારે બ્રહ્મ દશા મળે.
The moment man perceives the diversified existence of beings as rooted in the one Supreme Spirit and the spreading forth of all beings from the same, that very moment he attains Brahma, who is truth, consciousness, and bliss solidified.
अनादित्वं निर्गुणत्वं परां त्यायमव्ययै शरीरस्थो अपि कौन्ते न करोति न लिप्यते.
એ પરમાત્માને નથી આદિ નથી ગુણો તેથી દેહે રહે તો એ અકર્તા અલ્પિત રહે.
Arjuna, being without beginning and without attributes, this indestructible spirit, Supreme Spirit, though dwelling in the body, in fact does nothing, nor gets contaminated.
सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्यात् आकाशं नोपलिप्यते सर्वत्रावस्थितो देहे तथात्मलोपलिप्यते.
सूक्ष्मता कारणे व्योम सर्वव्यापी अल्पित रहे आत्मा ये तेम सर्वत्र वशी देहे अलिप्त रहे.
As the all-pervading ether is not tainted by reason of its subtly, so seated everywhere in the body, the self is not affected by the attributes of the body due to its attributeless character.
यथा प्रकाशयत्येकः कृत्स्नं लोकमिमं रविः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारत.
प्रकाशे एकलो सूर्य जेम आ जगने बधा क्षेत्र क्षेय प्रकाशे छे तेम आ क्षेत्रने बधा.
Arjuna, as the one sun illumines this entire universe, so the one Atma, spirit, illumines while Kshetra, field.
क्षेत्र क्षेत्रज्ञ अन्वन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूत प्रकृति मोक्षं च ये विदुर्यान्ति ते परम्.
क्षेत्र गनो भेद जे जाने ज्ञान चक्षुथी भूत प्रकृति मोक्षे ते पामी छे परम गति.
Who thus perceive with the eye of wisdom the difference between Kshetra and Kshetranya and the phenomenon of liberation from Prakriti, with thy evolutes reach the supreme eternal spirit.
Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gitanupanishatu Brahm Vidyayam Yog Shastre Shri Krishna Arjun Samvade Kshetra Kshetra Vibhag Yogo Nam.
Thus in the Upanishad, sung by the Lord, the signs of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 13th chapter entitled The Yoga of Discrimination Between the Field and the Knower of the Field. Chapter 14, entitled The Yoga of Division of Three Gunas, the glory of knowledge, evolution of the world from Prakriti and Purusha, the qualities of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas described, means of God realization, and marks of the soul who has transcended the gunas.
Param bhuyah pravakshami gnananam gnanamuttamam yajakshyatva manuyah sarve parasiddhimito gatah idam gnanan mutpakshritya mama sadharmya magata sarge api nopajayante pralayena vyatanti cha mama yonir Mahad Brahma Tasmin Garbham Dadamyaham Sambhavaha Sarvabhutanam Tato Bhavati Bharata.
Sarvayoneshu Konteya Mrutya Sambhavanitya Tasam Brahma Mahadyonir Aham Bij Pradapita Sattvam Rajasatam iti Gunaha Prakriti Sambhavaha Nibandhanati Mahabhavo Dehi Dehi Namvyayam Tatra Sattvam Nirmalatvam Prakashak Manamayam Sukha Sangena Badnati Gnana Sangnena Chanaga Rajoragatmakam Vitti Trishna Sangha Sambudhavam Tanni Bandnoti Konteya Karma Sangnen Nadehinam.
Tamastattvajnanajam vidhi mohanam sarvadehinam pramadalasya nindrabis tadni badnati bharata sattvam sukhe sanjayati rajah karmani bharata gnanamavritya tu tamaha pramade sanjayutyata rajastamas Chabhibhuya sattvam bhavati bharata rajah sattvam tamascheva tamah sattvam rajastatha sarvatvareshu dehesmin prakasha upajayate gnanam yada tada vidya vivruddham sattvam ityuta.
Lobha paruti paramba karmana sarvai supraha rajyase jetani jayante vivite bharata sarva arpakaso pravuti saha pramado mahavaecha tasyaitani jayante vivitre kurunandana yada satye pravuti tu pralaya yati dehabhuj tadut mahavidaha loka kamala pratidate rasi pralayam gatyava karma sarvatrisu jayate tatha praleshintamasi mudayoni si jayate. Karmanas sukatas yahus satvikan nirmalam phalam Rajasastu phalan dukkam agnanam tamasaf phalam Sattva sanjayate gnanam राजसो लोभ एव च प्रमादमोहौ तमसो भवतो ज्ञानमेव च ऊर्ध्वं गच्छन्ति सत्त्वस्ता मध्ये तिष्ठन्ति राजसाः जगन्यगुणावृत्तिष्ठा अधो गच्छन्ति तामसाः
नान्यं गुणेभ्यः कर्तारं यदा दृष्टानुपश्यति गुणेभ्यश्च परं वेति मद्भावं सो अधिगच्छति गुणानत्येतानतीत्य तेन्देहि देहसमुद्भवान् जन्म मृत्युजरा दुःखो विमुक्तो अमृत अश्नुते अर्जुन उवाच केलिङ्ग्रीन्स् गुणानि तानि तीतो भवति प्रभो किमाचार कथं एतान् स्त्रीन् गुणान् नति वर्तते भगवानुवाच प्रकाशं च प्रवृत्ति च मोहमेव च पाण्डव न द्वेष्टि सम्प्रभावृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति उदासीन वदासीनो गुणे यो न विचाल्यते गुणावर्तन्त इत्येव यो वतिष्ठति नेङ्गते ओम
समदुःख सुख स्वस्थ समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चन तुल्य प्रिया प्रियो धीरस तुल्या निन्दात्म संस्कृति मानापमानयोस्तुल्य सूल्यो मितारीक्षपो सर्वारंभ परित्यागी गुणातीत स उच्यते मांच योग व्यभिचारेण भक्ति योगेन सेवते स गुणान् स्मृति ये तान् ब्रह्म भूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्याव्ययस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्वैकान्तिकस्य च
श्री भगवान बोलिया ज्ञान मोह श्रेष्ठ छे ज्ञान ते फरी तुझने कहूँ जे जानी मुनियो सर्वे सिद्धि अहिं पर आज्ञान आचरी जेओ पामी मुझ समानता सग्र कार्य तेन में प्रलय नैव्यताकम मारु श्रेत्र महाब्रह्म धीमाहु बीजताप्यछु एतकी सर्वभूतोनि लोक की उत्पत्ति थाय छे।
સર્વયોની વિશે જે વ્યક્તિઓ જન્મ પામતી તેનું ક્ષેત્ર મહદ્બ્રહ્મ પિતા હું બીજદાયક તમો રજો તથા સત્વ ગુણો પ્રકૃતિથી થયા તેજ અવ્યય દેહીને બાંધે છે દેહને વિશે એમાં નિર્મળ એ સત્વ દોષહીન પ્રકાશક એ બધા છે કરાવીને આસક્તિ જ્ઞાનને સુખે
आसक्ति जन्म्यो राग तेज रजो गुण देही ने बांधतो ए तो करी आसक्त कर्म मोहमा नाकतो सौने उठे अज्ञान तम देही ने बांध्यो ए तो निद्रा प्रमाद आळसे सुखमा जोडतो तत्व कर्ममा जोडतो रज ने ढांकी ज्ञान ने जोडे प्रमादे तो तमो गुण रजो तमो दबावी ने सत्व उपरयावत रजो गुण तमो सत्व तम ये रज सत्व ने
જ્યારે અદેહમાં દિશે પ્રકાશ સૌ ઇન્દ્રિયે ને જ્ઞાન પ્રગટે ત્યારે વધેલો સત્વ જાણવો કર્મ પ્રવૃત્તિ आरंभ लोभे न शांति ने स्पृहा रजोगुण वधे જ્યારે ત્યારે આ ઉપજે બધા પ્રવૃત્તિના પ્રકાશેના દિશે પ્રમાદ મૂઢતા તમોગુણ વધે જ્યારે ત્યારે આ ઉપજે બધા સત્વની વૃદ્ધિ વેરાય દેહી છોડે શરીર જો ઉત્તમ નાનત્વાનોના નિર્મરા લોક મેરવે
કર્મ સંગી વિષેચન में રજમાલય પામતામ મૂઢયોને વિષેચન में તમામામલય પામતામ કહ્યું છે પુણ્ય કર્મોનું ફળ સાત્વિક નિર્મળ રજનું ફળ છે દુઃખ અજ્ઞાન તમનું ફળ સત્વથી ઉપજે જ્ઞાન રજથી લોભ ઉપજે પ્રમાદ મોહ અજ્ઞાન ઉપજે તમથી સહુ ચડે છે સાત્વિકો ઊંચે રાજસો મધ્યમાં રહે હીન વૃત્તિ મદો ધર્મી તેની થાય અધોગતિ
વિના ન કરતા કો જ્યારે દ્રષ્ટા પછાણતો ગુણાતીતને જાણે તે પામે મુજ ભાવને દેહ સાથે ઉઠેલા આ ત્રિગુણો જે તરી જતો જન્મ મૃત્યુ જરા દુઃખે છૂટી તે મોક્ષ ભોગવે અર્જુન બોલ્યા ક્યા લક્ષણથી દેહી ત્રિગુણાતીત થાય છે હોય આચાર સો એનો કેમ એ ત્રિગુણોતરે શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા જ્ઞાન પ્રવૃત્તિને મોહ તેના ધર્મો શરીરમાં ઉઠે તો ન કરે દ્વેષ સમે તો ન કરે સ્પૃહા જે ઉદાસીન સો વર્તે ગુણોથી ચડતો નહીં વર્તે ગુણો જ જાણીને રહે સ્થિર દગે નહીં સમા દુઃખે સુખે સ્વસ્થ સમલોષ્ટાસ્મ કાશ્ચન સમપ્રિયા પ્રિયે ધીર સમનિંદા વખાણમાં સમાનાપમાને જે સમજે શત્રુ મિત્રમાં સૌ કર્મારંભે છોડેલો ગુણાતીત ગણાયતે અવ્યભિચાર ભાવે જે ભક્તિ યોગે મને ભજે તે આ ગુણો કરી પાર બ્રહ્મને પાત્ર થાય છે અમૃત અક્ષર બ્રહ્મ ને એકાંતિક તે સુખ તેમ શાશ્વત ધર્મો જે સૌનો આધાર હું જ છું.
Shri Bhagwan said, I shall discuss one more, the supreme wisdom, the best of all wisdoms, acquiring which all sages have attained highest perfection, being liberated from the mundane existence. Those who, by practicing this wisdom, have entered into my being are not born again at the cosmic dawn, nor feel disturbed even during the cosmic night. My primordial nature, known as the great Brahma, is the womb of all creatures. In that womb, I place the seed of all life. The creation of all beings follows from the union of matter and spirit, O Arjuna. Of all embodied beings that appear in all the species of various kinds, Arjuna, Prakriti, or nature, is the conceiving mother, while I'm the need-giving father.
Sattva, Raja, and the Tamasas. These three qualities are born of nature, tie down the imperishable soul to the body, Arjuna. Of these Sattva, being immaculate is illuminating and flawless. Arjuna is the bird's through the identification with the joy and wisdom. Arjuna, know the quality of the rajas, which is of the nature of passion, as born of the cupidity and the attachment. It binds the soul through attachment to actions and their fruits. And know the tamas, the deluders of all those who took upon the body as their own self. As born of ignorance, it binds the soul through error, sloth, sleep. Arjuna.
Sattva drives one to joy, rajas to action, tamas, clouding wisdom, incites one to error, as well as sleep and sloth. Overpowering rajas and tamas, Arjuna, sattva prevails. Overpowering sattva and tamas, rajas prevails. Even so, overpowering sattva and rajas, tamas prevails. When light and discernment dawn in this body, as well as in the mind and senses, then one should know that sattva is predominant. With the preponderance of rajas, Arjuna, greed, inactivity, undertaking of actions with an interested motive, restlessness, and a thirst for enjoyment make their appearance.
With the growth of tamas, Arjuna obtusance of the mind and sense, disinclination to perform one's obligatory duties, frivolity, and superfluous. All these appear. When the man dies during the preponderance of sattva, he obtains the still less interior world attained by men of noble deeds. Dying when rajas predominance, he is born amongst those attached to the actions. Even so, the man who has expired during the preponderance of tamas is reborn into species of stupid creatures such as insects and beasts, etc.
The reward of the righteous act, they say, is the sattvic fruitless in the shape of joy, wisdom, and dispassion, etc. Sorrow is declared to be the fruit of the rajasic act of ignorance, the fruit of the tamasic act. Wisdom follows from sattva and greed, undoubtedly from the rajas likewise. Obstinate error, stupor, and also ignorance follows from tamas. Those who abide in the quality of the sattva wend their way upwards, while those of the rajasic disposition stay in the middle, and those in the tamasic temperament, enveloped as they are in effect of the tama guna, sink down.
When the seer perceives no agent other than the three gunas and realizes me, the Supreme Spirit standing entirely beyond these gunas, he enters into my being. Having transcended the aforesaid three gunas, which have caused the body and freed from birth, death, old age, and all kinds of sorrow, this soul attains supreme bliss. Arjuna said, what are the marks of him who has risen above the three gunas, and what is his conduct? And how, Lord, does he rise above the three gunas? Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, he who hates not light, which is born of sattva, and activity, which is born of rajas, and even stupor, which is born of tamas, when prevalent, no longs for them when they have ceased. He who is sitting like a witness is not disturbed by the gunas, and who knowing that the gunas alone move among the gunas, remains established in identity with God and never falls off from that state.
He who is ever established in the self takes woe and joy alike, regards a clod of earth, a stone, and a piece of gold as equal in value. He is possessed of wisdom. receives the pleasant as well as the unpleasant in the same spirit, and views sensual and praises the light. He who is indifferent to honor and ignominy is alike to the cause of a friend as well as to that of an enemy, and has renounced the sense of doership in all undertakings, is said to have risen above the three gunas. He too constantly worships me through the yoga of exclusive devotion, transcending these three gunas. He becomes eligible for attaining Brahma. For I am the ground of the imperishable Brahma, of immortality, of the eternal virtue, and of the unending, immutable bliss.
Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayang Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Guna Traya Viga Vibhaga Yogo Nama Chaturdasho Dhyaya. Thus in the Upanishad, sung by the Lord, the signs of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 14th chapter entitled The Yoga of Division of Three Gunas. Chapter 15, entitled The Yoga of the Supreme Person, description of the universe as a tree and the means of God realization. The Jivatma, or individual soul, God and His glory described, the perishable bodies of all beings, the imperishable Jivatma, and the Supreme Person.
Should have you online? Sheila, you need to unmute.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. अथ पंचदशोऽध्यायः पुरुषोत्तमयोगः श्रीभगवान् उवाच ऊर्ध्वमूलम् अथ शाखम् अश्वत्थं प्राहुरव्ययम् छन्दांसि यस्य पर्णानि यस्तं वेद स वेदवित् अधर्षत्वं प्रसिततस्य शाखा गुणा प्रवृत्ता विषयप्रभवा अधर्षश्च मूलान् अनुसन्ततानि कर्मानुबन्धीनि मनुष्यलोके न रूपमस्ये ततोपालते नन्तो न चादी न च सम्प्रतिष्ठा अश्वत्थमेनं सुविरूढमूलम् अशङ्खशास्त्रे न दृढेन छिद्वा तत्पदं परिमार्गितव्यम् यस्मिन् गताना निवर्तन्ति भूया तमेव चाद्यं पुरुषं प्रपद्ये यत्ता प्रवृत्ति प्रसिता पुराणी निर्माणमोहा चित्तसङ्गदोष अध्यात्मनित्या विनिवृत्तकामा द्वन्द्वैर्विमुक्ता सुख दुख संजय गच्छन्त्यमुदा पदमव्ययं तत्।
न तद्भाष्यते सूर्यो न शशंको न पावकः यद्गत्वा निन्वन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम। मामयि वंशो जीवलोके जीवभूता सनातन मनः इन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति। शरीरं यदावाप्नोति यच्चाप्युक्ता क्रमातिस्वर गृहीत्वा तानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धानि वाशयत्। श्रोत्रं चक्षुस्पर्शनं च रसनं घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठाय मनश्रायं विषयान् अनुपासेवते। उत्क्रामन्तं स्थितं वापि भुञ्जनं वा गुणान्वितं विमुग्धानां पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषा।
पश्यन्त आत्मनेव स्थितं यतन्तोऽप्याकृत्मा आत्मानो नैनं पश्यन्ति चेतसा। यद् आद्याति गतं तेजो जगत् पश्याति केलं यच्चन्द्रमासि यच्चग्नौ तत्तेजाविधि मामक्रम्। गम आविश्या च भूतानि तरायं याहं मजोसा पुष्णामि सादि सर्व सोमा भूत्वा रसत्मखा। अहं वैश्वनारो भूत्वा प्राणिनं देहम् आश्रिता प्रणापनास् संयुक्ता पाचायानं चतुर्विधं सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टो मथा स्मृति ज्ञानम् अपोहनं च वेदस्य च सर्वे अहम् एव विदो वदन्तः कृत्वेद अविद एव चहम्।
त्वाविमौ पुरुषो लोके क्षारश्चाक्षर एव च क्षारानि भूतानि कूटस्थोऽक्षर उच्यते। उत्तमा पुरुषस्त्वन्य परम आत्मेत्य उद्धारिता यो लोकात्रयम् आविश्य बिभर्त्याव्यय ईश्वरा यस्मात् क्षारम् अतीतोऽहम् अक्षरात् अपि चोत्तमा अतोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रार्थितः पुरुषोत्तमा यो माम् एवम् असम्मुतो जानाति पुरुषोत्तमं सा सर्वविद् भजति मां सर्वाभावेन भारत इति गुह्यातमं शास्त्रम् इदम् उक्तं मया नघा एतत् बुद्धा वा बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृताकृत्यश्च भारत.
Vandana, if you logged in, it's your turn. Vandana, unmute.
Sorry. श्री भगवान बोलिया ऊंचे मूड़ तड़े डाड़ो श्रुतियों पांदड़ा कह्या ए अविनाश अश्वत जाने ते वेद जानतो उच्छे तड़े डाड़ पसार एनो गुणे वत्यो भोग थी पालव्यो चे नीचे बड़ी मानव लोक माही मूड़ो गया कर्म विषे गुथाया एनो जगे सत्य नव रूप पासे न आदि अंते नहीं कोई पायो ले तीव्र वैराग्य तणी कुहाड़ी अश्वत्थ आवोदन मूड़ तोड़ शोधी पछी ए पत्ने प्रयत्ने ज्या पोच नारायण पड़े परी थी ते पामवु आदि परात्म रूप प्रवृत्ति ज्याति पसरी अनादि निर्माण निर्मोह असंग वृत्ति अध्यात्म निष्ठा नित्य शांत काम छूटेल सुख दुख रूपी अमूढ़ ते अव्यय धाम पामे.
અને પ્રકાશેના ના ચંદ્ર અગ્નિએ નહીં જ્યાં પહોંચી ન ફરે પાછા મારું તે ધામ ઉત્તમ મારે જે અંશ સંસારે જીવરૂપો સનાતન ખેંચે પ્રકૃતિમાંથી તે મનને પાંચ ઇન્દ્રિયો જેમ વાયુ ગ્રહે ગંઠ વસ્તુને નીચ સાથમાં તેમ દેહી ગ્રહે આસો ધરતા છોડતા તનુ આંખ કાન ત્વચા નાક જીભને છઠ્ઠું મન અધિષ્ઠાતા થઈ સૌનો દેહી વિષય ભોગવે નીકરે કે રહે દેહે ભોગવે ગુણ સાટવા મૂઢોને દેખતા એને દેખે છે જ્ઞાન સૂક્ષ્મના.
हे योगी प्रयत्नवान हयासुन अशुद्धात्मा न देखे यत्न थे यथे विश्व सौने प्रकाशंतु दिसे छे तेज सूर्यमा चंद्र जे अग्निमा ये जे तेज मारू ज जाणते पैसी पृथ्वी विषे धारू भूतो ने मुझ शक्ति थी પૂછું અશોધી સર્વે થઈ સો મારસે ભરી હું વિશ્વરૂપે સૌ પ્રાણીના દેહમાં રહ્યો પ્રાણપાન કરી યુક્ત પચાવું અનંત ચોદય નિવાસ સૌના હૃદયે કરું હું થી સ્મૃતિ જ્ઞાન તથા વિવેક વેદો બધાનું હું જ એક વેદ વેદાંત કરતા હું જ વેદ વેદતા બેચે આ પુરુષો विश्वेश्वर क्षर अक्षर अर्जुन क्षर ते सगुणा भूतो कह्यो अक्षर नित्य ने पोषे त्रिलोको ने व्यापी च विनाश ईश्वर पर ने कह्यो तेने त्रिज पुरुष उत्तम जे हूँ क्षरथी पार श्रेष्ठ अक्षरथी यूँ તેથી હું લોક ને વેદ વણાયો પુરુષોત્તમ જે અમૂર્ત મને આમ જાણતો પુરુષોત્તમ તે
संसार में शेर तथा अक्षर ये दो ही पुरुष है, समस्त प्राणी शेर है और ही अक्षर कहा जाता है। उत्तम पुरुष तो पुण्य ही है जो कि परमात्मा नाम से कहा गया है तथा जो अव्यया अक्षर तीनों लोकों में प्रविष्ट होकर धारण पोषण करता है। क्योंकि मैं शर में परे हूँ और अक्षर से भी उत्तम हूँ, इसलिए मैं लोक में तथा वेदों में भी पुरुषोत्तमा नाम से प्रसिद्ध हूँ। भारत जो मोह रहित होकर इस प्रकार मुझको पुरुषोत्तमा जानता है, वह सर्वज्ञ सब प्रकार से मुझको ही पाँचता है। हे निष्पाप, इस प्रकार यह अत्यंत गोपनीय शास्त्र मेरे द्वारा कहा गया। हे भारत, इस जानकर ज्ञानवान तथा कुतीर्थ हो जाता है।
Sri Bhagavan said, "He who knows the peepal tree in the form of creation, which is said to be imperishable with its roots in the primeval being, God, whose stem is represented by Brahma, the creator, and whose leaves are the Vedas, is a knower of the intention of the Vedas. Fed by the three gunas and having sense objects for their tender leaves, the branches of the aforesaid tree, in the shape of the different orders of creation, extend both downwards and upwards, and its roots, which bind the soul according to its actions in the human body, are spread in all regions, higher as well as lower. The nature of this tree of creation does not on mature thought turn out what is represented to be, for it has neither beginning nor end, nor even stability. Therefore, felling this peepal tree, which is most firmly rooted, with the formidable acts of dispassion. Thereafter, a man should diligently seek for that supreme state, namely God, having attained to which they return no more to this world, and having fully resolved that he stands dedicated to that primeval being, God Narayana. himself from whom the flow of his beginless creation has progressed, he should dwell and meditate on him.
Those wise men who are free from pride and delusion, who have conquered the evil of attachment, who are in eternal union with God, whose cravings has altogether ceased, and who are completely immune from all pairs of opposites, going by the names of pleasure and pain, reach that supreme immortal state. Neither the sun, nor the moon, nor even fire can illumine that supreme self-effulgent state, attaining to which they never return to this world. That is my supreme abode. The eternal Jivatma is this body, is a particle of my own being, and it is that alone which draws around itself the mind and the five senses, which rests in Prakriti. Even as the wind sends from their seat, so too the Jivatma, which is the controller of the body, etc., taking the mind and the senses from the body, which it leaves behind, forthwith migrates to the body, which it acquires.
It is while dwelling in the senses of hearing, sight, touch, taste, and smell, as well as in the mind, that the Jivatma enjoys the objects of senses. The ignorant know not the soul departing from dwelling in the body, or enjoying the objects of senses. That is, even when it's connected with the three gunas. Only those endowed with the eye of wisdom are able to realize it. Striving yogis too are able to realize the self-enshrined in their heart. The ignorant, however, whose heart has not been purified, knows not the self in spite of their best endeavors. The light in the sun that illumines the entire solar world, and that which shines in the moon, and that too which shines in the fire, know that light to be mine.
In permeating the soil, it is I who support all creatures by my vital power, and becoming Threefold moon, I nourish all plants. Taking form of fire lodged in the body of all creatures, and united with prana, ingoing, and apana, outgoing breaths, it is I who consume the four kinds of food. It is I who remain seated in the heart of all creatures as the inner controller of all. And it is I who am the source of memory, knowledge, and the ratiocinative faculty. Again, I am the only object worth knowing through the Vedas. I alone am the father of Vedanta and the knower of the Vedas too. The perishable and the imperishable too. These are the two kinds of Puranas in this world. Of these, the bodies of all beings are spoken of as the perishable, while the Jivatma, or the embodied soul, is called imperishable.
The Supreme Person is yet another other than these who have entered all the three worlds uphold and maintain all, and has been spoken of as the imperishable Lord of the Supreme Spirit. Since I am wholly beyond the perishable world of matter of Kshetra, and am superior even to the imperishable soul, hence I am known as the Purushottama, the Supreme Self in the world as well as in the Vedas. Arjuna, the wise man, who thus realizes me as the Supreme Person, knowing all, he constantly worships me, the all-pervading Lord, with his whole being. Arjuna, this most esoteric teaching has thus been imparted by me. Grasping it in essence, man becomes wise, and his mission in life is accomplished.
Hello. Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Upanishadsu Brahma Vidyayang Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Purushottama Yogo Nama Panchadasho Dhyaya. Thus in the Upanishad, sung by the Lord, the signs of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Shri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 15th chapter entitled The Yoga of the Supreme Person.
Chapter 16, the yoga of division between the divine and the demonical properties. The divine and the demonical properties described with their fruit. Marks of a man possessed of the demonical properties and their damnation described. Instruction about renouncing conduct opposed to the scriptures and the exhortation to follow the scriptures.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Sanshruti Jnana Yoga Vyavastiti Danam Damayashra Swadhyaya Yastapa Achavam Ahimsa Satyam Krodhastagya Shantirapeshu Nama Daya Bhuteshvalo Lupatvam Madam Mahira Chapalam Teja Shamatruti Shocham Adrohona Timanita Abhavanti Sampadam Devim Abhijatasya Bharata. Ambodarpam Bimanascha Krodha Parushyame Vacham Ajnanam Chabi Chatasya Partha Sampadam Asurim Daivi Sampadam Mokshaya Nibandaya Asurimata Cha Sampadam Vimbichatosi Pandava Goloke Smindeva Asura Evacha Daivo Vistarasha Prokta Asuram Partame Shrinu.
Pravritting cha nivritting cha janana vidurasura na shaucham napi chacharo na satyam teshu vidyate asatyam apratishtham te Jagadahuranishwaram Aparaspara Sambhut Kimanyat Kamahaitukam एतां दृष्टिम् अवष्टभ्य नष्टात्मानोऽल्पबुद्धयः प्रभवन्त्युग्रकर्माणः क्षयाय जगतो हिताः.
कामम् आश्रित्य दुष्पूरं तं दन्ति वा मोहात् गृहीत्वा सद्ग्रहान् प्रवर्तन्ते शुचिव्रता. चिन्तामपरमेयं च प्रलयन्तम् उपश्रिताम् काम एतावदिति निश्चिताम्. शतैर्बद्धाः कामक्रोधा प्रलयनाम् इहन्ति अन्यायेनार्थ सञ्चयन्.
इदमद्य मया लब्धम् इमं प्रापस्ये मनोरथम् इदमस्तीदमपि मे भविष्यति पुनर्धनम्. आसमया हताः शत्रुर्हानिशेषापराणपि ईश्वरो माहं भोगी सिद्धोऽहं बलवान् सुखी. आढ्योऽभिजनवान् अस्मि कौन्योऽस्ति सदृशो मया. यक्ष्यै दास्यामि मोदिष्य इत्यज्ञानविमोहितः अनैकचित्तविभ्रान्ता मोहजालासमावृताः प्रसक्तकामभोगेषु पतन्ति नरकेषु च. आत्मसम्भाविताः स्तब्धा धनम् आनं दान्विताः याजन्ते नाम याजैस्ते दम्भेन विधिपूर्वकम्. अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं च संश्रिताः माम् आत्मा परदेहेषु प्रद्विषन्तोऽभ्यसूयकाः. तानहं द्विषतः क्रूरस्नान् संसारेषु नराधमान् क्षिपाम्यजस्रमशुभान् आसुरीष्वेव योनिषु.
त्रिविधं नरकस्येदं द्वारं नाशानम् आत्मनः कामः क्रोधस्तथा लोभस्तस्माद् एतत् त्रयं त्यजेत्. यः शास्त्रविधिम् उत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारतः न सा सिद्धिम् अवाप्नोति न सुखं न परां गतिम्. तस्माच्च शास्त्रं प्रमाणं ते कार्याकार्यव्यवस्थितम् utite. Jnatva shastravida noktam karma kartu hi harhasi. O Tatsad iti Shrimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Devasu Rasam Patvi Bhagayogo Nama Shodhyayah. Thus, in the Upanishad, sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Shri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 16th chapter entitled The Yoga of Division between the Divine and the Demonical Properties.
श्री भगवान बोलिया अभय सत्व सता सिद्धि व्यवस्था ज्ञान योगमा निग्रह दान स्वाध्याय यज्ञ शररता तप अहिंसा सत्य अक्रोध त्याग शांति अपेसुन मुदुता स्थिरना लाज दया जीवे अलालसा क्षमा अमान अद्रोह तेज दर्ये पवित्रता देवी भाव विषेचन में नैनी आसपंदाहती अज्ञान मान निदर्पर दब क्रोध कठोरता आसुरी भावना जन्मे तेनी आसंपदा थती मोक्ष दे संपदा देवी करे बंधन आसुरी करना शोक तू जन्म्यो देवी संपत्ति ने लई देवी ने आसुरी चेबे भूतों निसृष्टिया जगे विस्तारे वर्णवी देवी हवे सांबर आसुरी आसुरी जन जाने ना प्रवृत्ति के निवृत्ति ने न स्वच्छता न आचार सत्य ना एमने विषय असत्य जग छे बोले अनादार अनीश्वर अन्योन्य योग थी जन्म्यो हेतु काम विना आवी छे राखना दृष्टि कुरकर्मी अबुद्धियो हैया सुना धरे जन्म प्रजाक्ष्यार्थ शत्रुओ दुष्भर कामने सेवे दब मात मदे बर्या मोहे जी बांधी पापाचारी प्रवर्तता वहे अपार चिंता ने मृत्यु ये जालता सुधी सुख भोग गणे ध्येय ये जरा समानता आसो पाओ वडे बांध्या काम क्रोध परायण इच्छता सुख भोगर्ते अन्याये धन संचय आपाम्यो आजने काले कोद पूरो करिष्या આટલું મારું છે આજે, આયે મારું થશે તન, આવેરી મેં હરણ્યો છે, ને બીજાએ હણનાર છું. હું સ્વર્ગાધીશને ભોગી, સિદ્ધ હું બન્યો સુખી. હું છું કુલીન શ્રીમંત, બીજો મારા સમાનના. યજીશ દેશ માણીશ, કહે અજ્ઞાન મોહતી. ભૂલ્યા અનેક તર્મો, ગણાયા મોહ જાળમાં. આશક્ત સુખને ભોગે, તે કુડા નરકે પડે. આત્મસ્મૃતિ ગુમાનીએ, દંભમાન મદે ભર્યા. કરે છે નામના યજ્ઞો, દંભથી વિધિને ત્યજી. બરદર્પ અહંકાર, કામને ક્રોધને વર્યા. સ્વપર દેહમાં મારો, ઈચ્છાથી દોહતે હરે. એવા દ્વેષી તથા કુર, સંસારે જે નરાયમો. એ દૃષ્ટિને સદા નાખું, આસુરીયોનિયો વિશે. આસુરીયોની પામેલા, જન્મો જન્મ યમુદયે. મનને ના મેળવે, પામે જાજી જાજી અગતિ.
કામ ક્રોધ તથા લોભ, નર્ક દ્વાર આત્રણ. કરતા આત્મનો ઘાત, તેથી એતય જ્વાતણે. તમના આતણે દ્વારો, તેથી મુક્ત થઈ પછી. આચરી આત્મનું શ્રેય, દેહી પામે પરંગતિ. છોડીને શાસ્ત્રનો માર્ગ, સ્વચ્છંદે વર્તે નર. તેને મળે નહીં સિદ્ધિ, ન સુખે ન પરંગતિ. માટે પ્રમાણવું શાસ્ત્ર, કાર્યો કાર્ય ડરાવવા. શાસ્ત્રથી વિધિને જાણી, કર્મ આચરવું ઘટે.
શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા,
Let's get some volunteers. The whole lot? 16, 1 to 20. At least to 5. To 5 to the first one.
Shri Bhagwan said, fearlessness, purity of heart, steadfastness in knowledge and yoga, almsgiving, self-restraint and worship, study of one's own scriptures, austerity, uprightness, harmfulness, truth, absence of anger, renunciation, serenity, absence of calumny, compassion to creatures, uncovetousness, gentleness, modesty, absence of fickleness, energy, forgiveness, fortitude, purity, absence of hatred, absence of pride, These belong to one born for divine lot, O Bharata. Ostentation, arrogance and self-conceit, anger as also as insolence, and ignorance belong to one who is born, O Bharata, for demoniac lot. The divine gift has been recognized as conducive to liberation, and the demoniac gift as conducive to bondage. Grieve not, Arjuna, for you are born with the divine endowment. There are only two types of men in this world, Arjuna, the one possessing a divine nature and the other possessing a demoniac disposition. Of these, the type possessing a divine nature has been dealt with at length. Now hear in detail from me about the type possessing demoniac disposition. Men possessing a demoniac disposition know not what is right activity and what is right abstinence from activity. Hence they possess neither purity, external or internal, nor good conduct, nor even truthfulness. Men possessing a demoniac disposition say the world is without any foundation, absolutely unreal and godless, brought forth by mutual union of the male and female, and hence conceived in lust. What else then this? Clinging to this false view, these slow-witted men of a vile disposition and terrible deed, these enemies of mankind, prove equal only to the destruction of the universe. Cherishing insatiable desires and embracing false doctrines through ignorance, these men of impure conduct move in this world, full of hypocrisy, pride, and arrogance.
Giving themselves up to innumerable cares, ending only with death, they remain devoted to the enjoyment of sensuous pleasures, and are positive in their belief that this is the highest limit of joy. Held in bondage by hundreds of ties of expectation, and wholly giving themselves up to lust and anger, they strive to amass by unfair means hoards of money and other objects for the enjoyment of sensuous pleasures. They say to themselves, this much has been secured by me today, and now I shall realize this ambition. So much wealth is already with me, and again this shall be mine. That enemy has been slain by me, and I shall kill those others too. I am the Lord of all, the enjoyer of all power. I am endowed with all the supernatural powers, and I am mighty and happy. I am rich and well born. Who else is equal to me? I will sacrifice, I will give, I will rejoice. Thus deluded by ignorance.
Bewildered by many a fancy, entangled in the snare of delusion, addicted to the gratification of lust, they fall into a foul hell. Intoxicated by wealth and honor, those self-conceited and haughty men worship God through nominal sacrifices for ostentation without following the sacred rituals. Given over to egotism, brute force, arrogance, lust, and anger, and culminating others, they hate me, the inner controller of all, dwelling in their own bodies as well as in those of others. These haters, sinful, cruel, and vilest among men, I cast again and again into demoniacal wombs in this world. Failing to reach me, Arjuna, these stupid souls are born life after life in demoniac wombs, and then verily sink down to a still lower plane.
This triple gate of hell brings about the ruination of the soul. Therefore, one should avoid all these three. Freed from these three gates of hell, man works his own salvation and thereby attains the supreme goal, that is, God. Having cast aside the injunctions of the scripture, he who acts in an arbitrary way according to his own sweet will neither attains perfection nor the supreme goal nor even happiness. Therefore, the scripture alone is your guide in determining what should be done and what should not be done. Knowing this, you ought to perform only such action as is ordained by the scriptures.
Tatsaditi Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatshu Brahma Vidyayang Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Daivasura Sampadvi Bhaga Yogo Nama Shodhashodhyayaha. Thus, in the Upanishad, sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 16th chapter entitled The Yoga of Division between the Divine and the Demonical Properties.
Chapter 17, entitled The Yoga of Division of the Threefold Faith. Discussion on faith and on the fate of men who perform austere penance not enjoined by the scriptures. Different kinds of food, sacrifice, penance, and charity described. The meaning and intention of uttering Om Tat Sat explained.
Arjuna uvacha ye shastra vidim utshrija yajante shadayan vitaha desham nistatuka Krishna satvamaho rajastamaha Shri Bhagavan uvacha Trivada Bhavati Shraddha Dehinam Sasvabhavacha Satviki Rajasi Chaiva Tamasi Chititam Shrinu Sattva Anurupa Sarvasya Shraddha Bhavati Bharata Shraddha Mayoyam Purusho Yoya Shraddhasa Evasa.
Yajante Satvika Devan Yaksharang Shansi Rajasa Pretan Bhuta Ganangshchanye Yajante Tamasa Jana Ashastra Vihitan Ghoran Tapyante Ye Tapojana Dhambharankara Sanyukta Kamaraga Balanvita Karshayanta Sharirastam Bhutagramam Achetasa Mam Chayvanta Sharirastam Tan Vidham Dhyasura Suranishchayan Ahararastvapi sarvasya Trividho bhavati priya Yajnatapastatha dhanam Tesham pedamimam shrinu.
Ayu sattva bala grogya sukha priti vivardhana rasya snigdha stiraridhya ahara satvika priya katvam lalavana tyushna tikshna ruksha vidhahina ahara rajasasyestha dukkha shoka kama pridha yatayamam gatarasam puti paryushitam chayat uchistamapi chamedham Bhojanam tamasam priyam.
Avalankanshi biyajno vididrishtoya ichyate ishtavyam evetima samadhaya sasatvika abhisandaya tu phalan dambhartham api chayvayat ichyate Shishta Tanyajnam Vidhi Rajasam Vidihinam Ashritanam Mantrahinam Adakshinam Shraddha Virahitam Yajnan Tamasam Parichakshate.
देवद्विजगुरुप्राज्ञा पूजनं शौचमार्जवम् ब्रह्मचर्यम् अहिंसा च शारीरं तप उच्यते अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्याया चैव वायं तप उच्यते मनः प्रसादः सौम्यत्वं मौनमात्मा विनिग्रहः शुद्धिरित्येतत् तपो मानसमुच्यते श्रद्धया परया तप्तं तपस्तत्त्रिविधं नरैः अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्युक्तैः सात्विकं परिचक्षते.
Satkaramana puchatam tapodambena chaivayat kriyate tat ita proktam rajasam chalam adruvam muttagrahena atmano yat pridaya kriyate tapa Parasyota adarathanam va dattamasam utat atman.
Datavyam iti yaddanam diyate nupakarine deshe kale cha patre cha daddanam satvikam smritam yattu pratyupakarartam phalam uddishya vapuna Diyate cha pariklishtam taddanam rajasam smritam adesha kale yaddanam apatremyascha diyate asatkritam avajnatam tamasam udahritam.
Om Tat Sad Iti Nirdesho Brahmanastrivida Smrita Brahmanastena Vedascha Yajnascha Vihita Pura Tasmad Om Ichudaritya Yajna Dana Tapa Kriya pravartante vidanokta satatam brahma vadinam tad ityan abhisandaya palam yajna tapa kriya dana kriyascha vivida kriyante moksha kingshibi.
Satpave sadupave cha satyetat prayuchyate prashaste karmani tatha satchapta parthayuchyate yajne tapasi dane cha sthiti saditi chocyate karma chaiva tadathiryam sadityeva vidhiyate ashraddhaya hutam dattam tapastaptam kritam chayat asidit yuchyate partha nacha tat pretyano iha.
श्री भगवान बोलिया, श्री अर्जुन बोलिया, शास्त्र नावीति ने छोड़ी श्रद्धा थी पूजन करे तेनी निष्ठा गुणे केवी सत्व के रज के तमा। श्री भगवान बोलिया, ત્રણ પ્રકારની શ્રદ્ધા દેહી ઓની સ્વભાવથી સાત્વિકી રાજસી તેમાં તામસી સુણ એ સહુ જેવું જે જીવન સત્વ શ્રદ્ધા તેવી જ તે વિશે શ્રદ્ધા એ આગળ્યો દેહી જે શ્રદ્ધા તેજ એ બને સાત્વિકો દેવને પૂજે રાજસો યક્ષ રાક્ષસો પ્રેતો ભૂત ગણો પૂજે જે લોકો તામસી જગે
શાસ્ત્ર વિરુદ્ધ ને ઘોર જે જનો તપ આચરે અહંતા દંભથી યુક્ત કામ રાગ બળે ભર્યા દેહના પંચભૂતોને હૃદયે વસતા મને પીડે જે અબૂધો જાણે તેના નિશ્વય આસુરી આહારે પ્રિય સર્વેના પ્રકાર ત્રણના જુદા તે યજ્ઞ તપોદાન તેના આવેદ સાંભળ આયુ સત્વ બળ સ્વાર્થ સુખ પ્રીતિ વધારતા રસાળ રોચક સ્થિર તે સાત્વિક પ્રિય ખારા ખાટા ગણા ઊના તીખા લુખા બળે કટુ દે દુઃખ શોક કે વ્યાધિ આહારો રાજસ પ્રિય પોરટાળો થયો વાસી ગંધાતો સ્વાદ ઉતર્યો એઠો નિપૃષ્ટ આહાર તામસી જનને પ્રિય
ન રાખે ફરી નિયાશા ધર્મયજ્ઞ જ જાણતા સ્થિર ચિત્તે થતો યજ્ઞ વિદ્વપૂર્વક સાત્વિક ફરને દ્રષ્ટિમાં રાખી તેમ જે દંભ ભાવતી જે યજ્ઞ થાય છે લોકે રાજસી યજ્ઞ તે કહ્યો जे माने वदीना मंत्र नये सर्जन अन्ननु न दक्षिण नहीं श्रद्धा तामसी यज्ञ ते कह्यो देव द्रिज गुरु ज्ञानी तेनी पूजा पवित्रता ब्रह्मचर्य अहिंसा ने श्रुजुता देहनु तपा अंकुचंतो सत्य मीठू हीतनु वेण बोलवु तथा स्वाध्या अभ्यास वाणीनु तप एकह्यु आत्मनिग्रहेन मौन मन केरी प्रसन्नता मूढ़ता भावनी शुद्धि मननु तप एकह्यु
યોગથી અતિ શ્રદ્ધાથી આચરેયા ત્રણેય તપો ન સેવી ફરની આશા તે કહેવાય સાત્વિક સત્કર્માન પૂજા તે તથા જે દંભથી કરે તપ તે રાજસી લોકે કહ્યું ચંચર અધ્રુવ મૂઢાગ્રહે તપે જેવો પીડીને અંતરાત્મને પરનાનાશ mateવા તપ એ તામસી કહ્યું કસો ના પાડતો એ જે દેવોનો ધર્મ મોરખી યોગ પાત્રે સ્થરે કાળે આપે એ દાન સાત્વિક
વેદવા પાછલો પાદ હેતુ વાપરનો ધરી કોચવાતા મને આપે રાજસી દાન એ ગયો અપાત્ર દાન જે આપે દેશ કાળ અયોગ્યમાં વિના આદર સત્કાર તામસી દાન તે ગયો હરિઓમ તત્સત ત્રણે નામે થાય નિર્દેશ બ્રહ્મનો બ્રાહ્મણો વેદને યજ્ઞો સર્જ્યા એણે જ આત્મા ઓમ તેથી ઓમ વદી પહેલા યજ્ઞ દાન તપ ક્રિયા બ્રહ્મવાદી તણી નિત્ય પ્રવર્તે વિધિ પૂર્વક
તરવડે પાડને ત્યાગી યજ્ઞને તપની ક્રિયા દાન કર્મો વિવિધથી આચરે છે મુમુક્ષુઓ સારું ને સત્ય દર્શાવા સત શબ્દ વપરાય છે તેમ સત શબ્દ યોજાય પ્રશંસા યોગ્ય કર્મમાં યજ્ઞે તપે તથા દાને વર્તે તેને યશ કહે એ માટે જે થતા કર્મો તે બધા પણ સત કહ્યા અશ્રદ્ધાથી કર્યા કર્મ યજ્ઞ દાન તપો વળી અસત કહેવાય તે સર્વ વ્યર્થ એ બેઉ લોકમાં
Arjuna said, those who endowed with faith worship gods and others, casting aside the injunctions of the scriptures. Where do they stand, Krishna? In sattva, rajas, or tamas? Shri Bhagwan said, that untutored innate faith of man is of three kinds, sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. Hear of it from me. The faith of all men conforms to their mental constitution, Arjuna. This man consists of faith. Whatever the nature of his faith, he is verily that. Men of a sattvic disposition worship gods. Those of a rajasic temperament worship demigods and demons, while others, who are men of a tamasic disposition, worship the spirits of the dead and groups of ghosts. Men who practice dire penance of an arbitrary type, not sanctioned by the scriptures, and who are full of hypocrisy and egotism, and are obsessed with desire, attachment, and pride of power, and who emaciate the elements constituting their body as well as me, the Supreme Spirit, dwelling in their heart, know these senseless people to have a demonic disposition. Food also, which is agreeable to different men according to their innate disposition, is of three kinds. And likewise, sacrifice, penance, and charity too are of three kinds each. Hear their distinction as follows.
Foods which promote longevity, intelligence, vigor, health, happiness, and cheerfulness, and which are sweet, bland, substantial, and naturally agreeable, are dear to this sattvic type of men. Foods which are bitter, acid, salty, overhot, pungent, dry, and burning, and which cause suffering, grief, and sickness, are dear to the rajasic type of men. Food which is half cooked or half fried, insipid, putrid, stale, and polluted, and which is impure too, is dear to men of a domestic disposition. The sacrifice which is offered, as ordained by scriptural injunctions by men who expect no return and who believe that such sacrifices must be performed, is sattvic in character. That sacrifice, however, which is offered for the sake of mere show or even with an eye to its fruit, known to be majestic Arjuna, a sacrifice which has no respect for scriptural injunctions, in which no food is offered and no sacrificial fees are paid, which is without sacred chant and devoid of faith, is said to be tamastic. Worships of God, the Brahmins want elders and wise men, purity, straightness, contentious, and harmlessness. This is called bodily penance.
Words which cause no annoyance to others and are truthful, agreeable, and wholesome, as well as the study of the Vedas and the Shastras, and the practice of repetition of the divine name. This is known as the austerity of speech. Cheerfulness of mind, placidity, habit of contemplation on God, control of the mind, and the perfect purity of inner feelings. All this is called austerity of mind. This threefold penance, performed with supreme faith by yogis, expecting no return, is called sattvic. The penance, which is performed for the sake of renown, honor, and worship, as well as for any other selfish gain, either in all sincerity or by way of ostentation, and yields an uncertain and momentary fruit, has been spoken of here as rajasic. Austerity, which is practiced through perversity and is accompanied with self-mortification or is intended to harm others, such austerity has been declared as tamasic. A gift which is bestowed with a sense of duty on one from whom no return is expected at an appropriate place and time, and to a deserving person, that gift has been pronounced as sattvic. A gift which is bestowed in a grudging spirit and with the object of getting a service in return or in the hope of obtaining a reward, is called rajasic.
A gift which is made without good grace and in disdainful spirit out of time and place, and to undeserving persons, is said to be tamasic. Om, Tat, and Sat. This has been declared as the threefold appellation of the Absolute, who is truth, consciousness, and bliss solidified. By that were the Brahmins and the Vedas, as well as sacrifices, were created at the cosmic dawn. Therefore, acts of sacrifice, charity, and austerity, as enjoyed by sacred precepts, are always commenced by noble souls, given to the recitation of Vedic chants with utterance of the divine name, Om. With the idea that all this belongs to God, who is denoted by the appellation Tat, acts of sacrifice and austerity, as well as acts of charity of various kinds, are performed by the seekers of blessedness, expecting no return for them. The name of God, Sat, is employed in the sense of truth and goodness, and the word Sat is also used in the sense of a praiseworthy act, Arjuna. And steadfastness in sacrifice, austerity, and charity is likewise spoken of as Sat. And action for the sake of God is verily termed as Sat. An oblation which is offered, a gift given, an austerity practiced, and whatever good deed is performed without faith, it is all termed as naught. Therefore, it is of no avail here or hereafter.
Hari Om Tat Sat. Iti Srimad Bhagavate. Iti Srimad Bhagavate. Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre. Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade. Shraddha Trayavi Bhagayogo Nama Saptadasho Dhyaya. Thus, in the Upanishad of the glorious Bhagavad Gita, the science of the eternal, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 17th discourse entitled The Yoga of the Division of the Threefold Faith.
Okay, I just need your attention. So chapter 18 is quite a long chapter, and to facilitate everyone, we're going to just split you up into two groups, right? So as I call out your name, I'm hoping everyone that's doing chapter 18 are here, okay? So the dividing line will be if you, well, you don't have the schedule with you. So I'm just calling up your name, so all of you will come to this table, the balance will go to that table, okay? So Rameshwar Mandir, Kirti Ben, Harshik Bhai, Mbana Sanskrit Group, Southern Suburbs, S. Natu, Laxmi Ben Daya, Damayanti Ben, Jamnakaki, Nirubana, and LYM. So you all need to come this side. On that side, we'll have Badashila Vala and family, Mbana, Hansa Bhima, Indira Suklal, and then we have the Abhishek Chinmaya Mission, Nutan Puni, Rashmi Naranji, Anil Vallabh, Roshni Remdin, and LYM again. Okay, so from Bhadrashila, Vallabh and family, you all need to be on that side. So from verse 53 onwards to 78, you must be on that side. So all three languages, 53 onwards, you must be. So Jairam, 53 onwards is that side. Okay? Oh, you have to control this well, right? Tell Babs to help you. Wait, I need to read. Marisana, better, right? Can you start? Tell me when to start. So I'll tell you when to start. Okay. Yeah, one. Chapter 18, entitled The Yoga of Liberation Through the Path of Knowledge and Self-Surrender. The subject of Tyaga, or relinquishment. Causes of karma according to the Sankhya system. Classification of knowledge, action, doer, reason, firmness, and joy according to the three gunas. Duties attaching to each caste and the fruit of their performance. The path of knowledge described. The path of karma yoga, or selfless action, together with devotion. The glory of the Gita described. Okay.
Arjuna Sanyasya Mahabaho Tattvamichami Veditum Tagasya Charushikesha Puttakeshi Nisudana.
અર્જુન બોલ્યા, શું છે સંન્યાસનું તત્વ, ત્યાગનું તત્વ શું વળી? બેઉને જાણવા ઈચ્છું, જુદા પાડી કહો મને.
Arjuna said, O mighty armed Shri Krishna, O inner controller of all, O sailor of Kesi, I wish to know severally the truth of sannyas and tyag.
Kamyanam karmana nashyam sannyasam kavayo vidu sarva karma phala tyagam prahustyaga visakshana.
શ્રી ભગવાન બોલ્યા, છોડે સકામ કર્મોને જ્ઞાની સંન્યાસ કહે. સર્વ કર્મો તણા છોડે ફળને ત્યાગ એ કહ્યો.
Shri Bhagwan said, some sages understand sannyas as giving up all actions motivated by desire, and the wise declare that tyag consists of relinquishing the fruit of all actions.
Tajyam dosh viditeke karma prahu manishina yagnadana tapa karma nakarmi tyajyamiti chapade.
દોષ રૂપદ કર્મો ત્યજો તે મુનિ કો કહે. યજ્ઞ દાન તપો ક્યારે ન તજો અન્ય તો કહે.
Some wise men declare that all actions contain a measure of evil, and is therefore not worth giving up, while others say the act of service, charity, and penance are not worth shunning.
Nishchayam shruno me tadna tyage bharata satama tyago hi purushu vyaga trividha sampakirtiti.
ત્યાગ સંબંધમાં તેથી મારા નિશ્ચયને સુણ. ત્રણ પ્રકારના ભેદો ત્યાગના વર્ણવાય છે.
Of sannyasa and tyaga, first hear my conclusion on the subject of renunciation. Arjuna, for renunciation, O tiger among men, has been declared to be one of three kinds. Sattvika, Rajasika, and Tamsika.
Nishchayam shrunume tatra tyage bharata sattama tyago hi purusha vyagra trivida samprakirtitaha.
यज्ञदान तपो केरा कर्मो न तजव्या गटे अवश्य करवा एतो करे पावन सोग्नने.
Acts of service, charity, and penance are not worthy giving up. They must be performed for sacrifice, charity, and penance. All these are purifiers to the wise man.
एतान्यपि तु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलानि च कर्तव्यानिति मे पार्थ निश्चितं मतमुत्तमम्.
करवा ए कर्मों ने आसक्ति फड़त जिने आ उत्तम अभिप्राय मारो निश्चय आविषे.
Hence, these acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance, and all other acts of duty too, must be performed without attachment and expectations of reward. This is my well-considered and supreme verdict, Arjuna.
नियतस्य तु सन्न्यासः कर्मणो नोपपद्यते मोहातस्य परित्यागः तामसः परिकीर्तितः.
निमेला कर्मोनो क्यारे नहीं संन्यास तो गटे मोह थी जो करे त्याग एक ही दो त्याग तामसी.
Prohibited acts and those that are motivated by desire should, no doubt, be given up. But it is not advisable to abandon a prescribed duty. Such abandonment out of ignorance has been declared as tamasika.
दुःखमित्येव यत्कर्म कायक्लेश भयात् त्यजेत् सकृत्वा राजसं त्यागं नैव त्यागफलं लभेत्.
कर्म छे दुख माटे जे काया कलेश भय त्यजे ते करे राजस त्याग न पामी फल त्यागनु.
Should anyone give up his duties for fear of physical strain, thinking that all actions are verily painful, practicing such rajashika form of renunciation, he does not reap the fruit of renunciation.
कार्यमित्येव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियते अर्जुन संगं त्यक्त्वा फलं चैव सत्यागः सात्विको मतः.
हीने नियमे कर्म कर्तव्य समझी करे अनाशक्त फल त्यागी जान ए त्याग सात्विक.
A prescribed duty which is performed simply because it has to be performed, giving up attachment and fruit, that alone has been recognized as the sattvika form of renunciation.
न द्वेष्ट्य कुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुजस्यते त्यागी सत्त्वसमाविष्टो मेधावी छिन्न संशयः.
क्षेम कर्म नहीं राग अक्षेमी द्वेषितो नहीं हे त्यागी सत्वमायुक्त ज्ञानवान असंशयी.
He who has neither aversion for action which is leading to bondage nor attachment to that which is conductive to blessedness, imbued with the quality of goodness, he has all his doubts resolved. He is intelligent and a man of true renunciation.
Jnanam jnanam prachinata trivida karma chodana karanam karma karte trivida karma samgraha.
शक्यनादेहधारिणे समूढो त्याग कर्मणो कर्मणा फलनो त्यागी तेज त्यागी गणाय छे.
Since all actions cannot be given up in their entirety by anyone possessing a body, he alone who renounces the fruit of actions is called a man of renunciation.
Jnanam karma cha karta cha tritaiva guna vedata prochyate guna samkyane yatavaschurnu tan api.
सारु माठु तथा मिश्र फल त्रिविध कर्मनु अत्यागी पामताए ने सन्यासियों कदी नहीं.
Agreeable, disagreeable, and mixed threefold indeed is the fruit that accrues after death from the action of the unrenouncing, but there is none whatsoever for those who have been renounced.
Sarva bhuteshu yenaikam bhavam avyayam ikshate avibhaktam vibhakteshu tajnanam vitti sattvikam.
सर्वकर्मोतणी सीति थायते पाचकारिणे कह्याते सांख्य सिद्धान्ते एह तु मुझे थी गुण.
In the branch of learning known as Sankhya, which prescribes meaning of neutralization, all actions, the five factors have been mentioned as contributory to accomplishments of all actions. Know them all from me, Arjuna.
Vitaktvena tu yajnanam nana bhavan pritigvidan Vaiti sarveshu bhuteshu tajnanam vidhi rajasam.
अधिष्ठान तथा कर्ता त्रिजु विविध साधनों क्रिया नाना प्रकारोनि ने पड़े देव पांचमु.
The following are the factors operating towards the accomplishment of actions, viz., the body and the doer, the organs of different kinds, and the different functions of manifold kinds. And the fifth is deva, latencies of past.
Just a second. Are we on track? No, we're not on track. I think we just need to take track. I was going to start off with Sanskrit 21. I've just finished 21, 22. So I think there's some confusion, yeah. There's something that's not gone right.
Can you start again at 11?
Okay. Online.
You're online. It's online.
Namaste, Girtibe.
Namaste.
You can pick up your verses from verse 11 there, okay?
Okay, we'll do all three. With the of us, I will do
all three languages, they go for it.
Okay.
Namaste.
Okay, thank you. Take it. नहि देहवृथा शक्यं त्यक्तुं कर्मण्यशेषतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी सत्याग्यभिधीयते अनिष्टमिष्टं मिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्मणः फलं भवत्यत्यागीनां प्रीत्य न तु सन्न्यासिनः क्वचित् पञ्चैतानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे सांख्ये कृते प्रोक्तानि सिद्धये सर्वकर्मणाम् अधिष्ठानं तथा कर्ता करणं च पृथग्विधम् विविधाश्च प्रत्यक्षेष्टा दैवं पञ्चमम् शरीरवान् मनोवीर्यत् कर्म प्रारभते नरः न्यायं वा विपरीतं पञ्चैतस्य हेतवः तत्रैवं सति कर्तारम् आत्मानं केवलं तु यः पश्यत्यकृतबुद्धित्वा न स पश्यति दुर्मतिः यस्य नाहं कृत्बाहो बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि स इमां लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते
Just can you go back to verse 11?
शक्यन्ते हताहिने समूढो त्यागकर्मणो कर्मणा फलने त्यागी तेजे च त्यागी गणाय च सार्वमात्मततां च परत्रिविधकर्मणो अत्यागी पाणता एने संन्यासी बनी नहीं सर्वकर्मोत्तरणी सिद्ध થાય છે પાંચ કારણે કહ્યા તે સંખ્યા સિદ્ધાંતે એ હતું મુજબથી સુના અધિષ્ઠાન તથા કરતા ત્રીજું વિવિધ સાધને ક્રિયાના પ્રકારોની તે પડે દેવ પાંચમું કાયા વાચાને જે કર્મને આદરે નર અન્યાયી અથવા ન્યાયી તેના પાંચ હેતુ આવું છતાંય આપ જ કરતા છે એમ જે જીવે સંસારહીન બુદ્ધિ સત્ય દેખાતો નથી હું કરું એમના જેને લેપાય બુદ્ધિના સૌ લોકોને હરે ટોળે હરે બતાને નહીં.
Since all actions cannot be given up in their entirety by anyone possessing a body, he alone renounces the fruits of action called man renunciation. Welcome, unwelcome, and mixed. Threefold indeed is a fruit that accrues after death from the actions of the non-renouncers. But there is none whatsoever for those who have renounced. In the branch of learning known by the name of Sankhya, which prescribes means for neutralizing all actions, these five factors have been mentioned as contributory to the accomplishment of all actions. Know them from me, Arjuna. The following are the factors operating inward towards the accomplishment of actions, namely the body and the doer, the organs of different kinds, and the different functions of manifold kinds, and the fifth is deva, latencies of past actions. These five are the contributory causes of whatever actions, right or wrong, man performs with the mind, speech, and body. Notwithstanding this, however, he who having an impure mind regards the absolute, taints self alone as the doer, that man of perverse understanding does not view right. He whose mind is free from the sense of worship, and whose reason is not tainted by worldly objects and activities, does not really slay, even having slaughtered all these creatures, nor is bound by sin.
Jnanam jnanam parijnata trivida karma chodana karanam karma karteti trivida karma samgraha.
ज्ञान जोया तथा ज्ञानता कर्मना त्रोण पेर को साधनो कर्म ने करता कर्मना त्रोण परो को.
Knowledge and the object of knowledge. These three motivate action. Even so, the doer, the organs and activity, these are the three constituents of action.
Jnanam karma cha karta cha tritaiva guna pedata prochyate guna samkhyani yatha vachunu tanyapi.
જ્ઞાન કર્મ અને કરતા ગુણોથી ત્રણ જાતના વર્ણયા સંખ્યા સુધી તે સુણયને યરાતતુ.
In the branch of knowledge, dealing with the gunas or modes of prakriti, knowledge and action, as well as the doer, have been declared to be of three kinds according to the guna, which predominates in each. Hear them too duly from me.
Sarva bhuteshu yenaikam bhavam avyayam ikshate avibhaktam vibhakteshu tajnanam vitti sattvikam.
જેથી દેખે બધા ભૂતે એક આવ્યા ભાવને સળંગ પિનની રૂપોમાં જાણ એ જ્ઞાન સાવિત્ક.
That by which man perceives one imperishable, divine existence as undivided and equally present in all individual beings, know that knowledge to be sattvika.
Pritaktvaina tu yajnanam nana bhavan prithagvini vaiti sarveshu bhuteshu tajnanam vitti rajasam.
જે જ્ઞાને સર્વભૂતોમાં નાના ભાવો જુદા જુદા જાણતો ભેદને પાડી જાણ એ જ્ઞાન રાજસ.
The knowledge by which man cognizes many existences of various kinds as apart from one another in all beings, know that knowledge to be rajasika.
Yat tu kritsnavat ekasmin karyasaktam ahaitukam atatva arthavat alpam cha tattamasam ad udaritam.
આસક્તિ યુક્ત જે કાય પૂર્ણ સુ એકમાં જુએ જેવાના તત્વ કે હેતુ અલ્પ એ જ્ઞાન તામસી.
Again, that knowledge which clings to one body as if it were whole, and which is irrational, has no real object, and is trivial, has been declared as tamsika.
Niyatam sangrahitam araga dveshata kritam alphala prapsuna karma yatat sattvikam uchyate.
નિમેલુવન આસક્તિ રાગ દ્વેષ વિના કર્યો ફલની લાલસા છોડી કર્મ સાત્વિક એ કહ્યું.
That action which is ordained by the scriptures and is not accompanied by the sense of doership, and has been done without any partiality or prejudice, by one who seeks no return, is called sattvika.
Yatto karmepshu na karma sahankarena vapuna kriyate bahulaya sang tatarachasam udaritam.
મનમાં કામના સેવી વા અહંકારથી કર્યો ઘણી જંજાળથી જેને કર્મ રાજસ તે કહ્યું.
That action, however, which involves much strain and is performed by one who seeks enjoyment, or by a man full of egotism, has been spoken of as rajasika.
Anubandam kashayam himsam ane prekshayat chapurasham mohatat arpamyate karma yattattamasam uchyate.
परिणाम तथा हानि हिंसा सामर्थ्यनागनी आदरे मोहથી જેને કર્મ તામસ તે કહ્યું.
That action which is undertaken through sheer ignorance, without regard to consequences or loss to oneself, injury to others, and one's own capacity, is declared as tamsika.
Mukta Sango Naham Vadi Trityut Sahasaman Vata Siddha Yashidat Yo Nirvikar Karto Santi Nika Uchyate.
નિહસંગી નિહંકારી દુતિ ઉત્સાહથી ભર્યો યશે નિર્વકાર કરતા સષ્ટિત્વક્તિ કહ્યો.
Free from attachment, unegotistic, endowed with firmness and zeal and unswayed by success and failure, such a doer is said to be sattvika.
Ragi karma phalai prepshu lubdo himsat mako shuchi harshashokan vidakarta rajasa parikirtita.
રાગીને ફળનો વાંચું લોભી અસ્વચ્છ હિંસક હર્ષ શોકે છવાયેલો કરતા રાજસ તે કહ્યો.
The doer, who is full of attachment, seeks the fruit of action and is greedy, and who is oppressive by nature, and of impure conduct, and is affected by joy and sorrow, has been called rajas.
Ayukta prakrita snebdha shadonaish kritikor lasa vishadi dhir dashri shri itri chakarta tamasa uchyate.
અયોગી શૂદ્ર ગર્વિષ્ઠ અકર્મી સત આળસુ સોગીયો દીર્ઘસુ ત્રીજે કરતા તામસ તે કહ્યો.
Lacking piety and self-control, uncultured, arrogant, deceitful, inclined to rob others of their livelihood, slothful, despondent, and procrastinating. Such a doer is called tamasika.
Buddhair Vedam Triteschaiva Gunata Trivitam Shrinu Prochayamanam Ashayena Pritakarvyay Na Danjaya.
તે ધૃતિના ભેદો ગુણ્યોથી ત્રણ જાતના સંપૂર્ણ વર્ણવું એને સોણ જે વિગતે જુદા.
Now here, Arjuna, the threefold division based on the predominance of each guna, of understanding, buddhi, and firmness, driti, which I shall explain in detail one by one.
Pravriting charnavriting chakarya karya bhaya bhaye bandam moksham chayaviti buddhi sapartha sattviki.
સુપ્રવૃત્તિ સુનિવૃત્તિ કાર્ય કાર્ય ભય ભય
બંધશું મોક્ષશું જાણે ગણી એ બુટી સ્વાસ્તિકે.
The intellect which correctly determines the path of activity and renunciation, what ought to be should not be done, what is fear and what is fearlessness, what is bondage and what is liberation, that intellect is sattvika.
या या धर्मम अधर्मम च कार्यम च कार्यम एव च आयथवत् प्रचिन्त्यनाति बुद्धि से पार्थ राजसी.
ધર્મ ધર્મ ટણો ભેદ તેમ કાર્ય અકાર્યનો અયથાર્થપણે જાણે ગુણીએ બુટી રાજસી.
The intellect by which man does not truly perceive what is dharma and what is adharma, what ought to be done and what should not be done, that intellect is rajasica.
आधर्मं धर्मम् इति या मन्यते तमाशवृत्ति सर्वर्थान् विपरीतं सा बुद्धि सा पार्थ तामसी.
અજ્ઞાને આવરેલી જે ધર્મ માને અધર્મને બધું જ અવરૂપેખી ગણી તે બુદ્ધિ તામસી.
The intellect which imagines even adharma to be dharma and sees all other things upside down, wrapped in ignorance, that intellect is tamasika, Arjuna.
धृत्याया धारायते मना प्राणेन्द्रिया क्रिया योगेन व्याभिचारण्या धृति सा पार्थ सात्विकी.
મન ઇન્દ્રિય પ્રાણોની ક્રિયાને જે ધરી રહે ધૃતિ અન્ય અન્ય યોગે જે તેને સ્વાસ્તિકી જાણવી.
The unwavering firmness by which man controls through the yoga of meditation the functions of the mind, the vital airs and the senses, that firmness, Arjuna, is sattvika.
यया तु धर्मकामार्थान् नित्याधारायतेऽर्जुन प्रसङ्गेन फलं काङ्क्षी धृति सा पार्थ राजसी.
ધર્મે અર્થે તથા કામે જેવ દેધારના રહે આસક્તિને ફલિષ્ઠાથી ધૃતિ તે રાજસી ગણી.
The perseverance, Triti, however, by which the man seeking a reward for his actions clutches with extreme fondness virtue, earthly possessions and worldly enjoyments, that Triti is rajasika, Arjuna.
यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषादं मदमेव च न विमुञ्चति धुर्मेधा धृति सा पार्थ तामसी.
જે વડે ભયને શોક નિંદ્રા ખેદ તથા મદ જેને છોડ્ય દુભૃતિ ધૃતિ તે તામસી ગણી.
That firmness which an evil-minded person refuses to shake off, that is, clings to sleep, fear, anxiety, sorrow, and vanity as well. That firmness is tamasika.
सुखं त्वेदानीं त्रिविधं श्रेणु मे भारतर्षभा अभ्यासात् रमते यत्र दुःखान्तं चानिगच्छति.
સુખના એ ત્રણ ભેદો હવે વણવું સાંભળ અભ્યાસે રાચતો જેમાં દુઃખનો નાશ તે કરે.
And now hear from me, O Lord of the Bharatas, of the threefold pleasure in which one delights by practice and surely comes to an end of pain.
Yattad agre vishameva pariname mritopamam tat sukham satvikam proktam atma buddhi prasadajam.
ઝેરની જેમ આરંભે અંતે અમૃત તુલ્ય છે પ્રસન્ન ચિત્તને લીધે મળે તે સુખ સાત્વિક.
That which is like poison at first, at the end like nectar, that pleasure is declared to be sattvika, born of the purity of one's own mind.
Vishayendriya samyodhyat yattad agre smritopamam pariname vishameva tatsukam rajasam smritam.
આરંભે અમૃત સમ અંતે ઝેર સમાન છે વિષેન્દ્રિય સંયોગે મળે તે સુખ રાજસ.
The delight which follows from contact of the senses with their objects is eventually poison-like through appearing at first as nectar. Hence, it has been spoken of as rajasika.
Yat agre chanubandhe cha sukham mohannam atmana nidralasya pramadhetam tattamasam udharitam.
આરંભે અંતમાયે છે નિંદ્રા પ્રમાદ આળસે આત્માને મોહમાં નાખે તામસી સુખ તે ગણ્યું.
That which stupefies the self during its enjoyment as well as in the end, derived from sleep, indolence, and obstinate error. Such delight has been called tamasika.
Natadasti prathavitam va devi desha shuvapuna satvam prakriti jair muktam yad ebhistatribhir gunai.
તત્વ પૃથ્વીમાં સ્વર્ગે દેવો વિષયકો જે હોય ગુણથી મુક્ત જે આ પ્રકૃતિના ત્રણ.
There is no being on earth or in the middle region or even among the gods or anywhere else which is free from these three gunas born of Prakriti.
Brahmana kshetriya veshang sudrancha parantapa karmani pravipaktani swabhava prabhavargunai.
બ્રાહ્મણો ક્ષત્રિયો વૈશ્ય શૂદ્રો નાચે સ્વભાવથી થયા ભિન્ન ગુણો તેણે પાડ્યા છે ભેદ કર્મના.
The duties of the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, and the Vaisyas, as well as of the Sudras, have been divided according to their inborn qualities, Arjuna.
Samodamastapa sauchang kshanti arjavyam evacha jnanam vijnanam asatkyam brahma karma svabhavajam.
Santi tapakshama saucha sraddha nigra acharva gnana vignanaya karma brahmano svabhavati.
Subjugation of the mind and senses, enduring hardships for the discharge of one's sacred obligations, external and internal purity, forgiving the faults of others, straightness of mind, senses and behavior, belief in the Vedas and other scriptures, God and life after death, etc. Study and teaching of the Vedas and other scriptures and realization of the truth relating to God. All these constitute the natural duties of a Brahmin.
Sauryam tejo driti drakshyam yote chapya palayanam dhanam ishwaram bhavascha kshatram karma svabhavajam.
Saurya teja pracharaksha bhagavo nahi yodati daksata danane dhairya sakarma swabhavati.
Exhibition of valor, fearlessness, firmness, cleverness, and steadiness in battle, bestowing gifts and lordliness. All these constitute the natural duty of a Kshatriya.
Krishi Gauraksha Vanityam Vaishyakarma Swavavacham Paricharyatmakam Karma Sudrasyapi Swavavacham.
Kheti vepar gauraksha vaisya karma sabhavati seva bhava paryu karma sudro no e swabhavati.
Agriculture, rearing of cows, and honest exchange of merchandise. These constitute the natural duty of a Vaisya, a member of the trading class. And service of the other classes is the natural duty even of a Sudra, a member of the laboring class.
Swe swe karmanya bhiratha samsiddhim labate nara swakarmani ratha siddhim yatha vindati tishrinu.
Manavi potapotana karmi magna rahitare swakarma achari jema merave siddhi suna.
Keenly devoted to his own natural duty, man attains the highest perfection in the shape of God realization. Here, the mode of performance whereby the man engaged in his inborn duty reaches that highest consummation.
Yatha pravritir bhutanang yena sarvam idam tatam swakarmana tam abhyarcha siddhim van vindati manava.
Jeti pravartata bhuto jene vistari vabadu tene swakarmati itene merave nara.
From whom the tie of creation has streamed forth, and by whom all this universe is pervaded by worshipping him through his own natural duties. Man attains the highest perfection.
Shreyan swadharmo viguna paradharmat swanushtithat swabhavani yatang karma kurvanapnoti kilbisham.
Ruda swadharma unoye susevya paradharmati swabhave chetare karma te karye dosana tato.
Better is one's own duty, though devoid of merit, than the duty of another well performed for performing the duty ordained by his own nature. Man does not incur sin.
Sahajang karma kaunteya sadosham api na tyajet sarvaramba hi doshena dhumena agniriva vrita.
सच कर्म मादोष होई तो ये न छोड़ू सर्व कर्म रहे दोष तुम्हारो चेम अग्निमा.
Therefore, Arjuna, one should not abandon one's innate duty, even though it may be tamed with blemish. For even as fire is enveloped in smoke, all undertakings are clouded with demerit.
Buddhi sarvatra jitatma vikata spriha naishkarmya siddhim paramam sanyasena tikachati.
आशकीत नहीं जे ज्ञाय चितात्मा निस्पृहि सदा परम निष्कर्मणि सिद्धि तेने संन्यासति मरे.
He whose intellect is unattached everywhere, whose thirst for enjoyment has altogether disappeared and who has subdued his mind, reaches through Sankhya Yoga, the path of knowledge, the consummation of actionlessness.
Siddhim prapto yata brahma tatapnoti nibodhame samaseva konteya nishtajnanasya ya para.
Pamine siddhine yogi cherite brahma mirve sunnashashe patene nishtaji jnanani param.
Arjuna, know from me only briefly the process through which men, having attained actionlessness, which is the highest consummation of Gnat Yoga, the path of knowledge, reaches Brahma.
Buddhya vishuddhaya yukto drityatmanam niyam yacha shabdadin vishayanstyaktva raga dvesha vyudasya cha.
Pavitra buddhi ne rakhe nima idruti thimana saptadi vishyo tyage ragadresha badahane.
Endued with pure reason, controlling the self with firmness, abandoning sounds and other objects, and laying aside love and hatred.
Vivikta sevi lagvashi yata vakakaya manasa dhyana yoga paro nityam vairagyam samupashrita.
Ekante rahe chame thodu dhyana yoga sada kari chite kaya manno vani datvairagane dare.
Resorting to a sequestered spot, eating but little, speech and body, and most subdued, always engaged in meditation and concentration, endued with dispassion.
Darpam kamam krodam parigriham vimuchya nirmama shanto brahma bhuyaya kalpate.
Ahankara kama krodha tadi gaya sangra mamata chodya shantate brahma made.
Having abandoned egotism, strength, arrogance, desire, enmity, property, free from the notion of mine, and peaceful, he is fit for becoming Brahman.
Brahma bhuta prasannatma na shochati na kankshati sama sarveshu bhuteshu madbhaktam labate param.
ब्रह्मनिष्ठ प्रशांतमा सोच के कामना नहीं समान दृष्टि ने अपामे मारी परम भक्ति ने.
Established in identity with Brahma, who is truth, consciousness, and bliss solidified, and cheerful in mind, the Sankhya yogi no longer grieves nor craves for anything, the same to all beings. Such a yogi attains supreme devotion to me.
Bhaktya mamapi janati yavan yascha stitatvata tato mam tatvato jnatva vishate tadanantaram.
भक्ति ये तत्वती जाने जेव छूने हूँ जेम छूँ तत्वे आ मने जानी ए मरे मोजमा पची.
Through that supreme devotion, he comes to know me, in reality, what and how great I am, and thereby knowing me in essence, he forthwith enters into my being.
Sarvakarmanyapi sata kurvano matvyapasriha matprasada tatavanto ni shrashvatam patamau yayam.
Maro asya ye karma sarve nitya kare chata Mara anugrahe pame akhanda pada swashta.
The karma yogi, however, who depends on me, attains by my grace the eternal, imperishable state, even though performing all actions.
Chaitasa sarve karmani mai sansyasyamat para buddhi yoga mushashritya machchitta satatam bhava.
Manne arpi bada karmo manati matparayana marama chittane rakha buddhi yoga vade sada.
Resigning all your duties to me and taking recourse to yoga in the form of even-mindedness, be solely devoted to me and constantly give your mind to me.
Machchitta sarvak durkani mat prasada tachirishyasi atha chaitatva mahankaranan shreshyasi vinangshayasi.
Machinte tarashe dukho sarve mara anugrahe na sunish anhankare na nishve pamishanashato.
With your mind thus given to me, you shall tide over all difficulties by my grace. And if from egotism you will not listen, you will be lost.
Yad ahankaramashritya nayotyasya iti manyase mityaisha vyavasyaste prakritsattvam niyokshyati.
Che ahankar ne sevi mane che keladu nahi mitya prayatana etaro prakuti parashetane.
If, taking your stand on egotism, you think I will not fight, vain is this resolve of yours. Nature will drive you to act.
Swapavachaina kunteya nibanta svena karmana kartum neschasi yanmohat karishyasya vashopitat.
Binda ye lo sav karmati nimayanje sabhavati mohati ichchato naje avshete karishe satu.
That action too, which you are not willing to undertake through ignorance, bound by your own duty born of your nature, you will helplessly perform.
Ishvara sarva bhutanan Arjuna tishtati Brahmayan sarva bhutani yantra rudani mayaya
Vasine sarvabhutomam hridaye parameshvara mayati ferave sone jane yantra paridharya.
Arjuna, God abides in the heart of all creatures, causing them to revolve according to their karma by his elusive power, seated as those beings are in the vehicle of the body.
Tameva sharanam gacha sarva bhavena parata dat prasadat paran shantim sthanam prapsyasi shashvatam.
Ene ja sharane jatu sarva bhavati parata ena anugrahe lesha shanti ne shashvata pada.
Take shelter in him alone with all your being, Arjuna. By his mere grace, you shall attain supreme peace and the eternal state.
Iti te jnanam akyatam guhyat guhyataram maya vimrishyaitat sheshana yatechasi tatha kuru.
Avo asara masara gnana me tujane kahyo ene purna visarine karajem gametane.
Thus has this wisdom, more secret than secrecy itself, been imparted to you by me. Fully pondering it, do as you like.
Sarva guhyatamam bhoya shrinu me paramam vacha ishtasi me dridam iti tato vyakshyami te hitam.
Parimaruparam pena saramasara asuna manne atyanta valotu teti taru kahohita.
Here again, my supremely secret word, the most historic of all truths. You are extremely dear to me, therefore I shall offer you the salutary advice.
Manmana bhava madbhaktah madhyaji mam namaskuru mame vaishyasi satyam te pratijane priyosi me.
Manna bhakti manes arpa manne puja mane nama manne chapamashe nishche maru vachanale priya.
Give your mind to me, be devoted to me, worship me, and bow down to me. Doing so, you will come to me alone. I truly promise you, for you are exceptionally dear to me.
Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tva sarva papebhyah mokshayishyami ma shuchah.
Chodine sagara dharmo maruja sharanudara hutane sarva papoti choda vishna nachintata.
Resigning all your duties to me, the all-powerful and all-supporting Lord, take refuge in me alone. I shall absolve you of all sins, worry not.
Idam te na tapaskaya na bhaktaya kadachana na cha shushru shavet vachyam na cha mam yobhyasuyati.
तुझे यहाँ शास्त्र कभी तापराहित मनुष्य से नहीं कहना चाहिए, ना अभक्त से और ना सुनाने की इच्छा ना रखने वाला से ही कहना चाहिए, तथा जो मेरे प्रति द्वेषा भाव रखता है उसे से भी नहीं कहना चाहिए.
This secret gospel of the Gita should never be imparted to a man who lacks penance, nor to him who is wanting in devotion, nor even to him who lends not a willing ear, and in no case to him who finds fault with me.
Ya imam paramam guhyam mad bhakteshva bhidhasyati bhaktim mayi param kritva मामे वैश्यत्य संशयः.
जो इस परम गोपनीय शास्त्र को मेरा भक्तों में कहेगा, वहाँ मुझ में परम भक्ता करता हुआ निसंदेह मुझे ही प्राप्त होगा.
He who, offering the highest love to me, preaches the most profound gospel of the Gita amongst my devotees shall come to me alone. There is no doubt.
न च तस्मान् मनुष्येषु कश्चिन्मे प्रियकृत्तमः भविता न च मे तस्माद् अन्यः प्रियतरो भुवि.
उससे बढ़कर मेरा प्रिया करने वाला मनुष्यों में कोई भी नहीं है, तथा भूलेगा मैं उससे बढ़कर मेरा प्रिया दूसरा कोई होगा भी नहीं.
Men, there is none who does me a more loving service than he, nor shall anyone be dearer to me on the entire globe than he.
ध्येष्यते च य इमं धर्म्यं संवादमावयोः ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् इष्टस्यामिति मे मतिः.
जो हम दोनों के इस धर्ममय संवाद को पढ़ेगा, उसके द्वारा उस यजनाना से मैं पूजित होऊंगा, ऐसा मेरा मत है.
Whosoever studies the sacred dialogue of ours in the form of the Gita, by him too shall I be worshipped through wisdom, sacrifice, such as my conviction.
श्रद्धावाननसूयश्च शृणुयादपि यो नरः सोऽपि मुक्तशुभान् लोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणाम्.
जो मनुष्य श्रद्धावान तथा तद्वेषा भाव रहित करेगा, इसका श्रवणम भी करेगा, वहाँ भी पापों से मुक्त होकर पुण्य कर्मा करने वाला के शुभालोकों को प्राप्त होगा.
The man who hears the Holy Gita with reverence and in an uncarping spirit, liberated from sin, he too shall reach the propitious worlds of the virtues.
कच्चिदेतच्छ्रुतं पार्थ त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चिदज्ञानसम्मोहः प्रणष्टस्ते धनंजय.
हे पार्था, क्या तूने इस शास्त्र को एकाग्र चित्त से सुना? और हे धनंजया, क्या तेरा अज्ञान के करना उत्पन्न हुआ समहोगा नष्ट हो गया?
Have you heard this gospel of the Gita with one point in mind, Arjuna? And has your delusion born of ignorance melted away, O conqueror of riches?
Arjuna uvacha nashto moha smrutir labdha tvat prasadan mayachyuta sthitosmi gata sandeha karishye vachanan tava.
अर्जुना बोला, हे अच्युत, तुम्हारे कृपा से मेरा मोह नष्ट हो गया है और मुझसे आत्मा तत्व भविष्य का स्मृति प्राप्त हुए है. अब मैं संदेह रहित होकर स्थित है. मैं तुम्हारे कथन को करूँगा.
Arjuna said, Krishna, by your grace my delusion has fled and wisdom has been gained by me. I stand shorn of all your doubts. I will do your bidding.
Sanjaya uvacha ityaham vasudevasya parthasya cha mahatmanah samvadamima shrosha mad
संजय बोला, इस प्रकार मैंने वासुदेवा एवं महात्मा पार्थ है इस अद्भुत रोमांचकारक संवाद का सुना.
Sanjaya said, Thus I heard the mysterious and thrilling conversation between Sri Krishna and the high soul Arjuna, son of Kunti.
Yasa prasadat shrutavane tad guhyamaham param yogam yogeshwarat Krishna sakshat kathayata swayam.
व्यास जी के कृपा से मैंने इस परम गोपनीय योगा को योगेश्वर श्री कृष्ण से साक्षात स्वयं कहते हुए सुना है.
Having been blessed with the divine vision by the grace of Sri Vyasa, I heard the supremely esoteric gospel from the Lord of Yoga, Sri Krishna himself, imparting it to Arjuna before my very eyes.
Rajan samsmritya samsmritya samvadamimat bhutam keshavarjunayoh punyam hrishyami cha muhurmuhu.
हे राजन धृतराष्ट्र, केशव एवं अर्जुना के इस पुण्यकारी अद्भुत संवाद का स्मरण करके मैं बार बार हर्षित हो रहा है.
Remembering over and over that sacred and mystic conversation between Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Arjuna, O King, I rejoice again and yet again.
Tacha samsmritya samsmritya rupamatyad bhutam hare vismayo me mahan rajan rishyami cha punah punah.
तदा हे राजन धृतराष्ट्र, अत्यंत अद्भुत रूपा को याद करके मुझसे महान आश्चर्य हो रहा है और मैं पुनः पुनः हर्षित हो रहा हूँ.
Remembering also, again and again, that most wonderful form of Sri Krishna, great is my wonder, and I rejoice over and over again.
Yatra yogeshwarah Krishno yatra artho dhanurdhan tatra shrir vijayo bhutir dhruvanitir matir mama.
जहाँ योगेश्वर श्री कृष्ण है और जहाँ धनुष दूरी पारता है, वहीं पर श्री विजया बुद्धि तथा अचला नीति है, ऐसा मेरे मत है.
Wherever there is Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the Lord of Yoga, and wherever there is Arjuna, the wielder of the Gandiva bow, goodness, victory, glory, and unfailing righteousness are there. Such is my conviction.
Om Tatsat iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Shu Upanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Moksha Sannyasa Yoga Namashtha Dashodhyayah. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, the 18th chapter entitled The Yoga of Liberation Through the Path of Knowledge and Self-Surrender. Om Sat.
Shri Gita Mahatmya Shri Ganeshaya Namah. Shri Dharovacha Bhagavan Parameshan Bhakti Vyapacharinim Prarabdasya Bhujamanasyam Katham Bhavati He Prabhuhum Shri Vishnu Vacha Prarabdasya Bhujamanam Gita Bhyasam Sadarataham स मुक्तं स सुखे लोके कर्माणो न प्रलिप्यते महापापादिगापानि गीताध्यानं करोति च क्वचित् स्पर्शं कुर्वन्ति नीलजम्बुतं गीतायां पुस्तकं यत्र यत्र पाठद पर्वतः तत्सर्वाणि तीर्थानि प्रगयादीनि वैत्र वै सर्वदेवश्च ऋषयो योगिनां पण्डगश्च गोपालं गोपिकावापे नारदो द्वदपार्षः स योजायते शीघ्रं तत्र गीता प्रवर्तते तत्र गीता विशरन्ति पठनं पाठनं श्रुतं तत्राहं निश्चितं पृथ्वीं निवासं सदैवेऽहं गीताश्रये तु तिष्ठामि गीतां मे चोत्तमगृहं गीताज्ञानं समुप्राच्यं निलोत्सहं गीता मे परमं विद्या ब्रह्मरूपा न संशयः अर्धमात्रासुरा नित्यां स्वदात्मिकं चिदानन्देन कृष्णेन प्रयुक्ता स्वरमूर्जनं वेदत्रये परमानन्दं सर्वार्थं ज्ञानसंयुतः यो यष्टादशं जपो नित्यं नरो नीलाश्रयमानसं ज्ञानं सिद्धिं च लभ्यते यतो तातेत परं शुभम् पादो समर्थं सम्पूर्णं तथोर्धं पाठमाचरे तदा गोदा निजं पुण्यं लभते नात्र संश्रयं त्रिभागं पाठनं नस्तुं गङ्गास्नानं फलं लभेत् यष्टं जपनं मस्तुं सोमयागं लभेत् एकाध्यायं तु नित्यं पठते भक्तिसंयुतः रुद्रमालोक्यं वाप्नोति गुणो भूत्वा विशार्चतम् अध्यायं श्लोकपादं वा नित्यं यः पठेन्नरः स याति नरतं ज्ञानमन्वन्तरवसुधरे गीतायां श्लोकदशं सप्तं पञ्चदश अष्टकं सत्रिंशदर्धं श्लोकं मानं पठन्नरः चन्द्रलोकं वाप्नोति वृषणां दीतध्रुवं गीतायां पाठसंयुक्तौ मृतां मनुष्यं व्रजते गीताभ्यासं पुनः कृत्वा लभते मुक्तिमानसं गीतायां संचरयुक्तं क्रियमाणं गीतां लभते गीतार्थं श्रवणं संयुक्तो महापापोऽपि वैकुण्ठं संवाप्नोति विष्णुना सह मोदते गीतार्थ्यां ध्यायते नित्यं कृत्वा कर्माणि भूरिशः जिन्मुक्ते विज्ञातं देहान्ते परमं पदं गीतामाश्रित्यं भुजां भुजो जनादय दृश्यन् लोके गीतां या परमं पदं गीता या पठनं कृत्वा महात्मये च नैपठ्यते वृथां पठो भवेत् तस्यं श्रमे स्वांश्रुते एतान् महास्मृतिं युक्तं गीताभ्यासं करोति हम तत्सर्वं फलं वाप्नोति दुर्लभं गीतयामृतं महात्म्यं गीतां परामं मुक्तसनातनं गीतां च पठयुक्तं तदुर्लभते लभम् इति श्रीवाराहपुराणे श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता महात्म्यं सम्पूर्णं श्रीकृष्ण
Thank you, Barabai. Okay, well, thank you everyone for being here. This officially ends the recital, but we still have an important function to fulfill, and that is to thank some people. So for that, I call upon devoted and dedicated young men, Pavesh Lala. Pavesh?
Namaste, everyone. It gives me great joy to render the vote of thanks for today's function. First, I'd like to start off by thanking the Ramakrishna Vedanta Society and the Laxmi Narayan Mandir for availing the venue to make today's function a possibility. We'd also like to thank Magan Bhai and his team for the delicious lunch that was prepared for today's event. We'd like to thank all participants, both that have come here physically and both and recited online, with whom this would have not been possible. To the technical team, under the guidance of Videsh, for the sound, streaming, and lightning. Not only for today, but including the sacrifices made prior to this day, which include the testing and meeting to ensure that we are all ready for today's event. And lastly, we'd like to thank the school members for your time, effort, and sacrifice in making today's function a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavesh. Okay, so we'll have the archie now. So if Bharatbhai could come front, and the three ladies who are going to do the archie, Nirubin and Mishabin and Joshna. There's two archie trays on this table where the TV is. So if you could just collect it. Yeah. Okay. So after having done the archie, then if I could just ask the school members to stay behind so we could just clear up. For those of you that have the copy of the Geeta Archie, it would be helpful if you could just sound it with Bharatbhai. Unfortunately, we don't have copies for everyone, so if you have the red book, it should be in there.
बोलो कृष्ण कन्हैया लाल की जय। ओम जय भगवत गीते, जय जय भगवत गीते, मरी हिया सरस्वती ओम जय भगवद गीते, कर्म सुमर्म प्रदक्षिणी काम सती हरा तत्व ज्ञान विकासिनी विकासिनी विद्या ब्रह्म परा। ओम जय भगवद गीते, निश्चल
अतिविशायनि निर्मला हरि
मल हरि शरण शरण रहस्य प्रदायिनि सब विधि सुखकारी ओम जय भगवद गीते राग द्वेष विदारिणि कारिणि मोद सदा कारिणि मोद सदा हरिणि तारिणि भवभय हरिणि तारिणि परमानन्दा प्रदा ओम जय भगवद गीते सुर भाव नाशिनि दाहिनि तम दाहिनि तम रजनी दे सुदायिनि देवी सद्गुण दायिनि हरि रसिका सजनी ओम जय भगवद गीते समर्थ त्याग वाणी हरि मुख वाणी सकल शास्त्र की स्वामिनी सकल शास्त्र की स्वामिनी श्रुतियों की रानी ओम जय भगवद गीते या सुधा बर कृपा कर कृपा कीजे हरि पद प्रेम दान कर हरि पद प्रेम अपनो कर लीजे ओम भगवद गीते जय भगवद गीते जय भगवद गीते हरि आत्मनानि ओम जय भगवद गीते गौरम करुणावतारम संसारसारम जगेन्द्रहारम सदा वसन्त हृदयारविन्दे भवं सहितं नमामि मङ्गलं भगवान् विष्णु मङ्गल गरुडध्वज मङ्गलं पुण्डरीकाक्षो मङ्गलाय नमो हरे सर्वमङ्गलमङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरणे त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते नारायणी नमो नमो Antarikshas Shanti 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 Aushadaya Shanti Shanti Vishvedeva Shanti 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 Shama Shanti Shanti Shanti
Thank you, Parabai. Thank you for that wonderful rendition. Okay, so we'll place our arti trays on that end. So on your way out, you can take arti and have some prasad as well. School members, if you could all just assist in packing up things, okay? Harsha and, where's Harsha? Are you still there? Okay. Harsha and Jeshila, if you could take care of the refreshment section, start consolidating the food in that. Any ladies that bought food for us, thank you very much. And if you'd like to take some back home, I'm sure there's a lot of leftovers, please feel free to do that. Okay. If the men could just take care of heaters and things that we bought yesterday. Pavesh and Mayur, if you could help to pack up all the sound things, wherever you could assist it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you again next year. Thank you for your patronage.
Hare